Welcome, welcome, welcome to Muse. Today we bring you an unforgettable story. What if Harry was reincarnated as Madara Uchiha's son and used Susanoo to crush the Death Eaters? Loving our content? Smash that like button and join our family by subscribing. We truly appreciate each and every one of you. Now, let the story begin. Chapter 1, The Awakening. The nightmare always began the same way. Green light. A high, cold laugh. Then darkness. Hiroto Uchiha jolted awake in his bed, sweat-soaked and gasping for breath. Outside his window, the pre-dawn light cast long shadows across the Uchiha compound. His heart hammered against his ribs as fragments of the dream clung to his consciousness, a castle, a scarred forehead, and eyes the color of death. Again, he muttered, pressing his palms against his eyes. The dreams had been intensifying for months, becoming more vivid, more real. More his. With practiced movements, Hiroto slid from his futon and dressed in the darkness. His room was Spartan but comfortable, weapons displayed with precision on the walls, scrolls neatly arranged on shelves, and a small framed photograph of his genin team. The face that stared back from the mirror was unmistakably Uchiha, sharp features, pale skin, and eyes that could transform into the fearsome Sharingan. His black hair hung loosely around his face, long enough to tie back during missions. Yet something about his reflection always seemed wrong somehow. As though he were wearing someone else's skin. "You're losing it, Hiroto," he told his reflection. "Get it together." He slipped through the quiet halls of the clan compound, avoiding the creaking floorboards with the stealth expected of a jonin. His father would still be asleep, if Madara Uchiha was even home. The legendary Shinobi's comings and goings were often mysterious, even to his son. The morning air hit Hiroto's face like a bomb as he stepped outside. The village was beginning to stir, lights appearing in windows as vendors prepared for the day ahead. He made his way toward the training grounds, nodding at the occasional early riser who recognized him. "Uchiha-san." The voice caught him off guard. A messenger ninja appeared beside him, seemingly from nowhere. "The Hokage requests your presence immediately." Hiroto frowned. "At this hour? What's this about?" "Classified, sir. You're to report to his office at once." With a sigh, Hiroto changed direction, leaping onto a nearby rooftop and sprinting across the village. His mind raced with possibilities. A mission, probably. His tracking skills had made him valuable for high-priority assignments. Perhaps another border dispute with Kumogakure. The Hokage's building stood tall in the center of Konoha, an architectural testament to the strength of the village. Hiroto passed through security with practiced ease, his identification verified by the ANBU guards who knew him by sight. Shikamaru Nara, the Hokage's advisor, was waiting outside the office, his expression impossible to read. "Rough night?" Shikamaru asked, eyeing Hiroto's disheveled appearance. "Dreams," Hiroto replied curtly. "Again?" Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. "Might want to see someone about that." "I'm fine." Shikamaru didn't press the issue, instead gesturing toward the door. "They're waiting for you." "They?" Hiroto wondered, but he kept his face impassive as he entered. The Hokage sat behind his desk, hands folded before him. Beside him stood two figures Hiroto recognized immediately, Sarada Hyuga, heiress to the Hyuga clan, and Takashi Senju, a talented medical nin descended from the first Hokage. "Ah, Hiroto. Thank you for coming so quickly," the Hokage said. Hiroto bowed slightly. "Lord Hokage." "Hyuga-san." "Senju-san." Sarada's pale Byakugan eyes studied him with characteristic intensity. At 20, she had already made a name for herself as one of the village's most gifted kunoichi. Her long dark hair was pulled into a practical braid, and she wore the standard Konoha flak jacket over traditional Hyuga robes, a blend of her heritage and her duty. "You look terrible," she said bluntly. "Always a pleasure, Sarada," Hiroto replied dryly. Takashi smiled, his easy manner a sharp contrast to Sarada's formality. She means you look like you haven't slept. Which isn't ideal for what we're about to discuss. And what exactly are we discussing? Hiroto asked, turning his attention to the Hokage. The Hokage activated a privacy seal before speaking. We've detected unusual energy signatures along the northern border. Nothing we've encountered before, not chakra, not natural phenomena. He pushed a folder across the desk. 3 villages have reported strange occurrences. Objects moving on their own. Lights in the forest. People speaking languages no one recognizes. Hiroto opened the folder, scanning the reports. And you think this is, what? A new Kekkei Genkai? A weapon? That's what you're going to find out, the Hokage said. I'm forming a special team for this mission. The 3 of you have unique abilities that may help us understand what we're dealing with. Why me specifically? Hiroto asked, though he had his suspicions. The Sharingan was particularly adept at identifying and countering unusual chakra. The Hokage hesitated, exchanging a glance with Shikamaru. Because, Shikamaru said slowly, some of these incidents seem familiar to you. Familiar to me? I've never encountered. Witnesses described a man shouting, Expelliarmus, before a weapon flew from another's hand. Shikamaru interrupted. Sound familiar? Hiroto felt his blood go cold. Expelliarmus. The word from his dreams, from the life of the boy with the lightning scar. He'd never spoken it aloud to anyone. I don't know what you're talking about, he lied, but his voice lacked conviction. 2 nights ago, Sarada said, you were on a border patrol with my cousin Hayashi. You encountered 3 rogue nin from Iwagakure. According to Hayashi's report, during the confrontation, you shouted a strange word, and the enemy's sword flew from his hand as though pulled by an invisible force, Takashi finished. Even though you hadn't performed any visible jutsu. Hiroto's mind raced. He remembered the encounter vaguely, the fight, the adrenaline, but the word, had he really said it aloud? He recalled the surprised look on the enemy's face as his weapon had suddenly wrenched from his grip, but in the heat of battle, Hiroto had attributed it to a well-executed technique. I don't remember saying anything, he said carefully. Hayashi has excellent recall, Sarada said. And the word matches exactly what was heard in the northern incidents. The Hokage leaned forward. Hiroto, if there's something you know about these phenomena, I don't, Hiroto cut in, more sharply than he intended. I've been having strange dreams lately. Maybe I said something in my sleep during the mission. It doesn't mean anything. The Hokage studied him for a long moment. These dreams. Tell me about them. Hiroto hesitated. How could he explain dreams about a world without shinobi, where people wielded wands instead of kunai and flew on broomsticks? Where a boy named Harry Potter fought against a dark wizard whose name everyone feared to speak. They're just dreams, he said finally. Fragments. Nothing coherent. Perhaps, the Hokage said, clearly unconvinced. Regardless, you 3 will investigate these incidents. Leave immediately and report back only through secure channels. If these energy disturbances represent a new threat, we need to understand it before it's used against us. Sarada stood straighter. Yes, Lord Hokage. We won't let you down, Takashi added. Hiroto nodded, his mind still reeling from the implications. The word from his dreams, manifesting in reality. It wasn't possible. As they left the Hokage's office, Sarada fell into step beside him. You're hiding something, she said quietly. I'm not. Your chakra fluctuates when you lie. Be a Kugen, remember? She tapped the corner of her eye. What aren't you telling us? Hiroto stopped, turning to face her. If I knew something that could help the mission, I would share it. I don't. Drop it. Takashi intervened, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. Save the interrogation for after we've packed, Sarada. We've got a long journey ahead. She held Hiroto's gaze for a moment longer before nodding curtly. Meet at the northern gate in 30 minutes. Don't be late. As she walked away, Takashi gave Hiroto a sympathetic look. She means well. She means to know everything about everyone, Hiroto corrected. Takashi laughed. True enough. But she's the best sensor type we have. If anyone can detect these strange energies, it's her. He paused. And if anyone can analyze them, it's you. What makes you so sure? Because, Takashi said with a surprising gentleness, whatever you're not telling us. I think it's because you're afraid we wouldn't believe you. And I want you to know that I would. Before Hiroto could respond, Takashi was gone, leaving him alone with thoughts that felt increasingly like memories of someone else's life. The northern territories were wild and largely uninhabited, a region of dense forests and steep mountain passes that marked the border between the land of fire and its smaller neighbors. 3 days of hard travel brought the team to the first village that had reported disturbances. Otomura was little more than a collection of wooden houses clustered around a central square. Its inhabitants were farmers and hunters, ordinary people with little knowledge of the shinobi world beyond basic respect for those who wore the headbands of the 5 great nations. Does it look like a hub of supernatural activity? Takashi remarked as they approached the village gates. Appearances can be deceiving, Sarada replied, her Byakugan already active and scanning the surroundings. I'm detecting something. It's faint, but it's not normal chakra. It feels twisted, Hiroto finished for her. Like chakra, but flowing in patterns that don't make sense. She glanced at him sharply. Yes. Exactly like that. How did you? I can see it, he said, his Sharingan activating with a thought. The familiar sensation of enhanced perception washed over him as his vision sharpened and colors intensified. The strange energy was barely visible, threads of something that reminded him of chakra but moved differently, almost like it was following its own natural laws. They entered the village to find a subdued atmosphere. People hurried about their business with wary expressions, casting nervous glances toward the surrounding forest. Children, who would normally play in the streets, were conspicuously absent. The village elder, a stooped man named Tanaka, greeted them at the town hall, a generous term for the slightly larger wooden building that served as the community's gathering place. We're grateful that Konoha has sent help, Tanaka said, pouring tea with shaking hands. The incidents began about a month ago. Small things at first, objects moving slightly when no one was near them. Lights in the forest where no one should be. And more recently? Sarada prompted. Tanaka's expression darkened. 3 nights ago, my grandson Kenji was collecting firewood at dusk when he saw a man emerge from nowhere, just appeared in the middle of the forest path. The man wore strange black robes and carried what Kenji described as a glowing stick. Hiroto's cup stopped halfway to his lips. What happened? The man spoke to Kenji in a language he couldn't understand. When Kenji didn't respond, the man pointed the stick at him. Tanaka swallowed hard. Kenji said a jet of red light shot out, but it missed him. He ran back to the village. When we organized a search party, there was no sign of the stranger. Where is Kenji now? Takashi asked. I'd like to speak with him directly. He's staying with his mother, Tanaka said. But he's been different since the incident. Nervous. Jumps at shadows. I'd like to examine him, if that's all right, Takashi said. Sometimes trauma can manifest in physical symptoms. Tanaka nodded gratefully. Of course. And there's something else you should see. He led them to a back room where a cloth-covered object leaned against the wall. We found this near where Kenji saw the stranger. He pulled the cloth away to reveal a long, thin piece of polished wood with an intricately carved handle. A wand. Hiroto felt the world tilt slightly as memories, not his, yet somehow his, flooded his mind. He'd held something like this before. Had pointed it and called forth magic that had nothing to do with chakra or hand signs. May I? he asked, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. Tanaka hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. When Ichiro, our blacksmith, touched it, he said it burned his hand. Sarada started to protest, but Hiroto had already reached for the wand. His fingers closed around the handle. Warmth spread up his arm, not painful, but welcoming. A sense of rightness, of belonging. A faint shower of red and gold sparks erupted from the tip, startling everyone in the room except Hiroto. What was that? Sarada demanded, dropping into a defensive stance. Hiroto stared at the wand, memories surging like a breaking wave. Pointing it at targets in a classroom. Dueling in a great hall. Calling forth a silver stag that drove away creatures of darkness and despair. Hiroto. Takashi's voice broke through his reverie. Are you alright? With effort, Hiroto tore his gaze from the wand. Yes. I'm fine. He carefully placed it back on the table. It's a focus tool of some kind. For directing energy. You seem to recognize it, Sarada said, her eyes narrowed with suspicion. I've seen something similar in my research, he lied. She clearly didn't believe him, but before she could press further, a commotion erupted outside. Shouts and screams echoed from the village square. They rushed out to find villagers pointing toward the sky, where an impossible sight greeted them, a wooden cart suspended 10 feet above the ground, spinning slowly in midair. Inside, a terrified farmer clung to the sides, crying for help. What jutsu is this? Takashi muttered. It's not jutsu, Hiroto replied, his Sharingan tracking the strange energy patterns surrounding the cart. It's something else. Without warning, the cart plummeted. Women screamed. The farmer closed his eyes, bracing for impact. Hiroto moved without thinking. His hand thrust forward as a word escaped his lips, Wingardium Leviosa. The cart's descent slowed abruptly, hovering just 3 feet from the ground. With careful concentration he hadn't known he possessed, Hiroto guided it down gently until it touched the earth with barely a sound. Silence fell over the square as every eye turned to him. How did you do that? Sarada whispered. That wasn't a jutsu. I didn't see you form any signs or mold any chakra. Hiroto stared at his outstretched hand, as surprised as anyone. The word had come unbidden to his lips, a spell from another life. I don't know, he said honestly. The farmer climbed shakily from his cart and approached, dropping to his knees before Hiroto. Thank you, Shinobi-sama. You saved my life. Hiroto helped the man to his feet, uncomfortable with the reverence. It was nothing. Nothing. Takashi said incredulously as they walked away from the growing crowd. You just performed some kind of telekinesis without any visible jutsu. That's not nothing, Hiroto. We should report this immediately, Sarada said. No. Hiroto's voice was sharper than he intended. Not until we understand what's happening. The Hokage sent us to investigate, so let's investigate. He pointed toward the forest. The energy signatures are stronger in that direction. That's where we'll find answers. Sarada started to argue, but Takashi placed a restraining hand on her arm. He's right. We need more information before we report back. He studied Hiroto with new interest. Besides, I think our teammate might have insights he's only now discovering himself. Hiroto met his gaze gratefully. We'll head into the forest at dusk. Whatever's causing these disturbances, we need to be prepared for anything. As twilight descended, the 3 shinobi moved silently through the ancient trees of the northern forest. Sarada led the way, her Byakugan scanning for the unusual energy patterns they detected earlier. Takashi followed, medical pack ready, while Hiroto brought up the rear, his senses heightened by both his Sharingan and a growing awareness of something he'd once called magic. The anomalies are growing stronger, Sarada whispered, gesturing toward a clearing ahead. There's a concentration of that strange energy about 500 meters north. Any signs of life? Hiroto asked. Nothing human-sized. But there's something, fluttering. Small energy signatures moving erratically. They approached cautiously, weapons ready. The clearing appeared empty at first glance, but as they entered, Hiroto spotted them, tiny winged creatures, glowing with a faint blue light, darting among the branches. What are they? Takashi breathed. Fairies, Hiroto said automatically, then wondered how he knew. The knowledge had simply been there, like a memory he hadn't realized he possessed. Sarada gave him a skeptical look. Fairies aren't real. Apparently they are, Takashi said, watching the creatures with fascination. He cautiously extended a hand, and one of the fairies landed on his finger, its wings creating a barely audible humming sound. They're harmless, Hiroto said. But they shouldn't be here. They belong in. He stopped, unsure how to explain his certainty that these creatures belonged in another world entirely. In where? Sarada pressed. Before he could formulate an answer, the air before them tore. There was no other way to describe it. A jagged line appeared in empty space, glowing with a sickly green light. The fairies scattered, their blue glow intensifying in apparent alarm. Get back! Hiroto shouted, drawing a kunai. The tear widened, revealing glimpses of a place that was definitely not the land of fire, stone walls, torches casting eerie shadows, a floor of polished black marble. A figure stepped through, a man in flowing black robes, his face obscured by an ornate silver mask. In his hand was a wand identical to the one they'd found in the village. The dimensional breach is stabilizing, the masked man called out to someone still on the other side. Send the others through. Hiroto felt ice in his veins as forgotten knowledge crystallized into certainty. Death Eater. The word rose from the depths of his memories. Servant of Voldemort. Enemy of Harry Potter. The masked man turned, noticing them for the first time. He raised his wand. Avada, Hiroto moved with shinobi speed, tackling Sarada and Takashi to the ground as green light erupted from the wand, passing harmlessly over their heads and striking a tree, which withered instantly, its leaves turning black and falling. What the hell was that? Takashi gasped. Killing curse, Hiroto replied grimly, rolling to his feet. Don't let it touch you. More figures were emerging from the tier, 3, 4, all in similar masks and robes, all wielding wands. Spread out. Sarada commanded, activating a full Byakugan. Takashi, left flank. The Death Eaters fanned out, wands raised. Spells erupted in a kaleidoscope of deadly light, red stunners, purple hexes, and the sickly green of killing curses. Takashi formed hand signs with blinding speed. Earth style, mud wall. A barrier erupted from the ground, intercepting several spells that exploded against it in showers of sparks. Sarada engaged the nearest Death Eater, her gentle fist style keeping her just out of range of his wand while she struck at his chakra points, except they weren't chakra points, Hiroto realized. The wizard's energy system was different, but Sarada's attacks were still disrupting it effectively. They don't have physical training. Hiroto called out. Close the distance. He demonstrated his own advice, using a body flicker technique to appear behind two Death Eaters. Before they could react, he struck with precision, knocking one unconscious with a blow to the back of the head and sweeping the legs out from under the other. Crucio. The leader's spell caught Takashi, who collapsed with a scream of agony, his body contorting unnaturally. Something snapped in Hiroto, a dam holding back memories, knowledge, and power. His hand moved of its own accord, and words he'd never spoken in this life tore from his throat. Expelliarmus. The spell connected with perfect accuracy, sending the Death Eater's wand flying into the darkness. The Cruciatus curse broke, leaving Takashi gasping on the forest floor. The remaining Death Eaters turned toward Hiroto, their body language registering shock even behind their masks. That's not possible, one of them hissed. That's Potter's signature spell. Potter is dead, another replied, though with less certainty. The leader retrieved his wand with a summoning charm. It doesn't matter who he is. Kill them all. Magic and jutsu collided in chaotic fury. Hiroto found himself fighting on instinct, weaving between spells while countering with both shinobi techniques and the magic that was rapidly returning to his muscle memory. He deflected a cutting curse with a kunai, responded with a stunning spell, then used a fire-style technique to drive two Death Eaters into Sarada's range. She moved with the grace and precision the Hyuga clan was famous for, her palms striking with pinpoint accuracy to disable rather than kill. Hiroto. The portal is expanding. He glanced toward the tier, which was indeed growing larger, the green light pulsing ominously. Through it, he could now see a large chamber where more robed figures waited. "We need to close it," he shouted. "How?" Takashi called back, having recovered enough to rejoin the fight. Hiroto didn't know, not consciously, but his body was already moving. He dropped to one knee, slammed his palm against the ground, and channeled chakra in a pattern that felt simultaneously alien and deeply familiar. The earth trembled. The air around him began to glow with a blue-white light that was neither purely chakra nor purely magic, but something new, a fusion of both energies. "Hiroto." Sarada's voice seemed distant as the power built within him. "What are you?" A skeleton of energy formed around him, ribs, spine, a skull, growing rapidly until it towered 20 feet tall. Ethereal flesh covered the bones, armor materialized over the flesh, and a sword of pure energy appeared in the construct's hand. "Susanoo," Takashi whispered in awe. But it wasn't a standard Susanoo. Where the legendary Uchiha technique normally glowed with a distinct color, red, blue, or purple, Hiroto's manifestation shimmered with an otherworldly combination of chakra and magic, creating a pearlescent effect that shifted between emerald green and deep crimson. The Death Eaters froze in terror at the sight of the towering warrior. "What manner of magic is this?" the leader demanded, his voice breaking. Hiroto rose within the protective embrace of his Susanoo, feeling the dual energies flowing through him, responding to his will. With a thought, he directed the giant's sword toward the dimensional tear. "Return to your world," he commanded, his voice amplified by the construct. "And tell your master that this realm is protected." "You can't be," the leader's mask slipped, revealing a pale, scarred face contorted with disbelief. "Potter?" The name sent a jolt through Hiroto's consciousness. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The chosen one. Images flashed before his eyes, a scarlet train, a castle reflected in a black lake, faces of friends he'd never met in this life. The momentary distraction was enough. The Death Eater leader slashed his wand in a complex pattern. "Retreat. Back through the portal." The surviving Death Eaters scrambled toward the tear, disappearing one by one into the green light. The leader paused at the threshold, his gaze fixed on Hiroto. "This isn't over, Potter, or whatever you are now. The Dark Lord will want to know about this." With those ominous words, he stepped through the portal, which began to shrink rapidly. Hiroto thrust his Susanoo's sword toward the closing tear, attempting to stabilize it long enough to pursue, but the dimensional rift collapsed with a sound like thunder, leaving nothing but scorched earth and a lingering smell of ozone. The Susanoo faded as Hiroto's strength waned, the unprecedented combination of chakra and magic having drained him more than he'd anticipated. He swayed on his feet, and would have fallen if Sarada hadn't appeared at his side, supporting him with surprising gentleness. "Easy," she murmured. "I've got you." Takashi joined them, his medical training already assessing Hiroto's condition. Chakra exhaustion, but something else too. His energy pathways are changing. Adapting. "What did you do?" Sarada asked, her Byakugan studying him with clinical precision. "That wasn't a normal Susanoo. And those words you spoke, those weren't jutsu." Hiroto met her gaze, too exhausted to maintain the pretense any longer. "They weren't jutsu," he agreed. "They were spells." "Spells?" Takashi repeated. "Like from folklore? Magic?" Exactly like magic. Hiroto attempted to stand on his own, succeeding only partially. Because that's what they were. And those men, they were wizards. Dark wizards from another world. Another world, Sarada echoed skeptically. Yes. Hiroto gestured to where the portal had been. A world without shinobi. Without chakra. A world where people channel magical energy through wands instead of hand signs. And you know this because... Takashi prompted. Hiroto took a deep breath. Because I've been there. Or rather, I lived there. In another life. He met their incredulous stares with a steady gaze. My name was Harry Potter. And I think I died fighting a war against wizards like the ones we just faced. Silence fell over the clearing as his teammates processed this extraordinary claim. That's impossible, Sarada finally said, though with less conviction than Hiroto had expected. Is it? Takashi countered thoughtfully. We've heard theories about reincarnation. The sage arts speak of souls returning in new forms. But memories don't transfer, Sarada argued. And different dimensions. That's the reason they recognized me, Hiroto interrupted. Did you hear what they called me? Potter. That was my name. Harry Potter. They recognized my spell, Expelliarmus. It was my signature technique. So you're saying you're the reincarnation of a wizard from another dimension? Sarada's tone made clear how absurd she found the idea. I know how it sounds, Hiroto admitted. I've been having these dreams for months. Fragments of memories that didn't make sense. I thought I was losing my mind. He gestured to where the portal had been. But this makes it real. Those men came from the world in my dreams. And they were afraid when they recognized me. Which means they knew you in your previous life, Takashi said slowly. And your presence here, now, matters to them somehow. Hiroto nodded. The leader mentioned a Dark Lord. In my world, my old world, there was a powerful dark wizard named Voldemort who tried to take over. I think I died fighting him. And now what? Sarada demanded. These dark wizards are invading our world. Why? I don't know, Hiroto admitted. But the dimensional tear was intentional. They were exploring, scouting. This was just the beginning. Takashi helped Hiroto to a fallen log where he could sit. We need to report this to the Hokage immediately. And tell him what? Sarada challenged. That Hiroto is the reincarnation of a wizard from another dimension. That we're being invaded by magic users who can kill with a word. Yes, Hiroto said firmly. Exactly that. Because the next time they come through, they'll be prepared for shinobi resistance. And they'll bring more than just a scouting party. Sarada studied him for a long moment, her Byakugan allowing her to see the unique way his chakra now flowed, altered by the awakening of magical pathways dormant since his birth in this world. I believe you, she finally said, surprising both men. Not because your story makes sense, it doesn't, but because I can see what's happening to your chakra network. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. She paused. And because no one could fake that look in your eyes when you heard the name Potter. Hiroto felt a surge of gratitude for her perception. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, she replied. When we report this, they'll want to examine you. Study you. You might become a research subject rather than a shinobi. Better that than unprepared for an invasion, he said grimly. Takashi finished packing his medical supplies. We should head back to the village for now. Hiroto needs rest before we travel, and we need to warn the villagers to report any more sightings immediately. They made their way slowly through the darkening forest, each lost in their own thoughts. Hiroto's mind was a whirlwind of emerging memories, faces and names from a life he'd nearly forgotten, spells and incantations bubbling to the surface of his consciousness. Ron. Hermione. Hogwarts. Dumbledore. Voldemort. The names had meanings now, connections to emotional memories that felt simultaneously foreign and intimately his own. He had been Harry Potter, the boy who lived. And now he was Hiroto Uchiha, son of Madara, a shinobi with the blood of a legendary clan. And somehow, impossibly, the worlds of Harry Potter and Hiroto Uchiha were colliding. 3 days later, they arrived back in Konoha, exhausted but determined. No further dimensional breaches had occurred, but the energy disturbances had continued, manifesting in strange phenomena throughout the region, objects moving on their own, plants growing at unnatural speeds, animals exhibiting unusual behaviors. The Hokage listened to their report in silence, his expression growing progressively more concerned. "And you're certain these were not shinobi using an unfamiliar technique?" he asked when they had finished. "Absolutely," Sarada confirmed. Their energy system was fundamentally different from chakra. And the effects of their spells couldn't be replicated by any jutsu I'm familiar with. The killing technique in particular, Takashi added. It caused instant death without physical trauma. Nothing in medical ninjutsu works that way. The Hokage turned to Hiroto. And you believe you have knowledge of these people because you were one of them in a previous life? Hiroto met his gaze steadily. Yes, Lord Hokage. I know it sounds impossible. Many things that seem impossible have proven true in our world, the Hokage replied thoughtfully. The question is how to proceed with this information. We need to prepare defenses, Sarada said. If these wizards return in greater numbers, when, Hiroto corrected. When they return. They will. And they'll bring their Dark Lord with them. The Hokage nodded. I'll convene the Council of Clans. Shikamaru, send messages to the other Kage. This concerns all the shinobi nations. He fixed Hiroto with a penetrating stare. In the meantime, Uchiha-san, I believe you have much to remember. Sir. If you are indeed what you claim, a soul reborn with knowledge of this other world, then your memories are our greatest asset. I'm assigning you to work with the Yamanaka clan. Their mind techniques may help recover more of your previous life's knowledge. Hiroto felt a chill at the prospect of someone sifting through his newly awakening memories, but he recognized the necessity. I understand. And Hiroto, the Hokage added, your father should be informed. The mention of Madara sent a jolt of anxiety through him. How would the legendary Uchiha react to learning his son carried the soul of a wizard from another dimension? As they left the Hokage's tower, Sarada fell into step beside him. I'll go with you, she said, surprising him. Where? To see your father. You shouldn't face that conversation alone. Hiroto raised an eyebrow. Concerned for my well-being, Hyuga. Concerned for the village, she replied, though a hint of a smile belied her words. If Madara Uchiha reacts poorly to this news, I'd rather be present to help contain the situation. Fair point. Hiroto glanced at Takashi. And you? The Senju heir shook his head. Historical tensions between our clans make me the wrong person to be present for that conversation. Besides, I've been ordered to brief the medical corps on what we witnessed. We need to develop countermeasures for these spell attacks. They parted at the next intersection, Takashi heading toward the hospital district while Hiroto and Sarada continued toward the Uchiha compound. You don't have to do this, Hiroto said quietly as they walked. I know. Sarada's eyes remained fixed ahead. But you risked yourself to protect us in that clearing. You manifested some kind of hybrid Susanoo that shouldn't even be possible. And you've just had your entire identity thrown into question. She glanced at him briefly. You could use an ally right now. The admission of support, especially from the typically reserved Hyuga, touched him more than he cared to admit. Thank you. They walked in comfortable silence through the village, each preoccupied with their thoughts. Hiroto found himself increasingly aware of Sarada's presence beside him, the graceful efficiency of her movements, the subtle fragrance of jasmine that clung to her hair, the quiet strength she projected without effort. Focus, he chided himself. His newly awakened memories were distracting enough without adding inappropriate thoughts about his teammate to the mix. As they approached the Uchiha compound, a figure appeared at the gates, tall, imposing, with long dark hair and the unmistakable bearing of a clan leader. "Father," Hiroto said, stopping short. "You're back." Madara Uchiha regarded them with an inscrutable expression. "The Hokage sent word that you had returned from your mission with unusual findings." His gaze shifted to Sarada. "Hyuga-san." She bowed formally. "Uchiha-sama." "Come," Madara said, turning without waiting for a response. "The elders are gathering. They will want to hear what you have to say." Hiroto exchanged a glance with Sarada before following his father into the compound. The situation had just become significantly more complicated. Explaining his revelations to his father alone would have been difficult enough, doing so before the Uchiha elders would be a political minefield. The meeting hall sat at the center of the compound, a traditional building that had stood for generations. Inside, a group of older Uchiha, the clan's ruling council, waited in somber silence. Madara took his place at the head of the gathering. "Begin, Hiroto. Tell us what you encountered." Drawing a steadying breath, Hiroto recounted their mission, the strange phenomena, and the encounter with the Death Eaters. He described the dimensional tear and the magic the intruders had wielded. Finally, hesitantly, he explained his emerging memories and the revelation of his past life as Harry Potter. Throughout his account, the elders remained impassive, though he noted the subtle widening of eyes, the slight shifts in posture that betrayed their disbelief and concern. When he finished, silence hung heavy in the room. "You expect us to believe," one elder finally said, "that you are the reincarnation of a wizard from another world? That you possess knowledge and abilities from this previous existence?" "I don't expect anything," Hiroto replied evenly. "I'm reporting what I've experienced and what I believe to be true." "The Susanoo," another elder pressed. "Describe it again." "It wasn't a standard manifestation," Hiroto said. "It incorporated both chakra and, this other energy. Magic. The coloration was unusual, shifting between green and red instead of a single hue." Madara, who had remained silent throughout, finally spoke. "Show us." Hiroto blinked in surprise. "Here. Now." "Yes." Madara's tone brooked no argument. "If what you claim is true, demonstrate this hybrid technique." Sarada stepped forward. "With respect, Uchiha-sama, Hiroto is still recovering from chakra exhaustion. A full Susanoo manifestation could, I didn't ask for your assessment, Hyuga," Madara interrupted coldly. "This is a clan matter." "It's all right, Sarada," Hiroto said quietly. He moved to the center of the room and closed his eyes, focusing on the dual energies he now knew existed within him. Calling forth the Susanoo was typically a response to extreme emotional stress or danger, manifesting it in a controlled environment was significantly more difficult. Yet as he concentrated, he found that the magical pathways awakening within him actually facilitated the process, providing a new channel for his will. His Sharingan activated, evolving instantly to its Mangekyo form, a design of interlocking triangles that resembled a stylized lightning bolt. Chakra flared around him, visible even to those without dojutsu. The spectral ribs formed first, then the skeletal frame, growing rapidly until it pressed against the ceiling of the hall. Several elders moved back in alarm as the ethereal construct took shape, its form more defined than during the forest battle. As before, its color shifted between emerald green and deep crimson, the energies swirling together like oil on water. Through the semi-transparent chest of the Susanoo, Hiroto could see the elders' expressions transform from skepticism to shock. Even Madara's perpetual stoicism had cracked, revealing genuine astonishment. The effort of maintaining the technique quickly took its toll. After less than a minute, Hiroto released it, dropping to one knee as the massive construct dissolved into motes of light. Sarada was at his side instantly, a supporting hand on his shoulder. "That was reckless," she murmured. "But necessary," he replied, his breathing labored. Madara approached slowly, studying his son with new intensity. That was not a pure Uchiha technique. No, Hiroto agreed, rising unsteadily to his feet. It was a combination of Uchiha power and, whatever I carried from my previous existence. The elders began speaking all at once, their voices rising in a cacophony of questions and concerns. Madara silenced them with a raised hand. "Leave us," he commanded. "All of you. This matter requires further consideration." The elders filed out reluctantly, casting curious glances at Hiroto as they departed. Sarada hesitated. "That includes you, Hyuga-san," Madara said pointedly. "Father," Hiroto interjected, "Sarada has been involved from the beginning. She's witnessed everything firsthand. And I appreciate her service to the village," Madara replied. "But what I must discuss with my son concerns our clan alone." Sarada bowed formally. "I understand, Uchiha-sama." To Hiroto, she added more quietly, "I'll be outside if you need me." When they were alone, Madara circled Hiroto slowly, examining him with the calculating gaze that had intimidated enemies and allies alike for decades. "How long have you known?" he finally asked. "About my past life?" Hiroto considered. "The dreams began months ago, but they were fragments, disconnected images that didn't make sense. It wasn't until the mission, when I encountered those wizards and heard them speak, that the memories really started to surface." "And you believe you were this Harry Potter?" "I know I was," Hiroto said with quiet certainty. "The memories are becoming clearer by the hour. I remember a life entirely different from this one, friends, enemies, battles fought with spells instead of jutsu." "And did you die in this other life?" Madara's question was unexpectedly gentle. Hiroto hesitated, reaching for the memory that remained stubbornly elusive. "I think so. There was a confrontation with a powerful dark wizard. A sacrifice of some kind. Then darkness. And then I was here, born as your son." He looked up at his father. "Does this change things between us?" Madara was silent for a long moment. "You are my son," he said finally. "Born of my blood, raised by my hand, trained in our clan's ways. Whatever soul you carried from a previous existence, you are Hiroto Uchiha now." Relief washed through him at his father's acceptance. "Thank you." However, Madara continued, his voice hardening, "This revelation raises grave concerns. If these wizards can create portals between worlds, they represent a threat unlike any we've faced before." His eyes narrowed. "And the fact that they recognized you suggests they have specific interest in your connection to their world. The Death Eaters, the dark wizards we encountered, seemed shocked to recognize me," Hiroto said. "Almost afraid. In my previous life, I was apparently significant in their world. Their enemy." "Then you are a target," Madara stated flatly. "And by extension, so is our clan. So is Konoha." Before Hiroto could respond, an explosion rocked the compound, the shock wave rattling the walls of the meeting hall. Shouts and screams erupted outside. Father and son moved as one, rushing to the door and out into the courtyard. The scene that greeted them was chaos, several buildings were ablaze, and clan members were running for cover as spells streaked through the air. In the center of the compound stood 5 figures in black robes and silver masks, Death Eaters. "Find the Potter boy," one shouted. "The Dark Lord wants him alive." Sarada was already engaged in combat with 2 of them, her gentle fist style keeping them on the defensive despite their magical attacks. Several Uchiha clan members had activated their Sharingan and were attempting to counter the unfamiliar techniques with fire jutsu. "They followed us," Hiroto realized with horror. "They must have placed a tracking charm on one of us during the forest battle." Madara's eyes shifted to their Mangekyo form, his expression darkening with cold fury. "These interlopers dare attack the Uchiha clan in our own home?" Chakra surged around him like a visible aura. They will not leave here alive. Before his father could act, Hiroto grabbed his arm. Their killing curse bypasses physical defenses. Even your Susanoo might not protect you. Let me handle this. Without waiting for a response, he launched himself into the fray, drawing on both chakra and his newly awakened magic. A Death Eater turned toward him, wand raised. Avada Kedavra. The green light of the killing curse shot toward Hiroto. Protego. The shield charm erupted from Hiroto's outstretched hand, deflecting the deadly spell into a nearby wall, which crumbled on impact. The Death Eaters froze momentarily, clearly shocked by his wandless magic. It is him, one whispered. It's Potter. Impossible, another hissed. Potter died. The Dark Lord killed him himself. Yet here he stands, the leader said, stepping forward and removing his mask to reveal a gaunt face with cruel eyes. Wearing a new form, wielding new power, but unmistakably Potter. He smiled thinly. The Dark Lord will be most interested in how you cheated death yet again, boy. I don't know what you're talking about, Hiroto replied, circling warily. But I know you don't belong in this world. Return to your own, or die here. The Death Eater laughed. Die. You may have some new tricks, Potter, but you're still outnumbered. Is he? Madara's voice cut through the confrontation like a blade. The legendary Shinobi stepped forward, his Mangekyo Sharingan gleaming with deadly promise. Around the courtyard, 24 Uchiha clan members had taken up positions, their own Sharingan active and focused on the intruders. Sarada stood to one side, Byakugan blazing, while several Anbu shinobi had appeared on the rooftops, drawn by the commotion. The Death Eater leader assessed the situation, his confidence visibly wavering. This isn't over, Potter. The Dark Lord knows you live. He will find you again. He raised his wand. Morsmordra. A jet of green light shot into the sky, forming a glowing image of a skull with a snake protruding from its mouth, the Dark Mark. Using the distraction, the Death Eaters activated some kind of emergency port key, disappearing with sharp cracks that left the air shimmering where they had stood. In the sudden silence, Hiroto became acutely aware of the dozens of eyes fixed upon him, his clansmen, the Anbu, his father, and Sarada. The revelation he'd hoped to control had just been forcibly exposed in the most public way possible. Secure the perimeter, Madara ordered, his authority unquestioned despite the unprecedented situation. Check for any remaining intruders. Tend to the wounded. As the clan members dispersed to carry out his commands, Madara turned to Hiroto. It seems your past has caught up with you sooner than we anticipated. Hiroto gazed up at the fading dark mark, a symbol he now remembered with perfect clarity, the sigil of Lord Voldemort and his Death Eaters, a warning of terror to come. This is just the beginning, he said quietly. They'll be back, and in greater numbers. And we'll be ready for them, Madara replied. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical connection from the typically reserved clan leader. You said you were their enemy in your previous life. What were you to them, Hiroto? Who was Harry Potter? Hiroto felt the weight of both identities settling on his shoulders as memories continued to crystallize in his mind. He remembered facing Voldemort in the graveyard, in the Ministry, in the Forbidden Forest. He remembered friends who had stood beside him, died for him. He remembered a prophecy that had defined his destiny. The boy who lived, he said finally. The one prophesied to defeat their Dark Lord. A mirthless smile crossed his face. And now, it seems, I'm the boy who lived twice. Madara's expression remained solemn, but there was a hint of pride in his eyes. Then it seems the Uchiha blood runs true in you, regardless of which soul you carry. Our clan has always produced those destined for greatness. As the fires were extinguished and the wounded tended to, Hiroto found Sarada waiting for him at the edge of the courtyard. Are you all right? She asked, her concern evident despite her typical reserve. Physically, yes, he replied honestly. Mentally. I'm not sure. Every minute brings new memories, new revelations about who I was. Who I am. She studied him with her Byakugan. Your chakra network has stabilized somewhat. The integration of the two energy systems seems to be progressing naturally. Is that your clinical assessment, Hyuga? He asked, a hint of teasing in his voice despite the circumstances. To his surprise, she smiled faintly. My personal observation is that you handle identity crises remarkably well for someone who just discovered they're the reincarnation of a dimensional traveler. Their moment of levity was interrupted as an ANBU captain appeared before them. Uchiha Hiroto, Hyuga Sarada. The Hokage has called an emergency session of the Council of Clans. Your presence is required immediately. Hiroto nodded, exchanging a glance with Sarada. The attack on the Uchiha compound had escalated matters beyond their control. The hidden truth of his dual identity was now public knowledge, and with it came responsibilities he was only beginning to understand. As they followed the ANBU toward the Hokage Tower, Hiroto felt the conflicting pulls of his two lives, Harry Potter and Hiroto Uchiha, wizard and shinobi, the boy who lived and the son of Madara. Two worlds, two destinies, now irrevocably intertwined. And somewhere, in a dimension not his own, a Dark Lord was preparing to hunt him once more. Chapter 2, Worlds Collide. Dawn broke over a transformed Konoha. Shinobi patrols doubled overnight. Sensor-type ninja stationed at every gate. ANBU shadow teams dispatched to the village perimeter. The attack on the Uchiha compound had shattered the hidden village's sense of security in a way not felt since the last great ninja war. Hiroto watched the frenetic activity from his position on the Hokage Tower's roof, the village stretching before him like a diorama. Sleep had eluded him, his mind too crowded with resurfacing memories and present concerns to find rest. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the dark mark hanging over his clan's ancestral home, a harbinger of horrors he knew all too well from another life. You look like hell, a familiar voice observed. He turned to find Sarada approaching, her normally immaculate appearance showing signs of the previous night's battle, a small bandage on her cheek, her flak jacket replaced with a simpler Hyuga robe. Diplomatic as always, Hiroto replied, though without malice. The council session begins in 30 minutes, she said, coming to stand beside him. Your father sent me to find you. He could have found me himself. Perhaps he thought you needed space. Hiroto raised an eyebrow. Have you met my father? Madara Uchiha doesn't consider space a priority when it comes to clan matters. Fair point. She studied him for a moment. How much do you remember now? The question caught him off guard. Most people had been asking what he remembered, specifics about wizards, magic, his former life. No one had considered the subjective experience of remembering itself. It's like watching a movie of someone else's life, but feeling all their emotions, he said slowly. Some memories are vivid, battles, moments of extreme danger. Others are still foggy. And the strangest part is... What? I remember dying, he said quietly. Not the moment of death itself, but walking to it. Surrendering to it. Knowing I was sacrificing myself to save everyone. Sarada remained silent, but her posture shifted subtly closer, a gesture of comfort unusual for the typically reserved Hyuga. The council is waiting, she finally said. They're expecting answers I'm not sure you have. Hiroto nodded grimly. Then I'd better not keep them waiting. The council chamber represented the power structure of Konoha in its physical arrangement, a circular room with 5 elevated platforms for the village's ruling clans, and smaller seats arranged in concentric rings for lesser clans and governmental representatives. At its center stood a single speaking platform where those addressing the council would stand exposed on all sides. Today, every seat was filled. The attack on one of Konoha's founding clans had brought representatives from even the smallest families. The tension in the air was palpable as Hiroto entered with Sarada at his side. Madara Uchiha occupied the Uchiha platform, his imposing figure drawing eyes despite the crowded chamber. Beside him stood Hikari Uchiha, Hiroto's cousin and the clan's designated diplomat. On the adjacent platform sat the heads of the other major clans, Hiashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, and Inoichi Yamanaka. The Hokage entered last, taking his position at the highest point of the chamber. The room fell silent. This emergency session of the Konoha Council is now in session, the Hokage announced. We face an unprecedented situation, an attack by foreign combatants using unknown techniques directly upon one of our founding clans. Before we proceed with strategic discussions, we must understand exactly what we're facing. His gaze found Hiroto. Uchiha Hiroto, take the speaker's platform. Walking to the center of the chamber felt like crossing a battlefield. Dozens of eyes tracked his movement, filled with emotions ranging from curiosity to suspicion. He took his position and surveyed the gathered assembly, recognizing the gravity of the moment. Last night, he began, the Uchiha compound was attacked by 5 individuals calling themselves Death Eaters, dark wizards from another dimension, a world parallel to our own where chakra doesn't exist, but a similar energy called magic does. He paused, letting the murmurs rise and fall before continuing. These individuals can create portals between their world and ours. They possess abilities that differ fundamentally from ninjutsu, yet are equally dangerous. And you claim to have knowledge of these invaders because you are the reincarnation of someone from their world? Hiashi Hyuga's skepticism was evident in his tone. Yes, Hiroto replied simply. In my previous life, I was known as Harry Potter, an enemy of the dark wizards who attacked us. As I've recently discovered, my soul carried memories of that existence into this life. Convenient, a voice called from the assembly. The Uchiha have always sought power through unusual means. Madara rose to his feet, his mere movement silencing the chamber. Choose your next words carefully, he warned, his voice dangerously soft. My son's loyalty to Konoha is beyond question. The Hokage intervened smoothly. No one is questioning anyone's loyalty. But we need proof, not just assertions, to form our strategy. He turned to Hiroto. Can you demonstrate these magical abilities you claim to possess? Hiroto nodded and raised his hand. Without hand signs or visible molding of chakra, he summoned his magic. Lumos. A ball of pure white light formed above his palm, illuminating the chamber with its steady glow. The assembled shinobi shifted uncomfortably, the technique resembled no jutsu they had ever seen. Wingardium Leviosa. With his other hand, he levitated the Hokage's ceremonial hat from his head, guiding it in a slow circle around the chamber before gently returning it. These are simple spells, Hiroto explained. In the wizarding world, most magic is performed using wands as focusing tools, similar to how we use hand signs to shape chakra. What makes my situation unique is that I can channel both energies, magic and chakra, simultaneously. Show us, Shikaku Nara requested, leaning forward with analytical interest. Hiroto closed his eyes briefly, centering himself. His Sharingan activated, evolving instantly to its Mangekyo form. Chakra flared around him, but instead of the typical blue energy, it shimmered with an iridescent quality, threads of green and gold weaving through the familiar pattern. A skeletal ribcage of Susanoo formed around him, smaller than his full manifestation the previous day, but still impressive within the confines of the chamber. Unlike a traditional Susanoo, which maintained a consistent color, Hiroto's construct shifted between emerald and crimson, the colors of his two worlds merging and separating in fluid motion. Protego Maxima. The shield charm integrated with the Susanoo, creating a barrier that was neither purely magical nor purely chakra-based. The display sent a ripple of astonishment through the assembly. Even the clan leaders, typically stoic in the face of impressive jutsu, showed visible reactions. Hiroto released the technique, his eyes returning to normal. This integration of energies is what startled the Death Eaters last night. In their world, I was a wizard who died fighting their master. Finding me here, alive and with new powers, clearly disturbed their plans. And what exactly are their plans? The Hokage asked. I don't know with certainty, Hiroto admitted. My memories are still incomplete. But based on their actions, they appear to be scouting our world, perhaps looking for resources or advantages they can exploit in their own. Inoichi Yamanaka stood. With your permission, Hokage-sama, I propose using our clan's mind-walking technique to help Uchiha-san recover more of his memories. The more we understand about these wizards' capabilities and motivations, the better we can prepare. A reasonable suggestion, the Hokage agreed. Hiroto. The prospect of having another shinobi walking through his memories, especially the still fragile ones from his life as Harry, was unsettling. But the need for information outweighed his personal discomfort. I consent, he said. Then it is decided, the Hokage declared. Inoichi will work with Hiroto to extract relevant intelligence. In the meantime, the chamber doors burst open as an ANBU captain rushed in. Hokage-sama. Forgive the interruption, but we've received emergency communications from all 4 other hidden villages. They're reporting dimensional disturbances similar to what we experienced last night. The room erupted in concerned voices. Silence, the Hokage commanded. When order was restored, he continued, it seems this is no longer just Konoha's problem. Send word to the other Kage, I'm calling an emergency 5 Kage summit to be held here in 3 days' time. This threat concerns all shinobi nations. As the council dissolved into strategic discussions, Hiroto found himself drawn aside by his father. Walk with me, Madara said, his tone brooking no argument. They left the Hokage tower in silence, moving through the village streets where civilians and shinobi alike gave them a wide berth, partly out of respect for the clan head, partly due to the rumors already spreading about the previous night's attack. Madara led them to a secluded training ground enclosed by ancient trees, a place Hiroto recognized from childhood training sessions with his father. We need to talk, Madara said, turning to face his son. Privately and honestly. About? About what you didn't tell the council. Madara's Sharingan activated, studying his son with penetrating intensity. You're holding back significant information. I could see it in your micro-expressions. Hiroto sighed. His father's perceptiveness had always been uncanny, even by Uchiha standards. I didn't lie. Omission is still deception. Madara crossed his arms. These Death Eaters recognized you specifically. They mentioned a Dark Lord. And your reaction when they appeared, that wasn't just the shock of recognition. That was old fear resurfacing. It's complicated, Hiroto hedged. Uncomplicated, Madara demanded. If our clan, our village, is in danger because of your connection to these invaders, I need to know everything. Hiroto studied his father's face, the stern features that had instilled both fear and respect throughout the shinobi world. Madara Uchiha was a complicated man, capable of both terrible destruction and fierce protection of what he considered his. Where did Hiroto's dual identity fall in that spectrum? In my previous life, he began carefully, there was a prophecy about a child who would have the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, Voldemort, the master of the Death Eaters. That child was me. Harry Potter. Madara's expression remained impassive, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Continue. Voldemort tried to kill me as an infant, but the killing curse rebounded, nearly destroying him instead. He returned years later, and we fought. Many times. Memories flooded back as he spoke, the graveyard, the ministry, Hogwarts in ruins. The final battle. I remember walking to what I thought was certain death. A sacrifice to save everyone else. And yet you say you were reborn here, Madara observed. Which suggests your sacrifice succeeded, but perhaps not in the way you expected. Perhaps, Hiroto agreed. But what concerns me is that the Death Eaters who attacked us mentioned the Dark Lord in the present tense. If Voldemort was truly defeated in my world, who are they referring to now? Madara considered this. A successor? Or perhaps your old enemy found a way to cheat death, just as you apparently did. The possibility sent a chill through Hiroto. If Voldemort has found a way to cross dimensions. Then both our worlds face a threat beyond ordinary comprehension, Madara finished. Which explains why you've been training so intensively since these dreams began. Hiroto blinked in surprise. You noticed? I'm your father, Madara replied simply. I notice everything about you. A rare, slight smile crossed his features. Including how you've been unconsciously incorporating wand movements into your jutsu forms for months. I thought I was losing my mind, Hiroto admitted. The dreams, the fragments of memory, techniques I couldn't possibly know. You are still my son, Madara said firmly. Uchiha blood runs in your veins. Whatever soul you carry, whatever memories, you belong to this clan, to me. His expression hardened. But we must prepare for what's coming. If these wizards targeted you specifically, they'll return in greater force. I know. Then show me, Madara said, stepping back and assuming a fighting stance. Show me what the combination of Uchiha power and wizard magic can do. Hold nothing back. Hiroto stared at his father in shock. You want to fight? Now. Not fight, assess. Madara's Sharingan evolved to its Mangekyo form. I need to understand your capabilities if I'm to help you develop them further. And you need to fully integrate your fractured identity if you're to face what's coming. Understanding dawned. This wasn't just a training exercise, it was Madara's way of accepting both aspects of his son. Helping him become whole. Very well, Hiroto said, activating his own Sharingan. But don't complain when I show you something you've never seen before. Madara's smile turned predatory. I would expect nothing less. Without warning, the legendary Shinobi attacked, a barrage of shuriken flying from his hands with deadly precision. Hiroto responded instinctively, his wand hand moving in a pattern that felt as natural as breathing. Protego. The shield charm deflected the projectiles, sending them clattering harmlessly to the ground. Madara didn't pause, already weaving hand signs. Fire style, Great Dragon Flame Jutsu. A massive dragon of pure flame erupted toward Hiroto. Aguamenti Maxima. A torrent of water burst from Hiroto's palm, colliding with the fire dragon in a massive cloud of steam that enveloped the training ground. Using the cover, Hiroto channeled chakra to his feet and launched himself skyward, hands forming signs even as he mentally prepared his next spell. Lightning style, Electromagnetic Murder. Bolts of lightning crashed down through the steam. Simultaneously, Hiroto pointed his free hand at the ground where he sensed his father's chakra. Bombarda. The explosion tore through the earth, but Madara was already gone, reappearing behind Hiroto in midair. Impressive combination, Madara acknowledged, delivering a kick that Hiroto barely blocked. But predictable. They exchanged a flurry of taijutsu blows as they descended, neither gaining a clear advantage. Hiroto found himself drawing on muscle memory from both lives, hairy seeker reflexes complementing the Uchiha combat training he'd received since childhood. As they separated, both breathing heavily, Madara's expression showed the first hint of genuine approval. Your taijutsu has improved. The other boy's experiences serve you well. He wasn't just, the other boy, Hiroto said, a defensive edge in his voice. He was me. Is me. Then prove it, Madara challenged. Show me your full power, both aspects in harmony. Hiroto's Sharingan evolved further, the Mangekyo pattern spinning as he drew on both chakra and magic simultaneously. The ethereal bones of Susanoo formed around him, growing rapidly into a warrior nearly 30 feet tall. As before, its coloration shifted between emerald and crimson, but with greater stability than previous manifestations. Within the protective embrace of his Susanoo, Hiroto raised both hands. From one, he launched a spell, from the other, a jutsu. Expecto Patronum. Wind style, Vacuum Wave. The silver stag of his Patronus erupted forth, surrounded and amplified by the wind technique. It charged toward Madara, who responded with his own perfect Susanoo, a towering blue warrior that dwarfed Hiroto's manifestation. The collision of techniques created a shockwave that flattened trees for hundreds of yards in all directions. When the dust settled, father and son stood facing each other, their respective Susanoo still active but both showing signs of strain. "Enough," Madara said, his voice amplified by his spectral warrior. "I've seen what I needed to see." Both Susanoo faded as the Uchiha released their techniques. Hiroto dropped to one knee, the combined drain of chakra and magic leaving him momentarily weakened. Madara approached, extending a hand to help his son rise. "Your potential exceeds even what I had hoped," he said, genuine pride evident in his tone. "But your control still needs refinement. The integration of these energies puts enormous strain on your system." "I'm still learning," Hiroto admitted, accepting the assistance. "The magic comes instinctively in moments of danger, but consciously directing it alongside chakra is challenging." "We'll train daily," Madara declared. Beginning tomorrow, an ANBU appeared before them in a swirl of leaves, interrupting their moment of connection. "Uchiha-sama, Hiroto-san, your presence is requested at the village perimeter immediately. Another dimensional disturbance has been detected." Madara's expression darkened. "More invaders?" "Unknown, sir. But this disturbance is different from previous patterns." Hiroto felt a prickle of foreboding. "Different how?" "The energy signature is stable, controlled. Intelligence Division believes someone may be attempting to create a permanent portal between dimensions. They arrived at the northern gate to find a scene of organized chaos. A perimeter had been established half a kilometer into the forest, with sensor-type ninja monitoring an invisible boundary while combat specialists stood ready for engagement. Sarada spotted them first, breaking away from a group of Hyuga clansmen to intercept them. "The disturbance began 20 minutes ago," she reported without preamble. "It's unlike the previous incursions, the dimensional barrier is thinning gradually rather than tearing abruptly." "Intentional, then," Madara observed. "It appears so," Sarada agreed. "And it's not the only one. We're receiving reports of similar phenomena at points equidistant from each of the 5 great villages." Hiroto frowned. "A coordinated effort. They're escalating faster than I anticipated." A ripple passed through the assembled shinobi as the air before them shimmered. Unlike the violent tear that had heralded the Death Eater's arrival, this distortion had an almost gentle quality, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. "Everyone, maintain position," the ANBU captain ordered. "Sensory team, report." "The energy is stabilizing," a Yamanaka sensor called back. "Dimensional breach imminent, but the signature doesn't match previous hostiles." Hiroto stepped forward, his newly awakened senses detecting something familiar in the distortion's pattern. "Wait," he said, raising a hand. "This isn't dark magic. It's different." Before anyone could question him, the shimmer coalesced into a perfect circular portal about 7 feet in diameter. Through it, they could see what appeared to be a laboratory, glass vials on shelves, books stacked on tables, and complex runic diagrams drawn on the floor. A figure stood on the other side, hand raised toward the portal. A woman with bushy brown hair pulled back in a practical bun, wearing robes of deep blue with intricate silver embroidery. Her eyes widened as she took in the assembled shinobi forces. "Oh," she said, her voice carrying clearly through the portal. "That's quite a welcoming committee." Something twisted in Hiroto's chest, recognition so profound it felt physical. "Hermione," he whispered. The woman's gaze snapped to him, her expression shifting from cautious to shocked. She took an involuntary step forward. "Harry." The assembled shinobi tensed, weapons at ready, but Hiroto was already moving, approaching the portal with Madara and Sarada close behind. "Stand down," he commanded the defensive line. "She's not a threat." To the woman, he said, "Hermione Granger. You found me." She studied him intently, her analytical mind visible in her expression. "It is you, isn't it?" "Somehow. Your eyes are different, your whole appearance is, but I'd know that magical signature anywhere." She glanced at the armed shinobi surrounding him. You appear to have integrated into your new environment. Madara stepped forward. You know my son. Your son. Hermione's eyebrows rose dramatically. Well, that explains some things and complicates others. She took a breath. Yes, I knew him. In another life, it seems. My name is Hermione Granger, Minister for Magical Research and Interdimensional Studies. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm speaking to Harry Potter, or whatever he calls himself now, who has been missing and presumed dead in our world for over a decade. Murmurs rippled through the gathered shinobi at this confirmation of Hiroto's extraordinary claims. My name is Hiroto Uchiha, he said, feeling the strange dissonance of introducing himself to someone who had once been his closest friend. And yes, I was Harry Potter. Though my memories of that life have only recently begun to return. Hermione's expression softened. That tracks with our theories about soul transference across dimensional boundaries. The consciousness typically submerges aspects of the previous identity to facilitate integration into the new existence. She glanced at the portal edges, which had begun to flicker slightly. I can't maintain this connection much longer on my own. May I cross over? There's much we need to discuss. Hiroto looked to the ANBU captain, who deferred to Madara with a nod. Allow her passage, Madara decided. But only her, and she remains under observation. Hermione stepped through the portal, which collapsed behind her with a sound like a gentle sigh. She took a moment to steady herself, then surveyed her surroundings with evident fascination. Extraordinary, she murmured. The ambient magical field here is unlike anything I've ever encountered. It's as though the very air is saturated with a form of energy that resembles magic but follows different patterns. We call it chakra, Sarada said, studying the newcomer with unconcealed suspicion. Chakra, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. The Sanskrit concept of life energy centered in the body's core. Fascinating that it manifests as a tangible force in this dimension. She turned her attention back to Hiroto. You have so many questions in your eyes, just like you used to. Where would you like me to begin? How did you find me? Hiroto asked. And why now, after all this time? Hermione's expression grew somber. Because our world needs you, Harry, Hiroto. In the decade since your sacrifice in the Forbidden Forest, things have changed. Voldemort was defeated that day, yes, but the power vacuum his fall created has led to new threats. One in particular. The new Dark Lord the Death Eaters mentioned, Hiroto surmised. Yes. He calls himself Lord Karasu. Madara's eyes narrowed at the name. Karasu. Crow. Hermione nodded. He appeared 3 years ago, wielding magic unlike anything we've seen before. His followers claim he possesses the power of 2 worlds. She met Hiroto's gaze directly. About 6 months ago, our Department of Mysteries detected unusual dimensional fluctuations. I've been researching ways to trace them to their source. When Death Eaters started disappearing from our surveillance, we realized they'd found a way to cross over first. How many? Madara demanded. At least 20 have vanished from our world, Hermione answered. Based on what we've intercepted from their communications, they're scouting for something specific. For me, Hiroto said quietly. Partially, Hermione agreed. But there's more. Lord Karasu is obsessed with the concept of bloodline magic, inherited magical abilities passed through family lines. Your world appears to have analogous systems. Kekkei Genkai, Sarada supplied. Bloodline limits. Abilities inherited through specific clans. Precisely, Hermione said, looking impressed. Our intelligence suggests Karasu believes combining certain bloodline abilities from your world with certain magical inheritances from ours could create power beyond anything either dimension has seen before. Which is why they attacked the Uchiha compound specifically, Madara concluded. Our Sharingan is one of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai in existence. Hermione nodded. And finding Harry, Hiroto, with both wizard power and your bloodline abilities must have accelerated their plans dramatically. The question remains, Hiroto said, how did you find me specifically? The dimensional barriers between our worlds should have made tracking nearly impossible. A small smile touched Hermione's lips. You underestimate yourself, as always. The connection between your soul and our world never fully severed. The prophecy that bound you to Voldemort created magical echoes that persist even across dimensions. And besides, her voice softened, did you really think I'd stop looking for you? Even after a decade? The sincerity in her voice struck something deep in Hiroto's heart, memories of friendship so steadfast it had transcended even death. For a moment, he was Harry again, feeling the overwhelming gratitude for the friend who had never abandoned him. We should continue this discussion in a more secure location, Madara interrupted, his sharp eyes noting his son's emotional reaction. The Hokage will want to hear this information firsthand. As they prepared to escort Hermione to the village, Hiroto found himself walking alongside his former friend, the strange dissonance of their reunion leaving him unsure how to bridge the gap between who he had been and who he had become. You look well, Hermione said quietly. Different, but well. I can sense your magical core has matured in ways it never could have in our world. And you? He asked. After everything. Her smile held traces of old sorrows. We survived. Rebuilt. Ron and I married, though we separated amicably 3 years ago. He heads the Aura department now. Luna runs the Quibbler, which has become surprisingly reputable. Neville teaches herbology at Hogwarts. Ginny, she paused, watching him carefully. Ginny never quite got over losing you. She plays Quidditch professionally now. Names and faces flickered through Hiroto's mind, each attached to emotions and memories that felt simultaneously distant and intimate. People he had loved, fought beside, nearly died for, had died for. And yet, standing in the forest of his current home, surrounded by shinobi of his village, those connections felt like stories that had happened to someone else. And now there's a new Dark Lord, he said, redirecting the conversation. One powerful enough to send you searching across dimensions. Hermione's expression turned grave. Lord Karasu isn't just powerful, Hiroto. He's brilliant. Methodical. He studies weaknesses before striking, and when he does move, it's with surgical precision. The Aurors have barely managed to contain his followers' activities. What does he want? Besides combining bloodline abilities? Power, certainly. But there seems to be a personal element to his vendetta against both the Ministry and what remains of the Order of the Phoenix. She hesitated. Some of his attacks have specifically targeted people who were close to you. Hiroto felt a cold dread settling in his stomach. Casualties? Percy Weasley. Andromeda Tonks. Daedalus Diggle. Hermione's voice grew tight. And Hagrid, last winter. He died defending a group of first-years during a Hogsmeade visit. The news of Hagrid's death hit Hiroto like a physical blow. The gentle half-giant had been his first friend in the wizarding world, the one who had rescued him from the Dursleys and introduced him to magic. The thought of him dying at the hands of yet another Dark Lord because of his connection to Harry was almost unbearable. I'm sorry, he said inadequately. I should have been there. You died to save us all, Hermione reminded him firmly. No one blames you for what came after. She glanced ahead to where Madara walked, his imposing figure commanding the attention of everyone they passed. Though I must admit, finding you reincarnated as the son of someone who practically radiates dangerous power is a plot twist I didn't see coming. Despite everything, Hiroto found himself smiling slightly. My father is complicated. But he's been a good parent, in his way. And now? How does he feel about his son harboring the soul of a wizard from another dimension? Surprisingly accepting, Hiroto admitted. Though I suspect that has more to do with the potential power it represents than any philosophical openness to reincarnation. They reached the village gates, where word of their approach had clearly preceded them. A crowd had gathered, civilians watching curiously from a distance, Shinobi maintaining order while trying to catch a glimpse of the dimensional visitor. Hermione took in the village with obvious fascination, the unique architecture blending traditional and functional elements, the carved stone faces of the Hokage monument overlooking everything, Shinobi moving across rooftops with casual ease. "It's beautiful," she said sincerely. "I can see why your soul found peace here." Before Hiroto could respond, he noticed a distinctive figure waiting at the village center, pale skin, long dark hair, and eyes that seemed to gleam with unnatural interest even at a distance. "Orochimaru," he murmured, tension instantly threading through his body. "Problem?" Hermione asked, catching his reaction. "Potentially," Hiroto replied. "The snake Sannin has a particular interest in unique abilities and forbidden techniques. Your arrival, and my situation, will absolutely have caught his attention." Madara had also noticed the Sannin's presence. He smoothly adjusted their course, guiding their group toward the Hokage Tower via a less direct route that would avoid immediate confrontation. Too late. Orochimaru glided into their path, his movement so fluid it seemed almost serpentine. He bowed with exaggerated courtesy. "Madara-sama, how fortunate to encounter you. I was just on my way to offer my services to the village regarding these fascinating dimensional anomalies." His gaze shifted to Hiroto, then Hermione, his tongue briefly flicking across his lips in an unconscious gesture. "And this must be our visitor from the other side. How enlightening." Hermione stiffened beside Hiroto, clearly registering the predatory quality in Orochimaru's assessment. "Your offer is noted, Orochimaru," Madara replied coolly. "The Hokage will determine what assistance is required after we've completed our initial briefing." Of course, of course." The Sannin smiled, the expression never reaching his eyes. "Though I must say, the combination of wizard magic and Uchiha blood presents such fascinating research possibilities. Perhaps young Hiroto might consider participating in some controlled studies? Purely for the benefit of village security, naturally." Hiroto felt Hermione subtly shift her weight, her hand drifting toward where a wand would be concealed in her robes. He placed a restraining hand on her arm. "I appreciate your scientific interest," he told Orochimaru neutrally, "but my priorities at the moment are focused on addressing the immediate threat to the village." The immediate threat, yes. Orochimaru's gaze lingered on Hermione. "Though sometimes the most dangerous threats are those we welcome with open arms, are they not? Dimensional travelers with unknown intentions, one must be cautious." "My intentions are transparent," Hermione stated, meeting his gaze without flinching. "I've come to warn of a shared danger and offer alliance against it." "How noble," Orochimaru purred. "And yet, the timing is curious. Death Eaters attack, and mere hours later, another wizard appears, one claiming friendship with our suddenly revealed dimensional transplant." He turned to Madara. "One might consider the possibility of coordination, might one not?" Madara's Sharingan activated, a subtle warning. "One might consider many things, Orochimaru. Including the wisdom of implying treachery without evidence." The tension between the two powerful shinobi was palpable, the air almost shimmering with killing intent. Sarada moved closer to Hermione, ostensibly as a guard but positioned to protect if necessary. "Merely raising security considerations," Orochimaru said, backing down with calculated grace. "As a loyal shinobi should." He bowed again, deeper this time. "I'll await the Hokage's instructions regarding these matters. Until then, I bid you good day." As he slithered away, Hermione released a breath she'd been holding. "Well, he's terrifying." "What exactly is he?" "A genius," Hiroto answered grimly. "One with few moral restraints and an obsession with immortality and power. Imagine if Voldemort had been more patient and scientifically minded." "Wonderful," Hermione muttered. As if one-dimensional threat weren't enough. They continued toward the Hokage Tower, the encounter with Orochimaru having cast a shadow over their progress. When they reached the building's entrance, ANBU guards stepped forward to escort Hermione. Standard security protocol, Sarada explained. Any foreign visitor to the Hokage must be searched for weapons and monitored for chakra manipulation. Of course, Hermione agreed, handing over her wand without protest. Though I should mention that in our world, wandless magic is possible for particularly skilled practitioners. I'm one of them. The ANBU captain tensed at this revelation. She's not a threat, Hiroto assured him. But her honesty about her capabilities should count in her favor. After a thorough but respectful security check, they were admitted to the Hokage's office, where the village leader waited with Shikamaru Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka at his side. "Welcome to Konoha, Granger-san," the Hokage greeted her. "I understand you bring both information and warnings about the forces that have breached our dimensional barriers." "Yes, Hokage-san," Hermione replied with appropriate formality. "Though I must clarify that my presence here represents an entirely separate faction from the Death Eaters who attacked your village. In fact, my colleagues and I have been fighting against them for years." "So you claim," Shikamaru noted. "But verification would be prudent." "I can vouch for her," Hiroto stated firmly. "In my previous life, Hermione Granger was one of my closest allies in the fight against Voldemort." "Your memories have only recently returned," Inoichi pointed out. "They may be incomplete or unreliable." "Then use your mind-walking technique," Hiroto challenged. "See for yourself." Madara interrupted the brewing confrontation. "Before we debate trustworthiness, perhaps we should hear what information Granger-san brings. Time may be a factor if these Death Eaters are indeed planning larger incursions." The Hokage nodded. "A practical approach. Granger-san, please share what you know about these dimensional breaches and the threat they represent." For the next hour, Hermione laid out everything she knew: the rise of Lord Karasu in the wizarding world, his obsession with bloodline magic, the systematic disappearances of Death Eaters and certain magical artifacts over the past 6 months, and the gradual discovery of dimensional thinning at specific coordinates. "Based on the pattern of breaches," she concluded, "we believe Karasu is attempting to create a network of stable portals between our worlds. The attack on your Uchiha clan was likely opportunistic. They detected Hiroto's unique energy signature and recognized it as Harry's magical core. Which suggests they've been monitoring for such signatures," Shikamaru observed. "Searching for specific targets." "Precisely," Hermione agreed. "And finding Harry, Hiroto, alive and wielding both magic and chakra would be an incredible discovery for them. In our world, he was prophesied to have power the Dark Lord knows not. If that power now includes abilities from your world, he becomes either their greatest threat or their most valuable acquisition," Madara finished, his gaze shifting to his son with new concern. The Hokage steepled his fingers. "This Lord Karasu, you mentioned he possesses the power of 2 worlds. Could he be like Hiroto? Another reincarnated soul?" "It's possible," Hermione acknowledged. "Though there are other explanations. Magical possession, certain dark rituals, even technological means of transferring consciousness. Without more information on his true identity, it's difficult to determine." "And what do you propose as our response to this threat?" the Hokage asked. "Alliance," Hermione answered without hesitation. "A formal agreement between our Ministry of Magic and your Shinobi nations. Share knowledge, coordinate defenses, develop countermeasures against dimensional breaches." "A noble suggestion," Shikamaru said, "but practically complicated. Our world is divided into competing nations with centuries of conflict behind them. Coordinating a unified response would be challenging even without introducing an entirely new dimensional player." "Which is precisely why I came directly to you," Hermione replied. "As I understand it, you're hosting a gathering of your world's major leaders in 3 days. A 5-Kage summit, Hiroto called it. What better opportunity to present a unified approach to this threat?" The Hokage exchanged glances with his advisors. "You propose addressing the summit yourself?" "With your permission, yes. The Death Eaters have targeted all 5 of your major villages. This affects everyone. She's right, Hiroto added. And having someone from the wizarding world directly explain the threat would be more convincing than second-hand accounts. After a moment of consideration, the Hokage nodded. Very well. You will be granted observer status at the summit, with opportunity to address the assembled Kage. Until then, you will remain in Konoha under protective observation. House arrest, you mean, Hermione said with a slight smile. Understandable. I accept your terms. Good. Hyuga-san will see to your accommodations. The Hokage turned to Hiroto. In the meantime, Uchiha-san, I believe you and Yamanaka-san have memory recovery work to begin. As the meeting concluded, Hiroto found himself reluctant to separate from Hermione, this tangible connection to his past life, to Harry Potter. She seemed to sense his hesitation. We'll have time to talk properly, she assured him quietly. There's much I haven't said that's better discussed privately. Like what? Her expression turned solemn. Like the fact that some of us never believed you were truly gone. That your sacrifice in the forest didn't feel final. Ron and Ginny thought I was clinging to false hope, but... She touched his arm briefly. I knew, somehow. The boy who lived, living still, just somewhere else. Somewhere you were needed. Before he could respond, Sarada approached to escort Hermione to her assigned quarters. As they walked away, Hiroto was struck by the strange tableau they presented, the brightest witch of her age walking alongside the Hyuga heiress, 2 powerful women from different dimensions finding common ground in their shared purpose. Your friend is formidable, Madara observed, appearing at Hiroto's side. Intelligent, composed under pressure, strategically minded. A valuable ally. She always was, Hiroto agreed. Though it's strange seeing her interact with this world. 2 parts of my life that were never supposed to meet. Madara studied his son. And how does it feel? Having your worlds collide this way? Hiroto considered the question seriously. Disorienting. But also, clarifying. As though pieces of myself that were separated are finally reconciling. Good, Madara said with surprising gentleness. Because I suspect both aspects of your identity will be needed for what's coming. His expression hardened. Beginning with this 5 Kage summit. Political forces are already aligning, son. Some will see these dimensional invaders as a threat to be eliminated at all costs. Others will view them as an opportunity for power. You will need to navigate carefully. And the Uchiha position? A dangerous smile crossed Madara's face. We protect what is ours. You are my son. This village is our home. Anyone who threatens either will face the full might of our clan. The simple declaration of loyalty, from a man not given to emotional displays, touched Hiroto deeply. Whatever complications his dual identity created, his father's acceptance provided an anchor in the storm. Now, Madara continued, go with Inoichi. Recover what memories you can. We'll need every advantage in the days ahead. The Yamanaka clan compound reflected the nature of its inhabitants, orderly gardens designed to calm the mind, spaces for meditation, and architecture that emphasized harmony and balance. Inoichi led Hiroto to a specially prepared room deep within the main building, its walls inscribed with seals for privacy and mental protection. These sessions can be disorienting, Inoichi explained as they settled into position. Especially with memories as unique as yours. We'll start with recent recollections and work backward. I understand, Hiroto said, though apprehension gnawed at him. Opening his mind to another person, even a trusted Konoha shinobi, went against every instinct of self-preservation he possessed. How does this work exactly? I'll use our clan's mind-walking technique to enter your consciousness, Inoichi explained. Think of it as creating a bridge between our minds. I won't be able to control your thoughts, only observe them as they surface. You'll remain aware throughout the process. And if there are memories I don't want to share, Inoichi's expression softened with understanding. Everyone has private moments they wish to protect. Simply visualize a door closing on those thoughts. I'll respect the boundary. Taking a deep breath, Hiroto nodded his readiness. Mind-walking technique, Inoichi intoned, his hands forming a complex seal as he focused on Hiroto. The sensation began subtly, a gentle pressure at the edges of Hiroto's consciousness, like water rising around the foundations of a house. Then came the disorienting feeling of another presence within his mind, observing but not interfering. Focus on the wizards who attacked your clan compound, Inoichi's voice guided, sounding both external and internal simultaneously. What do you remember about them specifically? Hiroto concentrated, and memories surged forward with startling clarity, the silver masks, the black robes, the distinctive wand movements. But with these surface observations came deeper knowledge, Death Eater initiation rituals, the dark marks burning summons, hierarchy within Voldemort's inner circle. Remarkable, Inoichi murmured. These aren't just observations, you have insider knowledge. Voldemort and I. Harry, had a connection, Hiroto explained, the words feeling strange as they referenced both himself and someone separate. Through the scar. Sometimes I could see through his eyes, know what he knew. The memory pathway shifted, leading them deeper into Harry's experiences with Voldemort, the graveyard resurrection, possession at the Ministry, the Horcrux hunt. Horcruxes, Inoichi repeated, the unfamiliar concept clearly disturbing him. Soul fragments stored in objects to achieve immortality. The darkest magic imaginable, Hiroto confirmed. Each requires a murder to create. Voldemort made 7. Images flashed through his mind, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the snake, and, himself. Harry Potter, the unintentional Horcrux, carrying a fragment of Voldemort's soul from infancy. Inoichi recoiled slightly within Hiroto's mindscape. You were, a soul container for this dark wizard? Yes. That's why I had to die in the Forbidden Forest. To destroy the fragment he'd accidentally placed in me. The revelation hung between them, its implications staggering. If Harry Potter had carried a fragment of Voldemort's soul, and Harry's soul had been reincarnated as Hiroto, could Voldemort's fragment have followed? Inoichi voiced the concern taking shape in both their minds. No, Hiroto said with certainty. That fragment was destroyed completely before Harry's death. Whatever was reborn in me was purely Harry's soul, not Voldemort's. Relief flickered through the mental connection. Good. Though this raises questions about this Lord Karasu. If soul magic was involved in Voldemort's attempt at immortality, it could be involved in Karasu's rise as well, Hiroto finished, the possibility sending a chill through him. We need to look at my final memories as Harry. The Battle of Hogwarts. Are you certain? Those memories may be traumatic. They're also potentially crucial, Hiroto insisted. If Voldemort was truly defeated, understanding how could help us against this new threat. With reluctance, Inoichi guided their shared consciousness toward the memories of Harry's final days, the break-in at Gringotts, the return to Hogwarts, the desperate search for the remaining Horcruxes, and finally, the walk into the Forbidden Forest to meet death willingly. The memory crystallized with painful clarity, standing before Voldemort, wandless and defenseless, accepting the killing curse without resistance. The flash of green light. The strange limbo of King's Cross Station. The conversation with Dumbledore. I've got to go back, haven't I? Harry's voice echoed through Hiroto's mind. That is up to you, Dumbledore replied. I've got a choice. Oh yes, Dumbledore smiled. You could, go on. The memory fragmented there, dissolving into confusion and then, nothing. A void where the conclusion should have been. Something's missing, Hiroto said, frustration coloring his thoughts. There's a gap between that conversation and, whatever happened next. Perhaps that's the moment of transition between lives, Inoichi suggested. The point where Harry Potter ended and Hiroto Uchiha began. Maybe, Hiroto conceded, though it felt incomplete. But Dumbledore said I had a choice. Go back or go on. If I chose to go on, then on might have meant this world, rather than death, Inoichi concluded. A second chance at life, but in a different dimension. The implication settled over them both, that Harry Potter's reincarnation as Hiroto Uchiha might not have been random chance, but a deliberate path offered by whatever forces governed death and rebirth. Inoichi gently withdrew from Hiroto's mind, the sensation like a tide receding. When Hiroto opened his eyes, he found the Yamanaka leader looking at him with a mixture of awe and concern. Your memories are extraordinary, Inoichi said. And they confirm much of what Granger-san told us. The wizarding world faces a new dark power, one potentially linked to your former enemy. And now that power is reaching into our world, Hiroto said grimly. Yes. But we've gained valuable intelligence through this session. Inoichi rose, offering Hiroto a hand. Rest now. Memory recovery is exhausting work. We'll continue tomorrow, focusing on specific magical defenses that might be adapted to shinobi techniques. As Hiroto left the Yamanaka compound, the setting sun cast long shadows across Konoha. His mind felt both clearer and more burdened, the recovered memories of Harry's life bringing with them responsibilities he had once laid down in death. He found himself walking not toward the Uchiha compound but to the temporary quarters assigned to Hermione. The ANBU guards posted outside acknowledged him with slight nods as he approached. Is she still awake? Yes, Uchiha-san, one replied. She's been writing extensively since being escorted here. Of course she had. Some things never changed across dimensions or lifetimes. Hermione's response to any crisis was always research and documentation. When he entered, he found her surrounded by scrolls covered in her neat handwriting, diagrams showing the correlation between chakra pathways and magical conduits, and what appeared to be the beginnings of a translation dictionary between jutsu terminology and magical theory. She looked up, a familiar intensity in her eyes that softened when she recognized him. Harry. Sorry, Hiroto. Either is fine, he said, realizing as he spoke that it was true. Both names belong to him now. You've been busy. There's so much to learn about this world, she replied, gesturing to her notes. The parallels between our magical theory and your chakra systems are fascinating. Different terminology and application, but the underlying principles have remarkable similarities. Hiroto smiled. Some things truly never changed. You always did love a new research project. Yes, well, academic interest aside, understanding these similarities could be crucial for developing countermeasures against Karasu's hybrid abilities. She set aside her quill, apparently having eschewed the local writing implements. Your mind-walking session with Yamanaka-san went well. As well as could be expected, he said, taking a seat across from her. We recovered memories of the final battle, the Horcruxes, Harry's death in the forest. But not what came after, Hermione guessed perceptively. No. There's a gap between Dumbledore offering me a choice in limbo and my birth here as Madara's son. He studied her face carefully. You don't seem surprised by any of this. Hermione set aside her notes entirely, her expression turning serious. Because I've suspected something like this for years. After Harry faced Voldemort in the forest, when Narcissa Malfoy declared him dead, something felt wrong about it. Not just grief, but a sense of incompleteness. What do you mean? Prophecies leave magical traces, Harry. The one connecting you and Voldemort was among the most powerful recorded in centuries. When you supposedly fulfilled it by dying and Voldemort subsequently being defeated, the Department of Mysteries expected certain magical signatures to resolve. They didn't, not completely. Hiroto leaned forward. You're saying the prophecy wasn't fully fulfilled? I'm saying something remained unresolved, Hermione clarified. A thread still pulling toward something, or someone, no longer present in our dimension. It took years of research, but eventually I found references to similar phenomena in ancient texts, souls transitioning between realms while maintaining connections to their original dimension. And that's how you started looking for me, Hiroto realized. Following that thread. She nodded. The recent dimensional disturbances made it possible to actually trace the connection. When I felt your magical signature on the other side of that portal, changed, evolved, but unmistakably yours, I knew my theories had been correct. But why now? Hiroto pressed. Why is Karasu pursuing this cross-dimensional strategy now, after all these years? Hermione's expression darkened. Because he's found something, Harry. Something Voldemort was searching for but never located. She lowered her voice, despite the privacy seals protecting the room. The resurrection stone. The real one, not the Horcrux vessel Dumbledore found. Cold dread pooled in Hiroto's stomach. One of the Deathly Hallows. Yes. And with it, he's been conducting rituals we don't fully understand, communicating with the dead, drawing power from beyond the veil, perhaps even glimpsing other dimensions. Like this one, Hiroto concluded grimly. Exactly. And if he's discovered a way to harness both magical power and your world's chakra. She didn't need to finish the thought. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of this revelation settling between them. Finally, Hiroto spoke. You should know that not everyone here will welcome an alliance with wizards. There are factions within the Shinobi world who will see this situation as an opportunity rather than a threat. Like your snake-eyed friend from earlier? Hermione asked dryly. Orochimaru is just the most obvious example. There are others who operate more subtly. He thought of Danzo and his root organization, always maneuvering for advantage. The 5 Kage summit will be as much about internal politics as external threats. Politics I can handle, Hermione said with unexpected confidence. I didn't become Minister for Magical Research without learning to navigate bureaucracy and power struggles. She smiled slightly. Not everyone has the luxury of solving problems with Expelliarmus and pure luck like you used to. The gentle teasing, so familiar from their Hogwarts days, startled a laugh from him. Fair point. Though these days I have a few more options in my arsenal. Yes, that spectacular energy construct you manifested during the attack, Susanoo, your father called it. I'd love to understand the magical principles behind it. Tomorrow, Hiroto promised, rising. You should rest. The next few days will be demanding. As he turned to leave, Hermione called after him. Harry, Hiroto. There's something else you should know. Her voice had taken on a careful quality that immediately alerted him to the sensitivity of what she was about to say. About Lord Karasu. He turned back. What about him? The few witnesses who've seen him and survived describe him as wearing a mask, not like the Death Eater's silver ones, but something more ornate, with features carved to resemble a crow. She paused. And his eyes, visible through the mask's openings, are described as red with a strange pattern within them. A pattern that sounds remarkably similar to what I observed in your father's eyes earlier today. The implication hit Hiroto like a physical blow. You think Lord Karasu has Sharingan eyes? I think, Hermione said carefully, that the confluence of our worlds may have been occurring for longer than we realized, and perhaps in both directions. If someone from your world found their way into ours, they could have brought knowledge of chakra, perhaps even Kekkei Genkai techniques, Hiroto finished, his mind racing with the possibilities. But the Sharingan is hereditary. It can't be learned or developed, it must be inherited through Uchiha bloodlines. Or transplanted, Hermione pointed out. I've been reading your world's medical texts. Dojutsu transplantation is rare but documented. The pieces were beginning to form a disturbing pattern. A dark lord with the power of 2 worlds. Eyes like the Sharingan. Knowledge of both magic and chakra. I need to speak with my father, Hiroto said urgently. If there's an Uchiha connection to Lord Karasu, he needs to know immediately. Of course, Hermione agreed. But be careful, Hiroto. If Karasu does possess Sharingan eyes, he may have abilities similar to your father's, or yours. The warning was unnecessary but appreciated. As Hiroto left Hermione's quarters, his mind was already cataloging the possibilities, strategies, defenses. Who among the Uchiha clan had been unaccounted for over the years? Could a missing Nin have somehow crossed dimensions? Or was this something even more sinister, a deliberate infiltration from their world into the Wizarding One? The questions multiplied as he made his way through the darkened village toward the Uchiha compound. He was so preoccupied that he nearly missed the subtle disturbance in the air around him, a flicker of movement, a displacement of shadows that no civilian would have noticed. His Sharingan activated instantly, scanning the surroundings. There, a trace of chakra quickly suppressed, the faintest outline of a figure retreating across a distant rooftop. He was being watched. The question was, by whom? A village security detail assigned to monitor him? A foreign agent gathering intelligence before the summit? Or something more sinister, an operative of this mysterious Lord Karasu, assessing the boy who lived in his new form? Whatever the answer, one thing was becoming increasingly clear: the collision of his two worlds was accelerating, and the impact would reshape both dimensions in ways even he couldn't fully predict. The 5 Kage summit transformed Konoha overnight. Security protocols tightened to wartime levels. Foreign dignitaries and their guards established temporary compounds throughout the village. Diplomatic missions from smaller nations lobbied for observer status. Intelligence agencies from all 5 great villages conducted discreet surveillance on one another while maintaining the fiction of complete cooperation. And at the center of this political maelstrom stood Hiroto, his dual identity making him simultaneously the most valuable and most suspicious individual in the village. The Reikage delegation is requesting a private demonstration of your abilities, Sarada reported as they walked toward the central administrative building. 3 days had passed since Hermione's arrival, days filled with intensive memory recovery sessions, strategy meetings, and preparation for the summit. They claim it's necessary for them to properly assess the threat posed by these wizard invaders. And to assess whether I'm a threat as well, Hiroto noted. Naturally, Sarada agreed. The Tsuchikage's representatives have made similar overtures, though less directly. And the Mizukage herself has expressed particular interest in the magical chakra integration you've demonstrated. Political positioning, Hiroto said with a sigh. Everyone wants to understand the new power dynamic before committing to any joint action. It's how the shinobi world has always operated, Sarada reminded him. Trust is measured and conditional, even among allies. They reached the administrative building, which had been transformed into the summit venue. ANBU guards from all 5 villages monitored the entrances, their masked faces revealing nothing of the tension that surely existed between rival nations forced into proximity. Hiroto's father waited inside, dressed in formal Uchiha clan attire that emphasized his status as both clan head and one of Konoha's most powerful shinobi. Beside him stood Hermione, looking slightly uncomfortable but dignified in her wizard robes. There you are, Madara said by way of greeting. The preliminary session begins in 20 minutes. The Kage are already in position. Any last-minute complications? Hiroto asked. Several, Madara replied dryly. The Reikage insists on having his brother present, despite the 2-guard limit. The Mizukage has requested specialized seating arrangements to accommodate her bodyguard's unique physiology. And Orochimaru has somehow secured a position as a scientific advisor to the proceedings. Of course he has, Hiroto muttered. And what's our strategy? Transparency where necessary, discretion where prudent, Madara said. Granger-san will present the wizarding world's perspective first, establishing the threat. Then you will demonstrate the dual energy capabilities as evidence of the potential power combinations these invaders might achieve. And then we propose a united response, Hermione added. Coordinated defense, information sharing, joint research into countermeasures. Assuming the Kage reach consensus, Sarada noted skeptically. History suggests that's unlikely, especially with Kyumo and IWA at the table. They'll agree, Madara stated with cold certainty. Because the alternative is individual vulnerability to a threat none of them fully understand. His eyes shifted to Hiroto. And because my son will make the consequences of division abundantly clear. Before Hiroto could respond to the weight of expectation in his father's words, a commotion erupted from the direction of the main chamber, raised voices, followed by the distinctive sound of weapons being drawn. Madara was already moving, Sharingan activated. Hiroto and Sarada followed close behind, with Hermione keeping pace surprisingly well for a non-shinobi. They entered the summit chamber to find a standoff in progress. The Hokage stood with lightning chakra crackling around his massive frame, facing down the Tsuchikage, whose own guards had assumed offensive stances. The Hokage was on his feet, attempting to de-escalate, while the Mizukage and Kazekage remained seated, watching the confrontation with calculated interest. Insulting to suggest Kumogakure would harbor wizard spies, the Hokage was thundering. When it was your borders that first reported breaches. Because we detected them, the Tsuchikage shot back. Unlike your sensor core, which apparently allowed multiple incursions before noticing anything amiss. Enough, the Hokage commanded. This summit was called to address a common threat, not to revive old rivalries. What triggered this? Hiroto asked a nearby ANBU. Intelligence reports, the masked shinobi replied quietly. IWA claims to have evidence that Kumo has been experimenting with the wizard energy signatures. Kumo accuses IWA of deliberately allowing dimensional breaches to study the effects. Perfect, Hiroto muttered. Mutual suspicion before we've even begun. Madara assessed the situation with the strategic eye that had made him legendary on battlefields across the continent. This works in our favor, he said softly. Their posturing reveals their true concerns, being left behind in understanding this new power. Use that. Understanding his father's intent, Hiroto stepped forward, channeling chakra to his voice to carry it across the chamber. Distinguished Kage. While you debate which village is most vulnerable or least prepared, the enemy continues to infiltrate all our territories equally. The assembled leaders turned toward him, momentarily united in their attention to this interruption. Uchiha Hiroto, the Hokage acknowledged, his voice like distant thunder. The shinobi who claims to be a reincarnated wizard. I don't claim anything, Hiroto replied evenly. I demonstrate. Without warning or hand signs, he cast a simple but visible spell. Avis. A flock of birds erupted from his outstretched hand, circling the chamber before dissipating into motes of light. The display, magic performed without wands, hand signs, or visible chakra molding, sent a ripple of unease through the assembly. That was not a jutsu, the Mizukage observed, her calculating eyes fixed on Hiroto. At least, none that I recognize. It wasn't, Hiroto confirmed. It was magic, the energy used by the wizards who have been infiltrating our world. The same wizards who have attacked each of your villages in the past week. This caught their attention, confirming Hiroto's suspicion that all 5 villages had experienced incursions but had kept the information classified. And how do you possess this ability, the Tsuchikage demanded. Because in my previous life, I was one of them, Hiroto said simply. A wizard named Harry Potter, reborn here as an Uchiha. He gestured to Hermione. This is Hermione Granger, Minister for Magical Research from the Wizarding Dimension, who has crossed over to warn us of a growing threat that concerns both our worlds. All eyes turned to Hermione, who stepped forward with composed confidence. Honored leaders, she began, I represent a world parallel to your own, one where chakra doesn't exist, but a similar energy we call magic does. Our worlds have existed separately for millennia, with only the rarest of interactions. Until now. For the next 10 minutes, she laid out the situation with the precise clarity that had once made her the brightest student at Hogwarts, the rise of Lord Karasu, the dimensional breaches, the evidence of someone combining magical and chakra abilities. She carefully avoided mentioning the Sharingan connection, a strategic omission Hiroto and Madara had agreed upon until they had more concrete evidence. When she finished, the chamber remained silent for several seconds, the assembled leaders absorbing the implications of a threat unlike any they had faced before. The Kazekage spoke first, his voice measured. If what you say is true, this Lord Karasu poses a unique danger. But how do we verify your claims? How do we know this isn't an elaborate deception to manipulate the 5 great nations? A fair question, Hermione acknowledged. Which is why I've brought evidence. She removed a small object from her robes, what appeared to be a glass vial containing swirling, silvery substance. In our world, memories can be extracted and viewed objectively. This contains my direct observations of Lord Karasu's attacks on our ministry and the aftermath of his raids on magical repositories. The Kage exchanged glances, their suspicion evident. Extracting and viewing memories was not unknown in the shinobi world. The Yamanaka clan specialized in mind techniques, but the casual way this foreign visitor presented such a capability was clearly unsettling. I can verify the contents, Hiroto offered. My recovered memories include knowledge of this process. It cannot be falsified. The Hokage nodded. Yamanaka-san, please assist in examining these memory extracts. What followed was a complex procedure combining Yamanaka mind-walking techniques with Hermione's knowledge of pensive memory viewing. The resulting hybrid approach allowed the 5 Kage to simultaneously experience selected memories of Lord Karasu's attacks on the wizarding world, the destructive power of combined magical and chakra-like abilities, the methodical targeting of specific magical bloodlines, and most importantly, the dimensional portals being established between worlds. When the procedure concluded, even the most skeptical among them appeared shaken. This power, the Reikage said, his voice unusually subdued. It resembles no Kekkei Genkai I have encountered. Because it isn't one, Hiroto explained. It's the combination of 2 entirely different energy systems, magic and chakra, that were never meant to interact. When properly integrated, they create abilities that bypass traditional defenses in both worlds. As you yourself demonstrate, the Mizukage noted shrewdly. Hiroto nodded, acknowledging the double-edged nature of his revelation. Yes. My unusual circumstances, the soul of a wizard reborn in a shinobi body, have allowed me to access both energies. Which is why I understand the threat better than most. And why the enemy targeted you specifically, that Tsuchikage added. You represent a successful integration they wish to study, or eliminate. Precisely. Hiroto turned to include all 5 leaders in his gaze. Which brings us to the critical question, will the 5 great nations face this threat united or divided? Because I can assure you, Lord Karasu does not recognize or respect the boundaries between your countries. To him, this entire dimension is simply a resource to be exploited, a power to be harnessed. The Kage exchanged glances, decades of ingrained suspicion warring with the pragmatic recognition of a shared danger. What exactly are you proposing? The Kazekage asked. A joint task force, Hermione answered promptly. Composed of specialists from each village, working alongside wizarding representatives, to monitor dimensional breaches, develop countermeasures, and coordinate responses to incursions. Pooling intelligence, the Hokage added. Standardized reporting of any wizard sightings or unusual energy signatures. And shared research into defensive applications, Madara contributed. If these wizard techniques can bypass our traditional protections, we must develop new ones. The discussion evolved into detailed negotiations, which village would contribute what resources, how information would be shared while protecting village secrets, where the joint task force would be headquartered. Throughout it all, Hiroto observed the subtle power dynamics at play, the careful positioning of each Kage to ensure their village maintained strategic advantage even while cooperating. It was during a brief recess in the proceedings that Sarada approached him, her Byakugan active and her expression troubled. We have a problem, she said quietly. My clan's sentries have detected unusual chakra patterns throughout the village, concealed, but present. At least 7 distinct signatures, none matching registered shinobi from any village. Hiroto immediately understood the implication. Infiltrators. using the summit as cover. Yes. And based on the energy pattern, they're utilizing some form of concealment that partially masks their presence from normal chakra detection. Magical concealment, Hiroto concluded. Death Eaters, using disillusionment charms or similar magic to bypass village security. I've already alerted my father and the ANBU captains, Sarada said. But we can't move openly without disrupting the summit and potentially triggering inter-village suspicion. Hiroto considered their options. We need to handle this quietly. A small team, you, me, and perhaps one or two others with specific skills for counterintelligence. Agreed. Takashi would be valuable, his medical sensory abilities might detect what standard techniques miss. And my father should know, but not participate directly, Hiroto added. His presence at the summit is too politically important to risk. They slipped away from the proceedings, connecting with Takashi and establishing a rapid response plan. Within 30 minutes, they had coordinated with trusted ANBU from Konoha to create a security net that could respond to incursions without alerting the general summit participants. The signatures are concentrating near the Eastern Administrative Archives, Takashi reported after conducting a specialized medical scan. Whatever they're looking for, it's in that direction. The archives contain historical records of Kekkei Genkai and clan techniques, Sarada noted. Including sealed documents about dojutsu transplantation. The pieces clicked into place for Hiroto. They're gathering intelligence for Lord Karasu, specifically about Sharingan and other visual powers. Which supports Hermione's theory about Karasu possessing Uchiha eyes, Takashi concluded. They moved through the village with practiced stealth, using a combination of shinobi techniques and Hiroto's knowledge of countermagic to avoid detection. As they approached the archives, Sarada's Byakugan provided continuous surveillance. 7 targets confirmed, she whispered. For maintaining a perimeter, 3 inside the building. They've incapacitated the guards, alive but unconscious. Status of the archival materials? Hiroto asked. They appear to be copying information, Sarada replied, her brow furrowing in concentration. Using some kind of technique that transfers text from scrolls to blank parchment. Duplication charm, Hiroto identified. Standard wizard espionage technique. They're creating copies of classified documents to take back through their portal. We need to capture at least one for interrogation, Takashi said. But if they're as dangerous as the ones you faced before. They are, Hiroto confirmed grimly. But they're not expecting resistance that combines both shinobi techniques and countermagic. He outlined a rapid strike plan, leveraging Sarada's precision gentle fist to disable without killing, Takashi's medical techniques to ensure captured enemies remained alive and capable of interrogation, and his own unique abilities to counter magical defenses. On my mark, Hiroto said, channeling chakra to his eyes while simultaneously preparing a silent anti-disapparition jinx to prevent magical escape. 3, 2, 1. They struck from 3 directions simultaneously. Sarada engaged the eastern perimeter guards, her gentle fist targeting pressure points with surgical precision. Takashi approached from the west, using Earth-style techniques to trap 2 wizards in rapidly hardening mud while applying specialized medical seals to suppress their consciousness without harming them. Hiroto went straight for the archive building, combining a body flicker technique with a disillusionment charm of his own to become virtually undetectable. Inside, he found 3 Death Eaters methodically copying scrolls related to dojutsu research, specifically, historical cases of Sharingan transplantation and modification. His Sharingan activated, tracking their movements and anticipating their reactions as he dispelled his concealment. I wouldn't bother with those particular scrolls, he said casually, causing all 3 to whirl toward him in shock. The really interesting Uchiha techniques aren't recorded in official archives anyway. Potter, one gasped, reaching for his wand. Expelliarmus. Hiroto's wandless spell struck with perfect accuracy, sending the wizard's wand flying across the room. The other 2 managed to raise shields, but Hiroto was already moving, weaving between their defensive magic with shinobi speed. Stupefy, One Death Eater shouted, the red jet of light racing toward Hiroto. He didn't bother with a counterspell, simply sidestepping with enhanced reflexes and retaliating with a lightning-fast sequence of hand signs. Water style, water bullet technique. The condensed projectile smashed through the wizard's shield charm, catching him squarely in the chest and throwing him against the archive shelves. The third Death Eater abandoned subtlety for raw power. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse erupted from his wand, the sickly green light illuminating the dim archive. Hiroto's response was pure instinct, a partial Susanoo manifesting around him, the spectral ribs absorbing the deadly spell in a shower of emerald sparks. That won't work on me anymore, Hiroto said, his voice echoing slightly through the ethereal construct. Not since I died the first time. Fear replaced confidence in the Death Eater's eyes. He reached for something inside his robes, an emergency port key, Hiroto realized, but Sarada was suddenly there, her gentle fist strike disrupting the wizard's chakra network and, by extension, his ability to channel magical energy. The Death Eater collapsed, his connection to both chakra and magic temporarily severed by the Hyuga technique. The perimeter is secure, Sarada reported. 2 escaped via some kind of transportation technique before we could contain them, but we've captured 5. Any casualties? Hiroto asked. None on either side, she confirmed. Though several will have significant headaches when they regain consciousness. Good work, Hiroto said, his Susanoo fading as the immediate threat passed. We need to notify the Hokage discreetly and transfer the prisoners to a secure location for interrogation. Already arranged, Takashi said, entering the archive. Specialized containment cells in the ANBU headquarters have been prepared with both chakra suppression seals and what Hermione-san called anti-magic wards. As they secured the captured Death Eaters for transport, Hiroto examined the scrolls they had been copying. His suspicions were confirmed. They had been specifically targeting information about the Sharingan's capabilities, limitations, and historical instances of transplantation. This confirms Hermione's theory, he told his teammates quietly. Lord Karasu has a particular interest in Uchiha Dojutsu. The question is why. Perhaps he already possesses Sharingan eyes and seeks to enhance them further, Sarada suggested. Or he's planning to acquire them. Either way, it represents a specific threat to your clan, Takashi noted. One that should be addressed in the summit discussions. Hiroto nodded grimly. I need to speak with my father immediately. This infiltration changes our strategic approach. As they departed the archives, leaving ANBU specialists to continue processing the scene, Hiroto couldn't shake a growing sense of personal connection to the threat. Lord Karasu's interest in the Sharingan, combined with his knowledge of Harry Potter's history, suggested something beyond ordinary villainy or power-seeking. It felt targeted. Specific. Almost familiar. They were after information on Sharingan transplantation. Madara's voice was dangerously soft as Hiroto briefed him in a private chamber adjacent to the summit hall. Yes. Specifically, historical cases of non-Uchiha recipients maintaining functionality of the eyes over extended periods. Hiroto handed his father the copied documents they had recovered from the Death Eaters. They seemed particularly interested in Kakashi Hitaki's case. Madara scanned the documents, his own Sharingan active as he absorbed the information with preternatural speed. This confirms what we suspected. This Lord Karasu either possesses transplanted Sharingan or seeks to acquire them. The timing of this infiltration is also significant, Hiroto noted. Using the summit as cover indicates advanced knowledge of our political structures and security protocols. Intelligence gathered during previous incursions, Madara concluded. They've been studying us more thoroughly than we realized. We need to update the summit agenda, Hiroto said. Make the Kage aware of this specific targeting without causing panic. Madara considered this. The infiltration itself must be disclosed, security protocols demand it. But the specific focus on Uchiha techniques. He paused, his political mind calculating implications. That should be presented more carefully. If the other villages believe this threat specifically concerns Konoha or our clan, it could diminish their commitment to joint action. Diplomatic considerations aside, Father, if Lord Karasu is seeking Sharingan enhancement, every Uchiha becomes a potential target, Hiroto pointed out. I'm well aware, Madara replied sharply. Which is why I've already dispatched orders to increase clan compound security and recall all Uchiha currently on external missions. His expression softened slightly at his son's concern. Our clan has survived attempts to steal our power before, Hiroto. We will weather this storm as well. Before Hiroto could respond, the door opened to admit Hermione and Sarada, both wearing expressions of controlled urgency. We've completed initial interrogation of the captured infiltrators, Sarada reported. Using a combination of Yamanaka techniques and Granger-san's knowledge of wizard mental defenses. And? Madara prompted. They were specifically tasked with gathering intelligence on dojutsu transplantation, Hermione confirmed. But there's more. They were operating under direct orders from Lord Karasu himself, who apparently told them to expect resistance from, she hesitated, glancing at Hiroto. From me, Hiroto finished for her. He knew I would be here. That I would recognize them for what they were. Yes, Hermione acknowledged. He referred to you specifically as Potter Uchiha according to their memories. He knows exactly who you are, both aspects of your identity. The implications were chilling. Not only was Lord Karasu aware of Hiroto's dual nature, but he had anticipated his presence at the summit and planned accordingly. Did they reveal anything about Karasu himself? Madara asked. His identity? His origins? Only fragments, Sarada said. He maintains strict compartmentalization within his organization. Each cell knows only what is necessary for their specific mission. Classic intelligence structure, Madara noted with grudging approval. And effective against mind-reading techniques. However, Hermione added, we did extract one significant detail. Lord Karasu apparently refers to his eyes as eternal in private communications with his inner circle. Madara and Hiroto exchanged sharp glances, the term resonating with particular significance for Uchiha clan members. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara said softly. Achieved only by transplanting the eyes of a close blood relative who also awakened Mangekyo. Which narrows the possibilities considerably, Hiroto noted. The number of Uchiha who have achieved eternal Mangekyo in recorded history can be counted on one hand. And all are accounted for, Madara said firmly. Which means either our records are incomplete, or Lord Karasu acquired his eternal Mangekyo through means we haven't considered, Hiroto finished. The four stood in troubled silence, each processing the implications from their own perspective. Finally, Sarada spoke. The summit reconvenes in 30 minutes. The Hokage expects a full briefing on the infiltration before proceedings resume. Then we should prepare, Madara decided. Sarada, coordinate with ANBU to enhance summit security without alarming the delegations. Granger-san, I believe your expertise regarding wizard containment measures would be valuable in that effort. As the two women departed, Madara turned to his son. There's something we haven't discussed, Hiroto. Something I've been considering since learning of your unique situation. What is it? The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is typically achieved through the sacrifice of family, brother taking from brother, to be specific. Madara's gaze was intense, probing. But your eyes evolved differently. Your Mangekyo pattern reflects your dual nature, the lightning bolt of Harry Potter merged with the traditional Uchiha spiral. Hiroto nodded, uncertain where his father was leading. The integration of wizard soul with Uchiha body created something new. Indeed. And when you manifest your Susanoo, it displays characteristics never before recorded in our clan's history, the dual coloration, the ability to incorporate magical energies. Madara stepped closer. I believe your unique evolution may represent a third path to transcendence, neither the traditional Uchiha progression nor pure wizard power, but something greater than both. What are you suggesting, father? That you may be capable of evolving beyond even the eternal Mangekyo, without the traditional sacrifices our clan has demanded. Madara's voice held an uncharacteristic note of hope. And if that's true, you may be the key to defeating this Lord Karasu, regardless of what eyes he possesses. The weight of his father's expectations settled on Hiroto's shoulders, not just as an Uchiha heir or as the reincarnation of Harry Potter, but as something entirely new. A bridge between worlds, an evolution neither dimension had anticipated. I don't know if I can be what you're hoping for, Hiroto said honestly. You already are, Madara replied with surprising gentleness. You simply haven't fully realized it yet. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Now come. We have a summit to salvage and a defense to organize. As they returned to the main chamber, where representatives from 5 great shinobi nations awaited news of the infiltration, Hiroto felt the dual aspects of his identity settling into a new alignment. Harry Potter had faced his destiny in the Forbidden Forest, walking willingly to death to save those he loved. Hiroto Uchiha now faced a different but equally momentous path, one that might determine the fate of 2 worlds. And somewhere, watching from the shadows between dimensions, Lord Karasu waited with eyes that shouldn't exist, planning his next move in a game that had begun long before Hiroto understood he was a player. Chapter 3, The Two-World Warrior. Hiroto stood perfectly still, feeling 2 distinct energies flow through his body. On his right palm, blue chakra spiraled into a perfect Rasengan, a technique he'd mastered years ago under his father's demanding tutelage. On his left, golden magical energy formed into a shield charm without the need for a wand or incantation. 2 powers, 2 worlds, united in one body. Now, Madara commanded from across the training field. With a sharp exhalation, Hiroto brought his hands together. The energies resisted at first, like magnets of similar polarity repelling each other. His muscles trembled with the effort, veins standing out on his forearms as he forced the opposing powers to merge. For 3 agonizing seconds, nothing happened. Then the energies began to bleed into one another, blue chakra threading through golden magic, creating a swirling orb of opalescent light that hummed with barely contained power. Hold it, Madara instructed, his Sharingan tracking the flow patterns. Direct it toward the target. Hiroto extended his arms toward a massive boulder 50 yards away. The merged energies pulsed once, twice, then shot forward with explosive force. Upon impact, the boulder didn't merely shatter, it disintegrated into fine dust that hung in the air like morning mist. Silence fell across the training ground as the assembled observers, a mix of elite Konoha shinobi and wizarding representatives, processed what they'd witnessed. Bloody hell, Ron Weasley finally said, breaking the tension. The tall redhead had arrived through the stabilized portal 3 days earlier, part of the wizarding delegation sent to establish formal relations with the shinobi world. That's not something you see every day, even by wizard standards. The integration is still imperfect, Madara noted critically, approaching his son with analytical precision. The chakra pathways strained to accommodate the magical current. Your control faltered at the point of release. I held it together, Hiroto countered, wiping sweat from his brow. Barely, his father replied, though without real censure. But your progress is acceptable. From Madara Uchiha, this qualified as high praise. Hiroto caught Hermione and Sarada exchanging amused glances at the father-son dynamic. 2 weeks had passed since the 5 Kage summit. 2 weeks of frantic preparation, diplomatic negotiations, and intensive training. The dimensional infiltration during the summit had galvanized the shinobi nations into reluctant cooperation, with each village contributing specialists to a joint task force headquartered in Konoha. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Magic had established a stabilized portal between dimensions, allowing limited travel for designated personnel. The training field had been transformed into a hybrid learning environment, shinobi studying the basics of magical theory while wizards attempted to understand chakra fundamentals. Results had been mixed, but promising. The key difference, Takashi explained to the wizarding representatives, is that chakra represents a union of physical and spiritual energies within the body, while your magic seems primarily spiritual in nature. Not entirely accurate, Hermione countered, ever the academic. Magical exhaustion has physical manifestations, suggesting a bodily component as well. I suspect the divergence occurred millennia ago, with each dimension evolving distinct energy manipulation methods. Their theoretical debates had become a regular feature of the training sessions, often continuing long after practical exercises concluded. Hiroto found their intellectual sparring oddly comforting, a sign that cooperation between the worlds was possible, if not always straightforward. Tomorrow we move to practical field operations, Hiroto announced, addressing the assembled team. The reconnaissance data from both sides confirms increased activity at Lord Karasu's compound in Wiltshire. We need first-hand intelligence before finalizing our assault strategy. A small strike team, Sarada elaborated, stepping forward with the authority of a mission commander. For Shinobi, 4 wizards, led by Hiroto. We'll infiltrate through the secondary portal near what you call Diagon Alley, connect with the resistance cell operating in London, then proceed to surveillance positions around the target. Ron and I will handle wizard side coordination, Hermione added. The resistance has safe houses throughout the area. As the group dispersed to prepare for the next day's operation, Hiroto found himself approached by an unexpected figure, Draco Malfoy. The blonde wizard had arrived just yesterday, his pointed features more angular than Hiroto remembered, a jagged scar running from his left temple to jaw where none had existed in their school days. Strange, isn't it, Potter? Draco said quietly, using the name from their shared past. You and I, on the same side again. Again. Hiroto raised an eyebrow. That's a generous interpretation of our history. A wry smile crossed Draco's face. Fair point. Let's say instead that I'm grateful for the chance to repair old mistakes. His expression sobered. When Karasu's forces attacked my mother's home 2 years ago, I discovered lines I wouldn't cross, even to save my own skin. Some lessons come too late. The vulnerability in this admission, so unlike the Draco Malfoy that Harry Potter had known, caught Hiroto off guard. Your mother survived, though not unscathed. She leads a refugee network now, moving targeted families to safe locations. Pride flickered across his features. Turns out the black family stubbornness has its uses beyond pureblood posturing. Before Hiroto could respond, Ron approached, tension evident in his posture despite the years separating him from his childhood rivalry with Malfoy. Hermione wants a word before tomorrow's mission, he said to Hiroto, giving Draco a curt nod that stopped just short of open hostility. Still charming as ever, Weasley, Draco observed dryly. Still breathing, Malfoy, which is more than I'd have wagered during the Battle of Hogwarts. Ron's tone was sharp but lacked the burning animosity of their youth. Though I'll admit your intelligence on Karasu's operations has been useful. High praise indeed. Draco gave a mock bow before turning back to Hiroto. We should talk before tomorrow's mission. I have information about the Wiltshire compound that wasn't included in the official briefing. Family knowledge, you might say. With that cryptic statement, he walked away, leaving Hiroto to ponder how much the wizarding world had changed during his absence, and how much remained the same beneath new alliances and old wounds. Ron watched him go with a complicated expression. Still can't quite believe Malfoy's one of the resistance leaders. The world really did turn upside down after you left. That seems to be a recurring theme in my life, Hiroto said, falling into step beside his once best friend as they headed toward the command tent. Death, resurrection, dimensional travel. I'm starting to think I have terrible luck. Ron laughed, a genuine sound that bridged the gap between their past and present. Or the best luck, depending how you look at it. Most people who die stay that way, after all. Inside the command tent, Hermione had assembled a detailed three-dimensional map of Wizarding Britain, modified to show dimensional thinning points and confirmed sightings of Karasu's forces. Sarada stood beside her, Byakugan active as she memorized key locations and terrain features. Ah, good, you're both here, Hermione said, looking up from her notes. We've received new intelligence from the Resistance. Kurasu's forces have been observed collecting specific magical artifacts from old pureblood family vaults, items with connections to the founders of Hogwarts. Similar to Voldemort's Horcrux strategy? Hiroto asked, the memory of their Horcrux hunt surfacing with surprising clarity. Possibly, though we've detected no soul magic signatures thus far, Hermione replied. More concerning is the pattern of abductions, individuals with rare magical abilities. Metamorph magi, natural legilimens, those with creature heritage like Vila or goblin ancestry. Bloodline harvesting, Sarada concluded grimly. Similar to what we've observed with their interest in Kekkei Genkai documentation. Exactly, Hermione confirmed. Whatever ritual or technique Kurasu is developing, it appears to involve combining multiple rare abilities, both magical and chakra-based. Ron leaned over the map, pointing to a location in Wiltshire. The compound itself used to be Malfoy Manor, though Kurasu's modifications have made it nearly unrecognizable. Multiple wards, detection systems, and what appears to be some kind of chakra barrier according to our scouts. Which explains why Draco has additional intelligence, Hiroto mused. He grew up there. And knows all its secrets, Hermione agreed. Including, apparently, several hidden passages that might bypass external defenses. Sarada tapped the map with a kunai, marking specific approach vectors. That improves our infiltration options considerably. With Hyuga visual range and Uchiha stealth techniques, we should be able to establish surveillance without detection. As they refined the mission parameters, Hiroto found himself studying Sarada with growing appreciation. She had adapted to the bizarre circumstances of interdimensional threats with remarkable composure, applying her analytical mind to magical theory while maintaining the disciplined focus expected of a Hyuga clan member. She caught his gaze, raising an eyebrow slightly. Something on your mind, Uchiha? Just admiring your tactical adaptability, he replied with a slight smile. Not everyone would navigate wizard shinobi joint operations so smoothly. Professional necessity, she said, though a hint of color touched her cheeks. Besides, Granger-san's methodical approach aligns well with Hyuga analytical traditions. Hermione glanced between them with knowing amusement. I'll take that as a compliment. Now, regarding emergency extraction protocols. The planning continued late into the evening, contingencies layered upon contingencies. When they finally dispersed to rest before the mission, Hiroto found himself restless, his mind churning with the complexities of what lay ahead. He wandered to the edge of the training field, where the night sky stretched overhead, constellations familiar yet somehow different in this world, a fitting metaphor for his existence as both Harry Potter and Hiroto Uchiha. Can't sleep? Sarada's voice came from behind him. He turned to find her approaching, moonlight illuminating her features. She had abandoned her formal mission attire for a simple dark yukata, her hair loose around her shoulders instead of in its usual practical braid. Too much on my mind, he admitted as she came to stand beside him. Tomorrow we cross dimensions, entering a world I once knew intimately but now feels half-remembered, like a dream. Leading a team into danger based on memories that sometimes feel like someone else's life. Yet you navigate the contradictions better than anyone could expect, she observed. You've integrated aspects of both identities without losing yourself to either. Hiroto gave her a sideways glance. That sounds suspiciously like a compliment, Hyuga. An observation, she corrected, though with a slight smile. From someone who has watched you balance impossible dualities for weeks now. She hesitated, then added more softly, and who has seen what that balance costs you when you think no one is watching. Her perception startled him. He had believed his moments of private disorientation, the quiet struggles to reconcile his dual nature, had remained hidden. The Byakugan sees more than just chakra pathways, she explained, answering his unspoken question. It reveals patterns in behavior, subtle tells that others miss. Your chakra fluctuates when memories surface unexpectedly, particularly painful ones. Invasive, he noted, though without real censure. Concerned, she countered. As your teammate and. She paused, seeming to search for the right word. Friend. The slight hesitation before friend carried implications neither of them seemed ready to address directly. Instead, they stood in companionable silence, watching stars that had witnessed both their lives from different dimensional perspectives. When we cross over tomorrow, Sarada finally said, you'll be returning to a world that knew you as someone else. Are you prepared for that? Hiroto considered the question carefully. Harry Potter died in that world, sacrificed himself willingly for those he loved. Returning as Hiroto Uchiha feels like. I don't know. Like I'm both honoring and complicating that sacrifice. Perhaps that's the nature of second chances, Sarada suggested. They rarely come in expected forms. He turned to study her profile, struck by the wisdom in her words. When did you become so philosophical, Hyuga? Around the time my teammate revealed he was the reincarnation of a dimensional traveler, she replied dryly. It tends to expand one's perspective on existence. Their quiet laughter broke the night's solemnity, a moment of normalcy amid extraordinary circumstances. As it faded, Sarada's expression grew serious again. Be careful tomorrow, she said. Not just for the mission's sake, but... She met his gaze directly, her pale Byakugan eyes reflecting starlight. Some of us have grown rather accustomed to having you in this dimension. Before he could respond, she turned and walked away, leaving Hiroto with a strange lightness in his chest despite the mission's weight on his shoulders. Tomorrow, he would return to the wizarding world not as the boy who lived, but as something new, a two-world warrior bringing powers neither dimension fully understood. Whether that made him uniquely qualified to face Lord Karasu or particularly vulnerable to the Dark Wizard's plans remained to be seen. The dimensional portal hummed with energy, its perfect circular form a testament to the combined expertise of wizard arithmancers and shinobi sealmasters. Unlike the violent tears created by the Death Eaters, this passage between worlds had been carefully constructed, stabilized with runic anchors on the wizarding side and chakra regulation arrays on the shinobi side. Hiroto stood before it with his assembled team, Sarada, Takashi, and a sensor-type ANBU codenamed Owl representing the shinobi forces, Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Luna Lovegood for the wizarding contingent. Each wore specialized equipment designed for interdimensional operations, communication devices enchanted to work across dimensional boundaries, emergency port keys synchronized to the main portal, and weapons appropriate to their respective fighting styles. Final equipment check, Sarada instructed, her mission commander persona firmly in place. Communication seals active and responsive. Extraction markers secure. Chakra suppression measures for stealth operations engaged until needed. As the shinobi verified their gear, Hermione conducted a similar review with the wizards, checking specialized defensive enchantments and disguise charms tailored for the mission. Remember, Hiroto addressed the group, this is reconnaissance only. We observe, we gather intelligence, we retreat. No engagement unless absolutely necessary. His gaze swept across both wizard and shinobi team members. And we stay together. No separation, no heroics, no independent initiatives. This last direction was aimed particularly at Ron, whose Gryffindor tendencies toward bold action hadn't entirely diminished with age, and Owl, whose ANBU training emphasized completing the mission regardless of personal risk. Portal transit affects different individuals differently, Hermione explained. Nausea, disorientation, and temporary chakra or magical disruption are common. We'll take 30 seconds after arrival to stabilize before proceeding. With final preparations complete, Hiroto led the way through the portal. The sensation was unlike any transportation method in either world, not the squeezing compression of apparition nor the disorienting spin of body flicker technique, but something more fundamental. For a brief, stretching moment, he existed in both dimensions simultaneously, his dual nature resonating with the space between worlds. Then reality solidified around them. They stood in what had once been the back room of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, now converted to a secure arrival point for interdimensional travelers. The shop's vibrant chaos had been replaced by utilitarian efficiency, monitoring equipment, supply caches, and defensive wards covering every surface. Welcome back, mate," came a familiar voice. George Weasley stepped from the shadows, older and more weathered than Hiroto remembered. The space where his ear had been now covered by a modified magical eye similar to the one Mad Eye Moody had worn. Despite the years and losses, his smile retained echoes of the prankster he'd once been. "Blimey," George said, studying Hiroto with undisguised fascination. "Hermione said you changed, but this is something else. The eyes especially, bit unnerving, those." Hiroto realized his Sharingan had activated automatically during the dimensional transition, a protective response to the unfamiliar energy patterns. He deactivated it with a thought, returning his eyes to their natural state. "Better?" he asked. "Marginally less terrifying," George confirmed. "Though I must say, the ability to make your eyes go all red and swirly would have been dead useful during our Hogwarts days." He turned to greet his brother with a quick, fierce hug before addressing the full team. "Perimeter's secure for now, but Karasu's patrols have increased in the area. We should move quickly." As the shinobi absorbed their new surroundings, Hiroto found himself struck by the strange dissonance of being back in the wizarding world. Memories of Harry Potter's life here felt simultaneously more vivid and more distant, like pages from a familiar book suddenly rendered in 3 dimensions. Sarada appeared at his side, her Byakugan active beneath a subtle disguise charm that made her eyes appear ordinary to casual observation. "Energy patterns here are unusual," she murmured. "Magical currents flow differently than chakra, but I can track them with some adjustment." "You're adapting quickly," he noted with approval. "Necessary for survival," she replied pragmatically, though her subtle smile suggested pride in the accomplishment. "Your own chakra is fluctuating, by the way. Stabilize before we move out." Her observation was accurate. Being back in the wizarding world had triggered a cascade of memory responses, causing his chakra and magical energies to oscillate unpredictably. Hiroto took a steadying breath, using meditation techniques his father had taught him to bring both energy systems into alignment. George led them through a concealed passage that connected to London's underground sewer system, modified with wizard space expansion charms to create a network of secret routes throughout the city. As they moved, he briefed them on recent developments. Karasu's forces have established checkpoints at major magical transit points, flow network hubs, apparition zones, even the night bus routes. They're scanning for specific magical signatures, though we haven't determined the exact criteria. He handed Hermione a small leather pouch. "Latest identification papers and clearance runes. Wouldn't stand up to deep scrutiny, but they'll get you past routine checks." "What about non-magical transit?" Takashi asked, his medicalne's mind already analyzing potential emergency extraction routes. "Largely ignored," George replied. "Karasu's lot are traditional wizard supremacists, don't consider Muggle methods worth monitoring. Their oversight is our advantage." They emerged in a nondescript warehouse in East London, its mundane exterior concealing one of the Resistance's primary operations centers. Inside, the space hummed with activity, witches and wizards monitoring communication arrays, brewing potions, modifying equipment, and coordinating field teams. Hiroto recognized many faces, older versions of Dumbledore's army members, former Order of the Phoenix operatives, even a few individuals who had once aligned with the opposition. The common threat posed by Lord Karasu had apparently bridged old divides. Neville Longbottom approached, his once round face now lean and scarred, professor's robes replaced by practical battle gear. He stopped short at the sight of Hiroto, emotions playing across his features in rapid succession, shock, disbelief, cautious hope. "It really is you," he said finally. Hermione tried to explain, but he shook his head in wonder before extending his hand. "Welcome back, Harry. Or should I say Hiroto now?" "Either works," Hiroto replied, clasping Neville's hand firmly. "Good to see you, Neville." Professor Longbottom these days, Neville corrected with a hint of his old modesty. Though currently on extended sabbatical, while Hogwarts operates under Karasu's oversight. The reunion expanded as more Resistance members noticed their arrival. Luna drifted toward a tactical planning table where Kingsley Shacklebolt, his once commanding presence now tempered by age and what appeared to be a significant injury to his left side, was reviewing field reports with Dean Thomas and Padma Patil. Owl, clearly uncomfortable with the emotional undercurrents, positioned himself near the exit, maintaining vigilant watch while Takashi engaged with the Resistance's medical team, comparing notes on treating injuries caused by combined magical and chakra attacks. Through it all, Sarada remained close to Hiroto, her Byakugan periodically scanning their surroundings. Whether this vigilance stemmed from mission parameters or personal concern for his emotional state amid these reunions, he couldn't quite determine. "We've prepared the briefing room," Neville informed them, gesturing toward a sealed door at the back of the warehouse. "Full intelligence package on the Wiltshire compound and surroundings." The briefing that followed was comprehensive. The Resistance had spent months gathering data on Karasu's operations, patrol patterns, ward structures, personnel rotations, supply logistics. Draco provided critical supplementary information about the manor's original layout, including several passages unknown even to the current occupants. "The most significant recent development," Kingsley explained, his deep voice carrying the same authoritative resonance Hiroto remembered, "is the construction of this." He activated a magical projection showing an elaborate circular structure in the manor's central courtyard, a massive runic array surrounding what appeared to be a modified version of the veil from the Department of Mysteries. "We believe it's some kind of dimensional amplifier," Hermione said, studying the projection with growing concern. "Similar to our stabilized portal, but designed for something much larger." "How much larger?" Sarada asked. "Based on the power requirements and runic complexity," Hermione replied grimly, "potentially large enough to create a permanent merger between specific geographic locations in our dimensions." The implication silenced the room. "Not just travel between worlds, but the actual fusion of them." "That aligns with intelligence from our side," Hiroto noted. "The Yamanaka clan detected unusual dimensional thinning at locations corresponding to major chakra nexus points in our world." "He's not just building bridges," Ron concluded. "He's trying to merge the worlds themselves." "But why?" Takashi asked. "What purpose would merging dimensions serve?" "Power," Draco answered simply. "Imagine controlling the only stable passages between worlds suddenly forced into coexistence. You'd become the gatekeeper of two civilizations." "There's more," Luna said, her dreamy voice at odds with the precision of her analysis. "The locations showing dimensional thinning correspond to ancient magical sites, places where the boundaries between worlds have always been naturally thinner. Stonehenge, Glastonbury Tor, the Orkney Complex. All places with historical significance in both magical tradition and chakra theory," Sarada observed, surprising the wizards with her knowledge. "I've been studying your world's geography and history," she explained. "The parallels with our world's chakra convergence points are too precise to be coincidental." Suggesting Karasu has extensive knowledge of both dimensions' mystical topography, Hiroto concluded. "Which brings us back to the central question, who exactly is Lord Karasu, and how does he possess such specific expertise?" "We've compiled what little we know," Kingsley said, activating another projection. This one showed a tall figure in elaborate robes, face concealed behind an ornate mask carved to resemble a crow's features. What was visible of his skin appeared unnaturally pale, almost translucent. "He first appeared 3 years ago," Neville explained. "Initially operating through proxies, former Death Eaters seeking new leadership after Voldemort's fall. His early attacks targeted specific magical repositories, the Department of Mysteries, Gringotts' oldest vaults, private collections of dark artifacts. Then came the personal demonstrations of power," Kingsley continued. "Abilities unlike anything we've encountered, combining what you now identify as chakra techniques with advanced magic. His first public appearance decimated half of Nocturne Alley in seconds." The projection shifted to show aftermath images, buildings not merely destroyed but seemingly disintegrated at the molecular level, leaving perfectly semicircular voids in the landscape. "That's a particle-style technique," Owl stated, breaking his customary silence. "A rare Kekiai Toda from our world," combining multiple nature transformations. Only a handful of individuals have ever mastered it. Combined with a magical amplification array, Hermione added, pointing to faint runic patterns visible in the debris. He's not just using techniques from both worlds, he's systematically integrating them for maximum destructive potential. What about his followers? Hiroto asked. Are they all wizards, or has he brought shinobi into his organization as well? Primarily wizards, Ron answered. Though we've observed a core group with abilities similar to your shinobi techniques. We assumed they were specially trained, but if actual shinobi have crossed over, it would explain the sophisticated counterintelligence measures we've encountered, Kingsley acknowledged. Traditional magical detection methods have proven increasingly ineffective against their operations. As the briefing continued, a pattern emerged that disturbed Hiroto deeply. Lord Karasu wasn't merely seeking power through dimensional manipulation, he was systematically acquiring specific abilities from both worlds, harvesting techniques and bloodline gifts with surgical precision. We need to observe the compound directly, he decided. Sensor readings and second-hand reports aren't giving us the complete picture. Agreed, Sarada said. With combined Byakugan and Sharingan observation, we might detect patterns invisible to standard reconnaissance methods. The team finalized their approach plan, using Draco's knowledge of the surrounding terrain to establish 3 observation posts around the Wiltshire compound. Proximity wards would be bypassed using a combination of shinobi chakra suppression techniques and specialized magical countermeasures developed by the resistance. As the group prepared for deployment, Hiroto found himself briefly alone with Draco, who had been uncharacteristically subdued throughout the briefing. There's something you haven't shared with the others, Hiroto observed quietly. Draco's expression tightened. Perceptive as ever, Potter. He glanced around to ensure their privacy before continuing. The mask Karasu wears, I've seen it before. In my family's vault, years ago. An artifact my grandfather Abraxas acquired during an expedition to the east. To the shinobi world? Hiroto asked sharply. I don't know, Draco admitted. The records were vague, mentioning only lands beyond conventional travel and people with powers distinct from magic. My father considered it nonsense, treasure hunter's embellishment to enhance the value of his acquisitions. But you believe otherwise. I believe, Draco said carefully, that my family may have inadvertently facilitated early contact between our worlds, contact that someone has exploited to become Lord Karasu. The revelation added yet another layer to the already complex situation. If the Malfoy family had discovered passages between dimensions decades ago, who else might have crossed over? What knowledge had been exchanged, what powers acquired, what plans set in motion long before Hiroto's dimensional rebirth? We should tell the others, Hiroto said. Not yet, Draco countered. Not until we confirm my suspicions. The Resistance already views former Death Eater families with justified suspicion. If they learn my family might be connected to Karasu's rise. He left the sentence unfinished, but his concern was clear. The fragile alliances holding the Resistance together might fracture if old wounds were reopened. 24 hours, Hiroto decided. We complete the reconnaissance, gather concrete evidence, then reassess. But I won't withhold critical information indefinitely, Malfoy. Fair enough, Draco agreed. Though I'd point out the irony of you, of all people, lecturing me about transparency. Before Hiroto could respond, Sarada approached, her expression making clear that their departure was imminent. We're ready, she said simply. Wiltshire's rolling countryside stretched beneath a heavy blanket of evening mist, the pastoral landscape at odds with the dark power centered on Malfoy Manor. From their concealed position on a forested hillside half a mile from the compound, Hiroto and Sarada conducted their surveillance with complementary dojutsu. 17 patrol units on rotating schedules, Sarada reported, her Byakugan penetrating layers of magical concealment that would have hidden the guards from ordinary observation. Mixed units, each consisting of traditional wizards paired with at least one individual showing chakra network development. The wards extend approximately 400 meters beyond the visible perimeter, Hiroto added, his Sharingan identifying the complex layering of magical protections. Multiple trigger mechanisms, motion, magical signature, specific chakra detection. They had established 3 observation posts around the compound, Hiroto and Sarada taking the northern approach, Ron and Owl covering the east, while Takashi, Hermione, and Draco monitored the southern exposure where supply caravans periodically arrived. Luna had remained at the Resistance headquarters, coordinating communications between the teams. The central courtyard contains the dimensional apparatus we saw in the briefing, Sarada continued. Currently inactive, but substantial chakra has been infused into the foundation stones, consistent with a preparation phase for major jutsu deployment. Similar to the energy saturation phase before a summon seal activation, Hiroto observed. But on a much larger scale. For 3 hours, they meticulously documented everything, guard rotations, ward trigger patterns, structural modifications to the manor, personnel movements between buildings. The combined abilities of Byakugan detail perception and Sharingan pattern recognition proved remarkably effective for interdimensional reconnaissance. As night deepened, activity within the compound increased. Dark-robed figures converged on the central courtyard, forming concentric circles around the dimensional apparatus. At their center stood a tall figure whose mere presence caused Hiroto's dual energies to react, chakra and magic simultaneously surging in recognition of a profound threat. "That's him," he whispered. "Lord Karasu." Even at this distance, the figure's mask was distinctive, a corvid visage rendered in what appeared to be polished black metal, inlaid with silver runes that occasionally caught the light of surrounding torches. His robes combined elements of both worlds, the traditional cut of wizard attire with armor plating reminiscent of ANBU protective gear incorporated seamlessly into the design. "His chakra network is extraordinary," Sarada breathed, the veins around her eyes more pronounced as she intensified her Byakugan's focus. "Unlike anything I've ever observed. The pathways have been modified, expanded to accommodate multiple energy types flowing simultaneously." "And his eyes?" Hiroto asked, confirming his own observations. "Definitely Sharingan," she confirmed grimly. "Advanced form, possibly eternal Mangekyo based on the chakra concentration patterns. But there's something else, some kind of magical modification overlaying the dojitsu structure." Hiroto adjusted his own visual focus, studying the distant figure with increased concentration. Through the mask's eye slits, he could indeed detect the distinctive glow of active Sharingan, but with an unnatural purple luminescence surrounding the traditional red. "They're beginning some kind of ritual," he noted as the assembled followers took synchronized positions around the dimensional apparatus. "We need closer audio surveillance." Carefully channeling chakra to enhance his hearing, a technique combining standard Shinobi sensory enhancement with a modified version of the wizard extendable ear concept, Hiroto focused on the central gathering. "Alignment proceeding as scheduled, my lord," a robed figure was reporting to Karasu. "The dimensional resonance frequencies have been calibrated to the primary nexus points. We await only the final catalyst." "Excellent." Karasu's voice sent an involuntary shiver down Hiroto's spine, smooth and cultured, yet underlaid with an inhuman resonance that seemed to vibrate between dimensions. "And our special guest?" "Secured in the lower chambers, as you instructed. The extraction process has yielded significant results, though the subject's resistance remains problematic." "Increase the suppression measures," Karasu ordered. "I need those memories intact, not the personality that houses them." The exchange raised immediate alarms. Someone was being held prisoner, someone with memories or knowledge valuable enough for specialized extraction. "We need to inform the others," Sarada whispered. "This changes our intelligence priorities." Hiroto nodded, preparing to activate the communication seal that would connect them to the other observation teams. Before he could do so, however, a sudden shift in the ritual's energy pattern caught his attention. The dimensional apparatus had begun to glow, not with activation, but with what appeared to be a testing sequence. Runic circles illuminated in sequence, creating a cascading pattern of light that spiraled toward the central structure. Primary resonance test commencing, announced a wizard wearing what appeared to be modified unspeakable robes. Dimensional thinning at 15% and stable. As the test continued, Hiroto felt a strange pulling sensation, as though his dual nature were being drawn toward the apparatus, resonating with whatever energies it was channeling. Beside him, Sarada tensed. "Your chakra is reacting to the dimensional field," she whispered urgently. "They might detect." Her warning came too late. Kurasu's masked face turned sharply in their direction, the modified Sharingan seemingly peering directly through their concealment. "We have observers," he announced, his amplified voice carrying clearly across the distance. "How expected?" With a casual gesture, he directed several of his followers toward the hillside. Simultaneously, alarm signals flared across the compound's perimeter. "Cover blown," Hiroto transmitted to the other teams through their communication seal. "Initiate emergency extraction protocol. Rendezvous at fallback position Alpha." He and Sarada abandoned their observation post seconds before it was engulfed in a combination attack, magical blasting curses layered with fire-style jutsu that turned the entire hillside into an inferno. They moved with coordinated precision, using body flicker technique to put distance between themselves and their pursuers. Hiroto cast non-verbal concealment charms as they moved, while Sarada maintained Byakugan surveillance of the approaching enemy forces. 12 pursuers, she reported as they momentarily paused behind the cover of an ancient oak. Mixed abilities, 7 primarily wizard, 5 showing advanced chakra development. Hybrid attack teams, Hiroto concluded. Kurasu's been training wizard shinobi integrated units. The pursuit was worryingly efficient, combining wizard tracking spells with shinobi sensory techniques to close distance rapidly. As they approached the designated extraction point, Hiroto made a tactical decision. "We can't lead them directly to the portkey site," he told Sarada. "It would compromise the entire extraction network." "Agreed." "Diversionary engagement?" He nodded grimly. "You continue to the extraction point. Ensure the others make it through. I'll delay our pursuers and follow." "Unacceptable," she replied immediately. "Protocol explicitly prohibits solo engagement." "This isn't negotiable, Sarada," Hiroto said, his Sharingan activating fully as he prepared to engage. "I'm uniquely equipped to handle both shinobi and wizard opponents simultaneously. The mission intelligence needs to reach headquarters." For a moment, conflict played across her features, duty warring with something more personal. Then her expression hardened into resolute determination. "Compromise," she stated. "Joint diversionary action for 60 seconds. Create maximum confusion, then simultaneous retreat. I'll accept nothing less." Despite the gravity of their situation, Hiroto found himself smiling at her intractable stance. The Hyuga clan negotiating style is remarkably effective. "You have no idea," she replied, dropping into her gentle fist stance as their pursuers' chakra signatures closed in. "Ready? Ready." They burst from cover in opposite directions, executing a perfectly synchronized pincer attack against their pursuers. Hiroto launched a combination offensive, kunai enhanced with wind chakra followed immediately by precisely targeted stunning spells that bypass standard magical shields. Simultaneously, Sarada engaged the shinobi-trained pursuers, her gentle fist strikes disrupting their chakra networks with surgical precision. The unexpected counterattack caught their opponents off guard, creating momentary confusion that Hiroto and Sarada exploited ruthlessly. "Expecto Patronum," Hiroto called, channeling both magical intent and chakra enhancement into the spell. The silver stag that erupted from his hand was unlike any Patronus he'd cast as Harry Potter, larger, more defined, and emanating a chakra aura that made it semi-corporeal. It charged through the enemy formation, not merely passing through them as a standard Patronus would, but physically impacting those in its path. Sarada capitalized on the distraction, completing a 8 trigrams 32 palm sequence that disabled 3 pursuers in rapid succession. As she completed her technique, she called out, "Time." The prearranged signal initiated their extraction. Hiroto cast a wide-area confundus charm enhanced with genjutsu principles, creating a disorienting effect that momentarily affected even those with shinobi training. In that moment of collective disorientation, he and Sarada used body flicker to disappear into the darkness. They reached the extraction point to find the others already gathered, Ron sporting a bloody gash across his forehead, Owl maintaining a sensory perimeter, and Takashi preparing emergency medical treatment for Hermione, whose left arm showed signs of curse damage. "Status?" Hiroto demanded as they arrived. "Extraction portal activates in 30 seconds, Ron reported. Draco's team encountered heavy resistance, apparently they were expecting us to approach from the south." "Not coincidence," Owl stated flatly. "Our intelligence was compromised before we arrived." No time to process that concerning revelation, the distinctive sound of apparition crack signaled that their pursuers had regrouped and located them. "Form defensive circle," Hiroto ordered. "Portal protection is priority 1. The team assumed position around the disguised port key, an ordinary-looking fallen log that would activate on magical command. As Karasu's forces emerged from the surrounding forest, Hiroto made a split-second assessment of their options. Standard defensive techniques wouldn't hold long enough for the portal to activate. They needed something more substantial, a barrier that could withstand combined magical and chakra attacks. "Cover me," he told the others, stepping slightly forward. His hands moved through a complex series of motions, part jutsu signs, part wand movements, channeling both energies simultaneously into a technique he'd been developing but hadn't yet attempted at full scale. Susanoo Protego Maxima. The spectral ribcage of Susanoo formed around the entire team, larger than any manifestation Hiroto had previously achieved. As it solidified, magical protection wove through the chakra construct, shield charms and protective enchantments integrating with the Uchiha technique to create a defensive barrier that existed in both magical and physical dimensions simultaneously. The hybrid shield activated just as the first wave of attacks struck, blasting curses layered with lightning-style techniques designed to shatter conventional protections. They impacted Hiroto's barrier with tremendous force but failed to penetrate, the combined energies absorbing and partially redirecting the assault. 5 seconds to activation, Hermione called, her uninjured hand hovering over the port key. Karasu's forces launched a coordinated second wave, more powerful, more precisely targeted. Hiroto felt the strain immediately, his chakra reserves depleting at an alarming rate as he struggled to maintain the hybrid defense. 3, 2. A final, massive attack struck the barrier, different from the others, carrying a distinctive energy signature that resonated painfully with Hiroto's dual nature. Through the translucent shield, he glimpsed a tall figure approaching, Karasu himself, hands extended in a technique combining hand signs and wandless magic. "Fascinating," the masked figure remarked, his voice carrying clearly despite the battle's chaos. "The Potter boy, reborn with Uchiha blood. An unexpected variable in our calculations. Portal activating." Hermione shouted. The familiar pulling sensation of port key transportation began, but something was wrong, the acceleration seemed sluggish, impeded by some external force. "He's interfering with the dimensional transfer," Hiroto realized aloud. "Everyone, physical contact with the port key now." The team complied instantly, abandoning their defensive positions to grasp the enchanted log. Hiroto maintained his Susanoo shield with one hand while reaching for the port key with the other, his concentration divided between holding the protection and ensuring everyone made contact. Karasu made no move to stop them directly, merely observing with what seemed like clinical interest. "We will meet again, Potter Uchiha," he called as the port key finally activated fully. "Sooner than you might expect." The dimensional transition yanked them away just as Hiroto's shield began to fail, the last image before him being Karasu's masked face and the glowing, modified Sharingan eyes studying him with disturbing intensity. They materialized in the resistance headquarters amid alarms and shouts of surprise. The port key had been calibrated for a different arrival point, their appearance in the central operations room indicated emergency protocol activation. Kingsley and Neville rushed forward as the team disentangled themselves, Takashi immediately attending to Hermione's cursed injury while Ron helped Owl establish a defensive perimeter, standard procedure after compromised operations. What happened? Kingsley demanded. The extraction wards registered massive energy interference. Our intelligence was compromised, Hiroto reported, helping Sarada to her feet. The Hyuga heiress had depleted significant chakra maintaining her Byakugan throughout their escape. Karasu knew we were coming, had specialized countermeasures prepared. Worse, Sarada added, he identified Hiroto specifically. Referenced his dual nature as Madara Uchiha. This revelation sent a ripple of concern through the gathered resistance members. The implications were clear, their operational security had been breached at a fundamental level. We need to assume all current safe houses are compromised, Draco stated, his tactical mind immediately grasping the severity of their situation. Emergency relocation protocols should be initiated. As the resistance mobilized, Hiroto and his team delivered their intelligence report, the dimensional apparatus, the ritual preparations, the mention of a prisoner with valuable memories, and most concerning, Karasu's apparent ability to interfere with interdimensional transportation. He nearly prevented our port key extraction, Hermione explained to an increasingly disturbed audience. Some kind of dimensional anchoring technique I've never encountered before, combining magical suppression with what Hiroto identifies as a spacetime ninjutsu variant. He's clearly mastered techniques from both worlds, Takashi observed. But the integration we observed goes beyond mere combination, he's developing entirely new applications by merging the fundamental principles. The implications were deeply troubling. If Lord Karasu could interfere with their dimensional transportation, the carefully established portal network linking the shinobi and wizarding worlds might be vulnerable to interception or disruption. We need to adjust our strategy, Hiroto concluded. Our focus can't just be gathering intelligence anymore. We need to identify who's being held prisoner and why their memories are valuable enough for specialized extraction. And we need to determine exactly how our intelligence was compromised, Sarada added. The precision of their countermeasures suggests inside knowledge of our operational methods. The resistance leadership convened an emergency council, during which Hiroto and his team reviewed every detail of their mission, searching for clues to how Karasu had anticipated their movements. No obvious explanation emerged. Everyone with knowledge of the operation had undergone legitimacy screening, magical vows, or shinobi loyalty verification techniques. Which suggests something more insidious than a simple informant, Hermione concluded grimly. Some method of surveillance or information extraction we haven't detected. As discussions continued into the night, resistance members initiated emergency relocation procedures, moving supplies, equipment, and vulnerable personnel to secondary and tertiary safe houses through carefully randomized routes. Amid the controlled chaos, Hiroto found himself in a quiet corner of the warehouse, reviewing maps of the Wiltshire compound and surrounding area. His dual memories, Harry's knowledge of wizarding Britain overlaid with Hiroto's shinobi tactical training, provided unique insights into potential weaknesses in Karasu's security. You're planning something reckless, Sarada observed, appearing beside him with 2 steaming cups of tea. She handed him one before settling next to him on the bench. I recognize that expression. Not reckless, he corrected, accepting the tea gratefully. Strategic. There's a prisoner being held there, someone with memories Karasu considers valuable. We can't just abandon them. We also can't launch a rescue operation with compromised intelligence and without understanding how Karasu detected us so easily, she countered reasonably. That would be suicide. Which is why I'm looking for alternatives, Hiroto explained, indicating the maps. Conventional approaches won't work, they're expecting those. But there might be another way. He outlined his developing theory, that Karasu's focus on the dimensional apparatus created a potential blind spot in his security. If they could approach from an unexpected vector, using a combination of magical and shinobi stealth techniques specifically designed to counter hybrid detection systems. It's still high risk, Sarada assessed after hearing him out, but conceptually sound. The integration of camouflage jutsu with disillusionment charms could theoretically create a concealment method their hybrid sensors aren't calibrated to detect. Exactly. And with your Byakugan to navigate and my Sharingan to identify ward trigger mechanisms, we could potentially infiltrate undetected. She studied him with a penetrating gaze that reminded him of her father's analytical intensity. This is personal for you, isn't it? Not just the mission, but something about Karasu himself. Hiroto considered denying it, then sighed. When he spoke to me, when our energies interacted, there was something familiar about him. Not in a way I can precisely identify, but... He struggled to articulate the sensation. It was like looking into a distorted mirror. As though his energy signature and mine shared some fundamental connection. Could he be another reincarnated wizard, she suggested. Someone you knew in your previous life? Possibly. Or something more complex. Hiroto stared into his tea, watching ripples form from the slight tremor in his hands. In my previous life, my connection to Voldemort was created through fractured soul magic, a piece of his soul attached to mine. When I died in that world, that connection was severed. But if somehow... He couldn't finish the thought, the implications were too disturbing. We need more information before making any assumptions, Sarada said practically. Your proposed infiltration could provide that, if properly planned and executed with adequate backup. Their conversation was interrupted by Luna, who approached with her characteristic dreamy movement that somehow managed to convey both urgency and serenity simultaneously. You should come quickly, she said. One of our remote surveillance charms has captured something important. They followed her to the communications center, where Hermione, Ron, and several resistance leaders were gathered around a specialized magical viewing device, something like a pensieve but designed to display active surveillance enchantments. This was recorded 20 minutes ago at one of our monitoring points near Hogsmeade, Hermione explained, activating the device with a tap of her wand. The image that formed showed a village street in early evening, mostly deserted except for a few hooded figures moving hurriedly toward their destinations. Without warning, a dimensional tier formed in the center of the street, similar to those created by Death Eaters, but larger and more stable in appearance. From within emerged a figure Hiroto recognized instantly, despite having never seen him in this world. Father, he breathed. Madara Uchiha stepped through the dimensional rift with the confident bearing of a man who feared nothing in any world. He wore his traditional battle attire, high-collared mantle bearing the Uchiha crest, armor plates visible beneath, his gun-by-war fan secured at his back. His Sharingan was active, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with calculating precision. How is this possible? Ron demanded. The dimensional portals are supposed to be carefully regulated. No one should be able to create new ones without authorization from both sides. Unless they possess sufficient power and knowledge to force a crossing, Hiroto replied, watching as his father casually deflected a spell from an alarmed village resident with a negligent wave of his hand. Which my father certainly does. The surveillance continued, showing Madara moving purposefully through the village, ignoring sporadic resistance from locals. When several wizards attempted to surround him, he demonstrated why he was considered legendary even among the Uchiha, a casual fireball jutsu that dwarfed anything the wizards had likely encountered before, followed by genjutsu that left his would-be attackers immobilized without apparent effort. He's heading for Hogwarts, Neville observed with growing alarm. Following the main road directly toward the castle. Why would he go there? Kingsley asked. What interest would a shinobi have in Hogwarts specifically? It's one of the primary dimensional nexus points, Hermione answered, her analytical mind making connections rapidly. If Karasu is planning to merge specific locations between our worlds, Hogwarts would be a logical focal point due to its concentrated magical energy. Which my father would know, Hiroto added, if he's been reviewing the intelligence we've been sending back. He turned to Hermione. Is there any way to contact him directly? Intercept him before he reaches the castle? Not without alerting Karasu's forces, she replied. Any magical communication near Hogwarts is currently monitored. If he's operating independently. The decision crystallized in Hiroto's mind. We need to reach him before Karasu's forces do. If my father is here, he has information important enough to risk unsanctioned dimensional crossing. Or he's walking into a trap, Sarada pointed out. Either way, we can't leave him unsupported in an unfamiliar dimension. The resistance leaders exchanged concerned glances. After the compromise of their Wiltshire operation, committing resources to another potentially high-risk mission required careful consideration. We don't have time for a committee decision, Hiroto stated firmly. I'm going to intercept my father, with or without official sanction. Anyone who wishes to accompany me is welcome, anyone who doesn't should focus on the resistance relocation efforts. His declaration, delivered with the natural authority that had once made Harry Potter the leader of Dumbledore's army and now made Hiroto Uchiha a respected jonin, silenced potential objections. Sarada stepped forward immediately. I'm with you. Takashi. The Senju medical nin nodded. Someone needs to keep you two alive when your Uchiha Hyuga competitive streaks inevitably lead to recklessness. I'm coming too, Ron said, his expression resolute. I know the secret passages around Hogsmeade and Hogwarts better than anyone here except George. Speaking of whom, George added, emerging from the back of the room, you'll need someone who can actually make those passages accessible. The castle defenses have been modified since Karasu took interest in it. In short order, a specialized intercept team was assembled, Hiroto, Sarada, Takashi, Ron, George, and somewhat surprisingly, Luna, whose knowledge of obscure magical creatures inhabiting the Forbidden Forest could prove invaluable for alternative approach routes. If Madara-sama has crossed dimensions without authorization, Owl noted before departing to report back to Konoha, the situation must be more critical than previously assessed. Proceed with caution, but acknowledge his intelligence may alter our strategic priorities. With preparations completed in record time, the team departed via a specialized transportation method George had developed, a variant of apparition enhanced with runic anchors that made it undetectable to standard magical monitoring techniques. They materialized in a dense section of forest outside Hogsmeade, where the trees provided natural cover from both magical and physical surveillance. Sarada immediately activated her Byakugan, scanning the surroundings for threats and signs of Madara's passage. No immediate hostiles, she reported. But there's significant chakra residue leading toward the castle, distinctive Uchiha signature, approximately 30 minutes old. He's moving fast, Hiroto noted with concern. Even for him. Whatever brought him here, he considers it urgent. The question is whether it's urgent enough to risk alerting Karasu's forces, Ron said as they began moving through the forest, following Sarada's directions. A shinobi of your father's caliber suddenly appearing in this world won't go unnoticed for long. I suspect that's precisely the point, Hiroto replied grimly. My father rarely does anything without multiple layers of strategy. If he's making his presence known so overtly, he either wants to be detected or considers stealth irrelevant compared to speed. Neither option was particularly reassuring. They made rapid progress through the forest, combining shinobi movement techniques with magical concealment to avoid detection. As they approached the edge of the trees, Hogwarts came into view, the castle silhouette achingly familiar to Hiroto, yet changed in subtle ways that reflected its current occupation. Dark energy barriers shimmered around certain towers. The grounds showed evidence of recent construction, structures that appeared to be monitoring stations or defensive positions. Most concerning, the castle's own magical signature had been altered, its ancient protective enchantments overlaid with something foreign and discordant. They've modified the castle's fundamental defensive matrix, George observed with professional interest. Impressive, if disturbing. The original Hogwarts enchantments were laid by the founders themselves, altering them requires extraordinary magical knowledge. Or extraordinary chakra control, Sarada added, her Byakugan focused on the castle's foundations. There are chakra suppression arrays integrated into the new defense system, similar to those used in high-security shinobi facilities. Designed specifically to detect and neutralize our world's energy signatures. Which means my father is walking directly into specialized countermeasures, Hiroto concluded with growing concern. We need to move faster. They adjusted their approach, utilizing a combination of George's knowledge of secret passages and Luna's uncanny ability to avoid magical detection. As they drew closer to Hogsmeade, evidence of Madara's passage became increasingly apparent: localized destruction where resistance had been encountered, residual genjutsu effects still affecting dazed villagers. Classic Madara tactics, Takashi observed dryly. Overwhelming force applied with surgical precision. Effective, if somewhat lacking in subtlety. He's not trying to be subtle, Hiroto replied. He's creating a diversion. Look. He pointed toward Hogwarts, where alarm signals were now visible, magical flares and mobilization patterns indicating that security forces were being redirected toward Hogsmeade to intercept the unexpected intruder. Drawing their attention away from something else, Sarada deduced. But what? The answer came in the form of a distant explosion on the far side of the castle, a controlled detonation that breached what appeared to be an underground entrance normally hidden from view. The Chamber of Secrets passage, Ron realized. But that's impossible, it was sealed after the Battle of Hogwarts. Apparently not sealed well enough to stop my father, Hiroto said. Whatever he's after is inside the castle, and he's created the perfect distraction to reach it. They adjusted their plan accordingly, using the confusion to approach the castle through a less monitored route, a series of tunnels beneath honeydukes that George assured them remained unknown to Karasu's forces. As they navigated the narrow passages, Hiroto's mind raced with questions. What could be important enough for his father to launch an unsanctioned dimensional crossing? Why target Hogwarts specifically? And how had he known about the Chamber of Secrets entrance, something not included in any official intelligence reports they'd sent back? The answers would have to wait. Their immediate priority was reaching Madara before Karasu's forces could mobilize their full response. They emerged inside Hogwarts, specifically in a section of the dungeon level that had once housed Slytherin dormitories but now appeared repurposed as some kind of research facility. The walls were lined with equipment combining magical and what appeared to be technological components, while worktables held artifacts and specimens that Takashi identified as having chakra properties. They're studying how chakra interacts with this world's ambient magic, he observed, examining a containment field holding what appeared to be extracted chakra in its raw form. Trying to identify the optimal integration points for their dimensional merger. We don't have time for scientific curiosity, Sarada reminded him. We need to locate Madara-sama before. The castle shuddered, a deep, structural vibration accompanied by a distant roaring sound that Hiroto recognized instantly. Too late, he said grimly. That's a perfect Susanoo manifestation. The team moved with renewed urgency through the transformed corridors of Hogwarts, following the unmistakable energy signature of Madara's legendary technique. They encountered surprisingly little resistance, most of the castle's defenders having been drawn either to the Hogsmeade distraction or to confront the immediate threat of a fully manifested perfect Susanoo. They reached the Great Hall, or what remained of it. The enchanted ceiling had been partially destroyed, open to the night sky where a colossal spectral warrior towered over the castle. Within its translucent form, Madara stood facing off against what appeared to be Karasu's elite guard, wizard shinobi hybrids employing combination techniques that would have overwhelmed lesser opponents. Against Madara Uchiha, however, their efforts appeared futile. The legendary shinobi moved with supernatural grace, countering magical attacks with precise chakra techniques while his Susanoo's massive sword kept additional reinforcements at bay. He's holding back, Sarada observed with professional assessment. Using only enough force to maintain his position. He's waiting for something. Or someone, Hiroto realized. Us. He knew we'd detect his arrival and move to intercept. Their presence was noticed almost immediately, both by Madara, whose Sharingan tracked their entrance with obvious anticipation, and by the defending forces, who suddenly found themselves caught between two Uchiha. Secure the perimeter, Hiroto ordered his team. My father and I need to have a conversation. While the others engaged the remaining defenders, Hiroto launched himself toward Madara's position, using body flicker enhanced with apparition principles to traverse the distance instantly. He materialized within his father Susanoo, a feat only possible due to their shared blood and his unique chakra signature. "Your timing is acceptable," Madara greeted him, casually deflecting a barrage of spells with his gunbai. "Though I expected you approximately 7 minutes earlier." "Forgive the delay," Hiroto replied dryly. Dimensional travel arrangements are complicated when one hasn't simply forced a tear in reality through sheer power. A hint of amusement crossed Madara's stern features. Expedience required direct methods. His expression turned serious. "I've identified Karasu." The abrupt declaration momentarily stunned Hiroto. "Who is he?" "Not who. What?" Madara blocked an incoming attack without looking, his Susanoo's arm moving in perfect synchronization with his own subtle gesture. "He is a composite entity, a forbidden technique I believe lost to history. The chimeric soul binding." "Explain," Hiroto demanded as he joined his father in repelling the increasingly desperate attacks from Karasu's forces. "An ancient Uchiha technique developed during the Warring States period," Madara elaborated, his voice clinically detached despite the battle raging around them. "It allows the binding of two souls within a specially prepared vessel, typically a body enhanced through medical ninjutsu to accommodate the strain." "Two souls," Hiroto repeated, the implications immediately clear. "A wizard and a shinobi." "Yes. Specifically, a wizard with significant dark magic expertise and an Uchiha with fully developed Sharingan." Madara's eyes narrowed. "The combination creates an entity with access to both knowledge bases, both energy systems, and most concerning, both worlds' most dangerous techniques." The pieces began falling into place for Hiroto, Karasu's unprecedented abilities, his intimate knowledge of both dimensions, the systematic harvesting of bloodline techniques. "How did you discover this?" he asked. "When you reported the Sharingan connection, I initiated research into clan records typically restricted to the clan leader alone," Madara explained. Historical accounts referenced a branch family member who disappeared during a diplomatic mission to lands beyond the known territories approximately 70 years ago. Coinciding with when the Malfoy family reported acquiring artifacts from lands beyond conventional travel, Hiroto noted, connecting this new information with what Draco had revealed. "Precisely. This missing Uchiha, Kagami by name, possessed a fully developed Mangekyo Sharingan and specialized in dimensional research. He was experimenting with space-time ninjutsu variants that might allow travel beyond our known world." Their conversation was interrupted as a concentrated attack breached the perimeter established by Hiroto's team. Multiple opponents converged simultaneously, shinobi employing advanced elemental techniques while wizards cast spells specifically designed to disrupt chakra manifestations. Hiroto and Madara responded with the seamless coordination that came from years of training together. Madara expanded his perfect Susanoo to encompass Hiroto's teammates, providing cover while Hiroto launched a counteroffensive combining Uchiha fire techniques with precisely targeted magical attacks. "The vessel," Hiroto called to his father as they fought, "who was the wizard component?" "Unknown specifically," Madara replied, his perfect Susanoo deflecting what appeared to be a modified killing curse with contemptuous ease. "But based on the timing and the techniques Karasu has demonstrated, almost certainly a Death Eater from the original Voldemort era. Someone who survived the First Wizarding War but remained connected to dark magic research. Which explains his obsession with both Sharingan enhancement and combining the worlds," Hiroto realized. "He's trying to perfect the integration his own existence represents." Their exchange was cut short as the castle shuddered again, a different vibration this time, originating from below rather than above. The floor of the great hall cracked, fissures spreading outward from the central point where the high table had once stood. "He's here," Madara stated flatly. The floor erupted upward as a massive surge of combined magical and chakra energy tore through the castle's foundations. From within the maelstrom emerged a figure Hiroto had glimpsed only from a distance until now, Lord Karasu, his crow mask gleaming in the chaotic light of battle, modified Sharingan blazing through the stylized ice slits. "Madara Uchiha," Karasu greeted, his dual-natured voice carrying easily through the tumult. The legendary clan leader himself, gracing our humble dimension. I'm honored. Save your courtesy, Madara replied coldly. I've come to end the abomination your existence represents, Kagami, or whatever remains of him within that composite consciousness. Karasu tilted his head slightly, the gesture somehow conveying amusement despite the mask's fixed expression. Kagami? An outdated designation. A fragment. What stands before you is something greater, the evolution neither world was prepared to embrace. His attention shifted to Hiroto. Though you, Madara Uchiha, represent a similar transcendence, don't you? Not through technological intervention as I achieved, but through soul transference across dimensional boundaries. We are not so different, you and I. We are nothing alike, Hiroto stated, his Sharingan evolving to Mangekyo form as he channeled both chakra and magic in preparation for combat. Whatever you've done to achieve your current state perverts the natural order of both worlds. Natural order. Karasu laughed, the sound disturbingly melodic despite its obvious malice. There is nothing natural about arbitrary dimensional separation. Our worlds were once one, the great sundering created artificial boundaries that I intend to dissolve. Without warning, he attacked, not with jutsu or spellwork, but with a hybrid technique that manifested as crackling black energy that corroded everything it touched. Madara's perfect Susanoo intercepted the assault, but even its formidable protection showed signs of degradation where the energy made contact. Interesting, Madara observed clinically. A combination of lightning-style principles with what appears to be a modified withering curse. Effective against both physical and spiritual defenses. I've had decades to perfect integration techniques, Karasu replied. While you, young Hiroto, are still discovering the potential of your dual nature. The taunt contained an uncomfortable truth. Despite weeks of intensive training, Hiroto had only begun to explore the possibilities of combining his magical and shinobi abilities. Karasu, with decades of research and experimentation, had advanced the integration to levels that seemed almost impossible. Yet Hiroto possessed something Karasu did not, a naturally unified soul rather than a technologically bound composite. As Harry Potter, he had faced seemingly insurmountable odds through determination and adaptation. As Hiroto Uchiha, he had been trained by one of the most powerful shinobi in history to maximize every advantage, however slight. Father, he said quietly, we need to coordinate. His composite nature may be powerful, but it's also potentially unstable. If we target the binding points between the soul fragments. Madara nodded almost imperceptibly. The mask. It's not merely decorative, it's the physical anchor for the soul binding. Destroy it, and the integration becomes vulnerable. Their silent communication didn't escape Karasu's notice. Planning your strategy? Allow me to complicate it. He formed a complex sequence of hand signs while simultaneously incanting a spell in an ancient language Hiroto didn't recognize. The combined technique triggered a massive dimensional distortion, similar to the tears created by Death Eaters, but controlled, directed, and far more stable. The tear widened directly behind Karasu, revealing a chamber within what appeared to be the Wiltshire compound. Inside, bound to an elaborately runed chair, sat a prisoner whose identity caused Hiroto's breath to catch. Professor McGonagall, he whispered. The former headmistress of Hogwarts looked severely weakened, her normally stern features gaunt with exhaustion, her eyes clouded from what appeared to be repeated memory extraction. Yet even in her diminished state, her posture maintained a dignity that spoke to her indomitable spirit. A valuable resource, Karasu commented, noticing Hiroto's reaction. Her memories of Hogwarts' deepest secrets have proven most illuminating. Particularly regarding the castle's connection to the Founder's original dimensional manipulations. The Founders? Hiroto questioned, trying to buy time as he signaled to Sarada and the others to move into flanking positions. Oh yes, Karasu replied, apparently willing to indulge in villain's exposition, a trait seemingly common across dimensions. Hogwarts wasn't merely built as a school, Madara Uchiha. It was constructed as a dimensional anchor point, a nexus where the boundaries between worlds were naturally thinnest. Despite the tactical disadvantage of continuing the conversation, Hiroto found himself genuinely curious. Why would they create such a thing? Because they came from your world originally, Karasu revealed with obvious satisfaction. The four founders were dimensional travelers, refugees from the Warring States period who sought escape from constant clan warfare. They brought with them knowledge of chakra, which over generations evolved into what this dimension now calls magic. The revelation was staggering, suggesting a connection between the dimensions far more fundamental than anyone had suspected. If true, it explained why certain magical principles aligned so closely with chakra theory despite developing in isolation for centuries. An interesting history lesson, Madara interrupted coldly. But irrelevant to the present situation. Release your prisoner and surrender, or be destroyed. Karasu laughed again. Always the direct approach, Madara-sama. Your reputation for impatience is well earned. He gestured toward McGonagall. But surely you understand leverage. One step closer, and Professor McGonagall's valuable mind becomes significantly less intact. The standoff crystallized the moral dilemma Hiroto had been wrestling with since arriving in this world. The shinobi approach would prioritize neutralizing Karasu regardless of collateral damage. McGonagall was already compromised, and her potential sacrifice acceptable for mission success. The wizard perspective valued individual life more highly, seeking to save her even at tactical disadvantage. His dual nature now faced its most significant test. There's a third option, Hiroto stated, stepping forward slightly. An exchange. Me for her. Hiroto. Sarada's alarmed voice cut through the tense silence. Interesting proposition, Karasu mused, ignoring the protests from both Hiroto's team and his father's barely contained anger. You do possess a unique value, the only naturally integrated dual nature being in either dimension. Your willing cooperation would accelerate my research considerably. I said exchange, not cooperation, Hiroto clarified. You release McGonagall, unharmed, and I surrender myself temporarily. Just long enough for you to satisfy your scientific curiosity about my dual nature. Madara's perfect Susanoo shifted slightly, a subtle movement that Hiroto recognized as preparation for an attack. With an equally subtle hand sign hidden from Karasu's view, he signaled his father to wait. A noble offer, Karasu replied. But unnecessary. You see, I've already collected the essential data from your previous encounters. Your energy signature, your unique Sharingan pattern, your method of channeling both chakra and magic simultaneously. He gestured dismissively. You misunderstand your value, young Hiroto. I don't need you as a research subject. Then what? Hiroto demanded. A catalyst. Karasu turned toward the dimensional tear, which had begun to pulse with increasing energy. The final component in the grand unification. Your dual nature creates a natural resonance with both dimensions, a bridge between worlds that, properly harnessed, will allow me to complete what the founders began but lacked the courage to finish. With startling speed, Karasu formed new hand signs while simultaneously channeling magical energy through his modified wand. The dimensional tear expanded dramatically, its edges beginning to reach toward Hiroto with tendrils of coruscating energy. Now! Madara commanded. The coordinated attack launched with perfect synchronization, Madara's perfect Susanoo striking directly at Karasu while Sarada and Takashi executed a pincer movement to rescue McGonagall. Ron, George, and Luna provided covering fire with specialized spells designed to disrupt dimensional manipulation. Hiroto himself implemented the strategy he and his father had quickly formulated, activating his own Susanoo, but with a critical modification. Where his previous manifestations had shown the integration of magical and chakra energies as separate but complementary forces, this time he focused on complete unification. His Susanoo formed around him with unprecedented speed, immediately evolving to a complete warrior form. Unlike his father's blue coloration or his own previous shifting hues, this manifestation stabilized into a deep violet, the perfect integration of chakra blue and magic crimson. Within its protective embrace, Hiroto channeled both energies in their purest forms. Expecto Patronum Amaterasu. The hybrid technique erupted from his Susanoo's hands, his silver stag Patronus wreathed in the black flames of Amaterasu, creating a spiritual weapon that existed simultaneously in both magical and physical dimensions. It charged directly at Karasu, bypassing conventional defensive measures through its dual-natured existence. Karasu countered with impressive speed, manifesting a partial Susanoo of his own while simultaneously casting shield charms of extraordinary power. The collision of techniques created a shockwave that ripped through the great hall, shattering the few remaining windows and cracking the ancient stone walls. Magnificent! Karasu exulted despite the clear strain of maintaining his defenses. This is precisely the potential I've theorized. The perfect integration of both worlds' greatest powers. The battle escalated rapidly, with Madara and Hiroto pressing their coordinated offensive while the rest of the team secured McGonagall and established a defensive perimeter. Karasu proved a formidable opponent, his composite nature allowing him to counter almost any single approach with precisely calibrated defenses. Yet the combined might of two Uchiha, one a legendary warrior with decades of battle experience, the other a unique dual-natured being with powers from two dimensions, gradually pushed him back toward the dimensional tear. You cannot stop what has already begun, Karasu declared as he parried yet another attack from Madara's Susanoo. The dimensional anchors have been activated at all 7 nexus points. The merging has entered its final phase. As if to emphasize his point, the castle shuddered again, more violently this time. Through the broken ceiling, the night sky showed disturbing distortions, rippling patterns like heat haze but on a massive scale, suggesting fundamental instabilities in the dimensional fabric itself. He's right, Hermione called from where she was examining McGonagall's restraints. These runic patterns match what we observed at the Wiltshire compound. They're designed to create resonance frequencies between specific locations in both dimensions. Which means what, exactly? Ron demanded, maintaining a shield charm against renewed attacks from Karasu's remaining forces. It means he's trying to superimpose Hogwarts directly onto its dimensional counterpart in our world, Takashi deduced, his medical sensory abilities detecting the subtle energy shifts, creating a permanent intersection point between dimensions. The implications were catastrophic. 2 entirely different locations suddenly occupying the same dimensional space would create energy conflicts on an unprecedented scale, potentially destabilizing reality itself around the merger point. We need to disrupt the anchor points, Hiroto decided. Father, can you maintain pressure on Karasu while we target the runic arrays? Madara's expression darkened with deadly focus. With pleasure. His perfect Susanoo intensified its assault, forcing Karasu to dedicate more attention to defense. Meanwhile, Hiroto coordinated with his team to identify and target the anchor points, 7 specific locations throughout the castle where runic arrays had been installed to facilitate the dimensional merger. Sarada, Takashi, take the north and west towers. George, Ron, the dungeons and astronomy tower. Luna, help Hermione secure McGonagall for evacuation. Hiroto himself would target the central array, located directly beneath the Great Hall where Karasu had emerged. As the team dispersed to their assigned targets, Hiroto faced a critical decision. Destroying the anchor points would require precisely calibrated attacks combining both magical and chakra disruption. He couldn't be in 7 places simultaneously, yet timing was essential, the arrays needed to be neutralized in perfect synchronization. The solution came from an unexpected source. Shadow clone technique, he murmured, forming the hand signs his father had taught him years ago. But instead of channeling pure chakra into the technique, he integrated magical energy as well, creating something entirely new, shadow clones with both chakra and magical capabilities. 6 perfect duplicates materialized around him, each containing a portion of his dual-natured energy. They dispersed instantly, moving to support the team members targeting each anchor point. Hiroto himself maintained his position in the Great Hall, ready to destroy the central array once the outlying points were neutralized. The timing would be critical, disrupting the network in the wrong sequence could potentially accelerate the dimensional merger rather than halting it. Madara, meanwhile, had driven Karasu into an increasingly defensive posture. The composite being's impressive abilities were gradually being overwhelmed by the sheer power and experience of the Uchiha clan leader. Yet Karasu showed no signs of concern. If anything, his body language suggested growing satisfaction despite his tactical disadvantage. "You still don't understand," he called to Madara as their Susanoo constructs clashed again. "Victory or defeat in this battle is irrelevant. The process has achieved critical momentum. Even if you destroy all 7 anchor points, the dimensional boundaries have been fundamentally weakened." Through their newly established clone link, Hiroto received real-time updates from his duplicates. Each team was in position, ready to strike on his command. The runic arrays were heavily defended, but the combined Shinobi Wizard approach had proven effective in bypassing the security measures. "On my mark," Hiroto transmitted through the clone network. 3, 2, 1. Now. Synchronized attacks struck all 7 anchor points simultaneously. Sarada's gentle fist precision combined with specialized chakra disruption techniques, Takashi's medical knowledge allowing him to target the array's energy circulation points, Ron and George employing curse-breaking spells specifically designed to unravel complex runic structures. Hiroto himself plunged through the damaged floor of the Great Hall, his Susanoo's weapon driving directly into the central array hidden beneath. The combined offensive disrupted the network's carefully calibrated harmonics, sending cascading failures throughout the system. The effects were immediate and dramatic. The dimensional distortions visible in the night sky stabilized somewhat, the rippling patterns diminishing in intensity. The castle stopped shuddering, though structural damage already inflicted remained evident in cracked walls and collapsing sections. Most significantly, the dimensional tear behind Karasu began to fluctuate wildly, its edges becoming unstable as the supporting energy network failed. Impressive coordination, Karasu acknowledged, seemingly unconcerned by this development. But ultimately futile. "You've merely delayed the inevitable." With unexpected speed, he disengaged from Madara's attack and launched himself toward the fluctuating dimensional tear. "Until our next encounter, Madara Uchiha. Study your dual nature well, you'll need its full potential for what comes next." Before either Madara or Hiroto could intercept him, Karasu passed through the unstable tear, which collapsed behind him with a thunderous implosion that sent shockwaves through the already damaged castle. "We need to evacuate," Hermione called urgently. "The castle's magical foundations have been compromised. The whole structure could collapse." Madara's perfect Susanoo expanded, encompassing the entire team plus McGonagall's unconscious form. With a powerful leap, the spectral warrior carried them clear of the castle just as sections of the ancient structure began to crumble inward. From their vantage point above the Hogwarts grounds, they witnessed the aftermath of Karasu's failed dimensional merger attempt. The castle partially collapsed, magical energy discharging in visible arcs across the grounds, and lingering distortions in the air suggesting continued dimensional instability. "We've stopped the immediate threat," Hiroto assessed as Madara guided his Susanoo toward a safe landing point near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. But Karasu escaped with his research intact. And based on what he said, this was just one approach to his ultimate goal. Indeed, Madara agreed grimly. He'll adapt his strategy, incorporate what he learned from this encounter, and try again, likely at a different nexus point. Once safely on the ground, Takashi immediately began treating McGonagall's injuries while Hermione worked to counter the magical effects of repeated memory extraction. The former headmistress's condition was serious but stabilized under their combined expertise. "She'll recover," Takashi reported after a thorough examination. "Though some memory damage may be permanent." Whatever extraction technique Karasu used was specifically designed to copy rather than remove memories, but the process still creates trauma to the neural pathways. "What matters is that she's alive," Ron said, his expression reflecting both relief and lingering concern. "But where do we go from here? The Resistance headquarters has been compromised, Hogwarts is half destroyed, and Karasu is still out there with most of his forces intact." It was a valid question. Despite their tactical success in disrupting the dimensional merger attempt, the strategic situation remained precarious. Karasu had demonstrated capabilities beyond their initial assessment, and his composite nature made him uniquely dangerous in ways they were still discovering. Madara surveyed the damaged castle with analytical precision. The dimensional distortions have not fully stabilized. This location remains a vulnerability, a thinning point between worlds that Karasu could potentially exploit again. Which means we need to establish permanent monitoring at all 7 nexus points, Hermione concluded. In both dimensions. More than monitoring, Hiroto added, his mind racing with implications and possibilities. We need to establish forward operating bases in both worlds, secured locations from which to coordinate our response to Karasu's next attempt. The concept took shape rapidly, a revolutionary approach to interdimensional defense. Rather than trying to completely separate the worlds again, likely impossible given the damage already done to the boundaries, they would establish controlled connection points, regulated and defended by joint shinobi wizard forces. We create what Karasu seeks to pervert, Hiroto explained to the assembled team. Stable, limited merger points between dimensions, but under our control rather than his. A dimensional defense network, Sarada elaborated, immediately grasping the strategy. Using the natural thinning points to our advantage rather than trying to fight against them. It's risky, Madara noted, though his tone suggested approval of the bold approach. Establishing such connections, even controlled ones, creates potential vulnerabilities. Less risk than allowing Karasu to continue exploiting naturally occurring weaknesses, Takashi countered. At least with engineered connection points, we dictate the terms of interaction. As they debated the specifics, McGonagall regained consciousness, her first words confirming Hiroto's worst fears about Karasu's ultimate objective. The Founder's Codex, she whispered, her voice weak but urgent. He has it. The original dimensional translation key. Hermione's eyes widened in recognition. The Founder's personal journal describing how they crossed between dimensions. But that's been considered a myth for centuries. No myth, McGonagall replied, struggling to sit up despite Takashi's gentle restraining hand. Hidden in the headmaster's office behind Godric's portrait. A record of how they created the original passage between worlds, and more importantly, how they sealed most of the connections to prevent uncontrolled merging. Which is exactly what Karasu needs to complete his plan, Hiroto realized. Not just creating new connections between worlds, but systematically undoing the Founder's original protections. The implications elevated the threat to an entirely new level. If the Founders had indeed established protective measures to prevent natural dimensional merging, and Karasu now possessed the knowledge to dismantle those protections. We need to establish our forward base immediately, Hiroto decided. Secure whatever remains of the Founder's knowledge and develop countermeasures before Karasu can implement what he's learned. Agreed, Madara stated. But first, we must return to our dimension and brief the 5 Kage Alliance. This development changes our strategic approach fundamentally. The team organized their return journey. McGonagall and Critical Intelligence would be transported directly to the Resistance's secondary headquarters, while Hiroto, Madara, Sarada, and Takashi would return to the Shinobi world to coordinate the broader response. As they prepared for departure, Sarada approached Hiroto, her expression unusually open. Your father crossed dimensions without authorization, risked an international incident, and potentially alerted our enemy to strategic information we didn't want revealed, she observed. Yet his intervention provided critical intelligence we might never have discovered otherwise. That's my father, Hiroto replied with a hint of wry amusement. Effective, dangerous, and impossible to predict, even for those who know him best. Like father, like son, she noted, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. Your shadow clone integration with magic was similarly, unauthorized. Yet precisely what we needed. He acknowledged the observation with a nod. Sometimes the rules of either world alone are insufficient for the challenges we face. Integration requires innovation. A philosophy Lord Karasu apparently shares, she pointed out. though applied toward destructive ends rather than protective ones. Which makes him all the more dangerous, Hiroto agreed soberly. He understands both worlds intimately, yet views them merely as resources to be exploited rather than civilizations to be preserved. Their conversation was interrupted as Madara approached, his expression severe despite their tactical victory. It's time. The dimensional pathway I created for my arrival remains viable, but not indefinitely. As they gathered for the return journey, Hiroto took a final look at Hogwarts, the castle that had once been home to Harry Potter, now partially in ruins. The sight stirred complicated emotions, grief for what had been lost, determination to protect what remained, and a curious sense of evolution in his own identity. He was neither fully Harry Potter nor solely Hiroto Uchiha anymore. The events of recent weeks had forged something new, a truly integrated being who could draw upon both aspects of his existence without internal conflict. The two-world warrior that circumstances demanded. Ready? Sarada asked quietly beside him. Hiroto nodded, turning away from the past to face the future. Ready. Together, they stepped through the dimensional passage, leaving one world to defend another, knowing that soon, the distinction between them might become increasingly academic as the boundaries continued to thin. Lord Karasu had escaped, but in doing so, had revealed both his nature and his ultimate objective. Knowledge that, properly applied, might yet turn the tide in this unprecedented interdimensional conflict. The real battle was just beginning. Chapter 4, The Crow Lord Falls. The sky above Konoha bled crimson, stained by an unnatural sunset that had lasted for 3 hours. Throughout the village, civilians huddled in evacuation shelters while Shinobi maintained a watchful perimeter. No one needed to be told that the extended twilight was wrong, that reality itself seemed to be holding its breath, waiting for something momentous to unfold. From the highest point of the Hokage mountain, Hiroto Uchiha observed the dimensional anomalies spreading across both worlds. The once solid boundaries between realms had deteriorated rapidly in the 4 days since their confrontation with Lord Karasu at Hogwarts. Weather patterns shifted unpredictably, gravitational fluctuations caused momentary weightlessness, and in several locations, objects from one dimension had begun spontaneously appearing in the other. The latest reports from Sunagakure, Sarada said, appearing silently beside him. She handed over a sealed scroll bearing the Kazekage's insignia. Similar phenomena to what we're experiencing, but with the addition of sand transmutation, ordinary dunes temporarily transforming into what appears to be crushed limestone from the Wizarding World's Dover cliffs. Hiroto broke the seal, scanning the report with his Sharingan active. Transmutation distance is increasing. Last week, dimensional objects manifested within 5 meters of thinning points. Now they're appearing up to a kilometer away. The deterioration is accelerating, Sarada concluded, her Byakugan activating as she surveyed the village below. I can see at least 7 distinct energy fluctuations within Konoha itself, places where the fabric between worlds has become dangerously thin. They stood in companionable silence for a moment, 2 dojutsu users watching their world begin to merge with another. In the distance, the forward operating base established after their return from Hogwarts hummed with activity, a combined force of shinobi and wizards working frantically to understand and counter Lord Karasu's dimensional manipulation. The 5 Kage are awaiting your report, Sarada finally said. Along with representatives from the Wizards Ministry. Shikamaru says we're approaching the critical decision point. Hiroto nodded, his expression grave. Has Takashi's medical team completed their analysis of the dimensional sickness cases? Yes. Magical exposure is causing chakra pathway inflammation in civilians, while wizards experiencing our world are suffering from something they're calling elemental resonance disorder. Either way, extended cross-dimensional exposure is proving toxic without proper preparation. How many cases? 43 in Konoha. Over 200 reported across the 5 nations. The wizarding world is seeing similar numbers. The statistics confirmed what they had feared, the partial dimensional merger was already having physiological effects on the populations of both worlds. Without intervention, those numbers would grow exponentially as the boundaries continued to thin. And my father? Hiroto asked, his tone carefully neutral. A slight hesitation before Sarada answered. In the secure research facility below the Hokage mountain. He's pushing himself to the limit. The eternal Mangekyo takes a toll, even on someone of his stature. Hiroto had barely seen Madara in the days since their return from the wizarding world. His father had immediately sequestered himself with the research division, applying his unparalleled knowledge of Uchiha history and techniques to understanding Karasu's composite nature. The strain of continuous Sharingan use was significant, but Madara Uchiha would accept nothing less from himself when his clan, his village, and his son faced existential threat. We should go, Hiroto said, turning from the unsettling sky toward the path leading down the mountain. They've waited long enough. As they descended, Sarada matched his pace precisely, her formal Hyuga robes replaced by practical battle attire that nevertheless maintained her clan's distinctive styling. The past weeks had transformed their relationship in ways neither had explicitly acknowledged, professional respect deepening into something more complex, more personal, yet still undefined amid the crisis they faced. Your dream last night, she said suddenly. It was worse than the previous ones. Hiroto glanced at her sharply. You were monitoring my sleep. Not intentionally, she replied, unperturbed by his accusation. But when someone projects enough chakra disturbance to activate perimeter sensors, it draws attention. The guards called me rather than general security. He sighed, running a hand through his hair, a gesture more hairy than Hiroto, one of many subtle bleed-throughs occurring as his dual nature fully integrated under stress. It wasn't exactly a dream, he admitted. More like dimensional resonance. As the worlds move closer together, my connection to both intensifies. I experience echoes from the original timeline, the one where Harry died permanently. Sarada processed this with characteristic analytical precision. You're receiving memories from an alternate outcome. Is that even possible? According to Hermione, the multiverse theory suggests infinite variants of our realities. In most, Harry Potter died in the Forbidden Forest and stayed dead. In this one, his soul transferred to another dimension and became me. He shook his head, trying to dispel lingering fragments of the disturbing vision. Last night, I saw what would have happened if Lord Karasu had emerged in a world where Harry Potter was truly gone. And it fell, Hiroto said simply. Without someone who understood both worlds, who could integrate both powers, the wizarding dimension was conquered within a year. Ours would have followed. They reached the base of the mountain, approaching the reinforced entrance to the emergency command center established beneath the Hokage monument. ANBU guards verified their identities through multiple protocols, standard security augmented with magical confirmation charms developed by the ministry representatives. For what it's worth, Sarada said as they passed the final checkpoint, your distress last night wasn't just chakra fluctuation. Her pale eyes met his directly. You called my name. Before Hiroto could respond, the massive doors to the command center slid open, revealing a cavernous space transformed into the nexus of interdimensional operations. Dozens of sensor-type ninja monitored large crystal displays showing dimensional thinning points across both worlds. Wizard arithmancers worked alongside Nara clan strategists, calculating probable merger progression patterns. Medical teams from both dimensions compared notes on treating cross-dimensional exposure symptoms. At the center of this controlled chaos stood a circular table where the 5 Kage and their wizard counterparts awaited their arrival. The gathered leaders' expressions reflected the gravity of their situation, grim determination mingled with the barely concealed tension of those facing unprecedented crisis. Uchiha-san, Hyuga-san, the Hokage acknowledged as they approached. We're ready for your assessment. Hiroto noted the presence of his former friend, now Minister for Magical Research, among the assembled leaders. Hermione Granger's composed expression betrayed nothing, but the shadows beneath her eyes spoke of exhaustion matched only by her determination. The dimensional thinning has reached critical threshold at 7 major nexus points, Hiroto reported without preamble. Based on the progression rate and energy signatures, we estimate Lord Karasu will attempt the final merger within 18 hours. His statement elicited murmurs from around the table. 18 hours was sooner than even their most pessimistic projections. You're certain? The Hokage demanded. Your intelligence on Karasu's timeline has proven unreliable before. With respect, Hokage-sama, Sarada interjected smoothly, the certainty comes from direct observation of energy harmonics at the nexus points. The resonance patterns are reaching convergence frequency. Physics, not intelligence, dictates the timeline. The Tsuchikage leaned forward, her ancient face creased with concern. And the epicenter? Have you identified where Karasu will conduct his final ritual? Yes, Hiroto confirmed, activating the central display table with a precise chakra pulse. A three-dimensional map materialized, showing both dimensions partially superimposed. 7 glowing points indicated major dimensional thinning locations, with one pulsing more intensely than the others. The primary nexus point, where the original founders first crossed between dimensions. In your world, he nodded to Hermione, it corresponds to Stonehenge. In ours, it's located within the Valley of the End. The significance wasn't lost on anyone present. The Valley of the End, site of legendary battles that had shaped Shinobi history, sharing dimensional coordinates with the wizarding world's most ancient magical site. The symmetry was both poetic and alarming. Our combined intelligence suggests Lord Karasu has been preparing this location for months, Sarada continued. Specialized sealing arrays have been installed in both dimensions, designed to amplify the natural thinning and force complete merger. If the merger succeeds, Hermione added, addressing the entire assembly, the result won't be harmonic integration. It will be catastrophic reality collapse extending outward from the epicenter. Conservative estimates suggest destruction of all life within a 1,000-kilometer radius immediately, with cascading failures eventually affecting both entire dimensions. Unless, the Hokage noted grimly, one accepts Karasu's demands. A heavy silence fell over the gathering. 3 days earlier, Lord Karasu had sent identical messages to the leadership of both dimensions, a simple choice. Surrender control of all dimensional transit points to him, accept his authority as guardian of the merged realities, and he would ensure a controlled, stable integration that preserved most existing territories. Resistance would result in the catastrophic uncontrolled merger he now threatened. Appeasement is not an option, Madara Uchiha's voice cut through the silence as he entered the chamber. Despite his evident fatigue, the toll of days spent with eternal Mangekyo Sharingan continuously activated, his presence commanded immediate attention. Karasu's offer of controlled merger is a facade. The composite entity he represents cannot maintain permanent stability. The wizard and shinobi souls bound within his vessel war against each other on a fundamental level. He approached the table, acknowledging his son with a slight nod before continuing. Our research into the chimeric soul binding technique has confirmed our worst fears. The process requires continuous absorption of additional soul fragments to maintain cohesion. Karasu doesn't seek to rule merged dimensions, he needs to harvest their populations to sustain his existence. This revelation struck the assembly like a physical blow. Not mere conquest, but consumption on an unimaginable scale. You have verification of this? The Mizukage asked, her usual composure slipping slightly. Direct evidence from historical records and current observations, Madara confirmed. The progressive deterioration in Karasu's chakra stability, the systematic abduction of bloodline ability users, the specialized soul extraction equipment discovered at his abandoned facilities, all point to the same conclusion. Then our course is clear, the Kazekage stated. We must prevent the final merger by whatever means necessary. Agreed, Hermione said, speaking for the wizarding delegation. But conventional military approaches will fail against the dimensional apparatus Karasu has constructed. We need a specialized strike force capable of dismantling the ritual at its source. All eyes turned to Hiroto, the unspoken expectation hanging heavily in the air. As the only being with naturally integrated abilities from both dimensions, he represented their greatest hope for countering Karasu's composite powers. I've been developing a countermeasure, Hiroto acknowledged. working with teams from both worlds to create a targeted dimensional stabilization technique. But implementing it will require direct access to the central ritual site at precisely the right moment. Which means penetrating Karasu's defenses at the Valley of the End, Sarada added. Intelligence confirms he's gathered his most powerful followers there, enhanced Death Eaters, missing Nin with experimental modifications, and hybrid combatants trained in both magical and chakra techniques. The strategic discussion that followed was intense and thorough: deployment options, diversionary tactics, extraction protocols. Through it all, Hiroto found himself studying the assembled leaders with a unique perspective informed by both his lives. The Shinobi Kage approached the crisis with pragmatic calculation, weighing acceptable losses against mission success probability. The wizarding representatives demonstrated greater concern for individual casualties but less strategic flexibility. Two worlds, two philosophies, now forced to find common ground as their realities literally merged around them. When the council finally adjourned 3 hours later, they had a plan, one that balanced the strengths of both dimensions while acknowledging the desperate nature of their situation. A joint strike force would deploy to both Stonehenge and the Valley of the End simultaneously, creating a coordinated assault across dimensions to disrupt Karasu's ritual. As the leaders dispersed to prepare their respective forces, Hiroto found himself approached by both his father and Hermione. "A word," Madara requested, gesturing toward a more private area of the command center. "Both of you." They followed him to a secure briefing room, where Madara activated privacy seals before turning to face them. Up close, the strain of his recent efforts was more evident, lines of exhaustion etched into his stern features, a barely perceptible tremor in hands that had once wielded power capable of reshaping landscapes. "What I'm about to share was excluded from the general briefing for security reasons," he began without preamble. "Our research into the chimeric soul binding has revealed something specific about Karasu's composite nature that concerns you directly, Hiroto." "The wizard component of his bound soul," Hiroto guessed. "You've identified it." Madara nodded, his Sharingan activating despite the obvious cost. "The magical signature analysis is conclusive. The wizard half of Karasu's composite entity is Augustus Rookwad." Hermione inhaled sharply. "The unspeakable. That explains a great deal." "Rookwad," Hiroto repeated, memories from his life as Harry surfacing with crystal clarity. "Death Eater. Worked in the Department of Mysteries. Expert in experimental magic and dimensional theory. And presumed dead after the Battle of Hogwarts," Hermione added. "His body was never recovered, but given the destruction in that section of the castle, no one questioned his disappearance. Because he wasn't there," Madara concluded. "Our timeline reconstruction suggests he fled during the battle's chaos, taking with him classified knowledge from the Department of Mysteries. Sometime after, he encountered the dimensional rift created by Kagami Uchiha's experiments. Two brilliant, ambitious men from different dimensions," Hiroto mused. "Each possessing knowledge the other coveted. Rather than merely collaborate, they found a way to literally combine their existence. Creating an entity with comprehensive understanding of both worlds' most dangerous secrets," Hermione said grimly. "Rookwood's expertise in soul magic and dimensional theory combined with an Uchiha's dojutsu and chakra control." Madara's expression darkened further. "There's more. The chimeric soul binding doesn't merely combine two souls, it requires a catalyst, a third soul fragment that serves as the foundation for integration." A cold dread settled in Hiroto's stomach. "What kind of catalyst?" "A soul fragment already connected to both dimensions," Madara replied, his gaze fixed on his son. "According to our analysis of Karasu's ritual components, he used a preserved fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul, specifically, residual energy harvested from the site where Harry Potter faced him in the Forbidden Forest." The revelation struck Hiroto like a physical blow. "Voldemort's soul fragment? The one that was inside Harry?" "The very same," Hermione confirmed, her academic detachment failing to mask her horror. When Harry confronted Voldemort in the forest, the fragment of his soul that had lived within you for 17 years was destroyed. But magical residue remained at the site, echoes of both souls in the moment of separation. Which Rookward apparently collected, Hiroto concluded. And later used as the binding agent when creating Lord Karasu with Kagami Uchiha. Yes. Madara's voice carried an uncharacteristic gentleness. But there's a more troubling implication. The residual connection between that soul fragment and your own may explain why your soul traversed dimensions after Harry Potter's death. It created a pathway, one that Karasu may have intentionally facilitated. Hiroto stared at his father, the full implications crystallizing with terrible clarity. Are you suggesting Karasu orchestrated my reincarnation? That Harry Potter's soul becoming Hiroto Uchiha was his design? The evidence suggests it's possible, Madara acknowledged. The timing aligns. The specific binding ritual used requires symmetry, a soul divided across dimensions creates balance. Your transference may have been the counterweight to his own transformation. But why? Hiroto demanded. If he engineered my rebirth in this world, what purpose would it serve? Insurance, Hermione suggested, her analytical mind already assembling the pieces. Or perhaps a backup vessel. A naturally integrated dual-natured being would be immensely valuable to his research, potentially even a replacement if his composite form began to degrade. The theory made disturbing sense. Lord Karasu, the combined entity of Rookward and Kagami, would have recognized the unique potential in Harry Potter's connection to both Voldemort and dimensional magic. Engineering his soul's transference to the body of an Uchiha child would create a perfect subject for future study, or harvesting. If this is true, Hiroto said slowly, then my entire existence as Hiroto Uchiha was manipulated from the beginning. My dual nature isn't coincidence, it's design. Not your entire existence, Madara corrected sharply. The circumstances of your soul's arrival may have been influenced, but everything since, your growth, your choices, your bonds in this world, those are yours alone. Karasu may have facilitated the path between dimensions, but he didn't determine who you would become once here. Coming from Madara, a man typically unconcerned with emotional reassurance, the statement carried significant weight. Hiroto met his father's gaze, seeing in those legendary eyes not just the fearsome warrior, but also the parent who had raised him in this life. There's one more implication, Hermione said carefully. If your reincarnation and Karasu's creation are mystically linked, it might explain your dimensional dreams, your accelerated integration of magical and chakra abilities, and why I'm the key to stopping him, Hiroto finished. The connection works both ways. The same resonance that allowed him to engineer my transference makes me uniquely capable of disrupting his ritual. Madara nodded grimly. Which means you're not merely the logical choice for the strike team leader. You're the only choice. Without your specific dual-natured energy signature, the countermeasure will fail. The weight of this responsibility settled over Hiroto, not unfamiliar, but heavier than before. In his life as Harry, prophecy had marked him as Voldemort's destined opponent. Now, in his second existence, cosmic symmetry had created a similar role for him against Lord Karasu. The strike force preparations are already underway, he said, decision made. We deploy in 6 hours. The forward staging area near the Valley of the End hummed with controlled urgency as combined Shinobi wizard forces made final preparations. Specialized equipment had been distributed, communication devices enchanted to function across dimensional boundaries, weapons incorporating principles from both worlds, and protective gear designed to mitigate cross-dimensional exposure effects. Hiroto moved through the organized chaos, conferring with unit leaders and confirming coordination protocols. The plan relied on precise timing between forces in both dimensions. The wizard contingent at Stonehenge would move simultaneously with the shinobi forces at the valley, creating synchronized pressure on Karasu's ritual from both sides of the thinning barrier. Latest sensor readings, Takashi reported, joining Hiroto at the command tent. The medical nin looked exhausted but focused, having spent the past 48 hours developing protective treatments for the strike teams. Dimensional fluctuations are intensifying at an exponential rate. We're detecting significant reality warping within a 2-kilometer radius of the valley. Warping how, specifically? Hiroto asked, studying the sensor data. Localized physics alterations. Gravity inconsistencies. Temporal dilation in some pockets. Advanced scouts experience time passing differently within certain zones. Most concerning, spontaneous matter transmutation at the molecular level. The beginning of true dimensional merger, Hiroto concluded. Are the protective measures holding? For now. The combined chakra barriers and magical wards are maintaining a stable perimeter around our staging area. But once we advance toward the epicenter, Takashi left the implications unspoken. We'll face progressively severe reality distortions, Hiroto finished. Which is why the approach vectors have built-in redundancies. If one team encounters impassable conditions, the others adjust accordingly. A familiar presence approached, Ron Weasley, who had arrived an hour earlier with the final contingent of wizards from the Ministry. Despite the gravity of their situation, the redhead managed a grim smile. Defense perimeters are established on our side, he reported. Hermione's leading the arithmetic calculations to synchronize the countermeasure deployment. She sent this for you. He handed over a slender box of polished wood, its surface etched with protective runes. Hiroto opened it carefully, revealing a wand, 11 inches of holly with a phoenix feather core. His original wand from his life as Harry Potter. She found it in the Department of Mysteries archives, Ron explained. Been there since the Battle of Hogwarts. She thought, well, given everything, you might want it for this fight. Hiroto lifted the wand, feeling the familiar warmth as it recognized its true master across lifetimes and dimensions. Unlike the borrowed wands he'd been using since reconnecting with the wizarding world, this one resonated with his magical core instantly, an extension of himself rather than a tool. Thank her for me, he said, carefully securing the wand in a specialized holster designed to integrate with his shinobi equipment. This could make a significant difference. Ron nodded, his expression turning more serious. There's something else you should know. The dimensional thinning is causing some unexpected effects on our side. People are remembering. Specifically, remembering you, Harry, that is. Remembering how? Dreams, mostly. People who knew Harry Potter are having vivid dreams about his last moments in the Forbidden Forest. But also about his life continuing somewhere else. Somewhere with different rules, different powers. Ron ran a hand through his hair, a gesture of discomfort familiar from both their lives. Hermione thinks it's dimensional resonance. As the worlds move closer together, the connections between them strengthen, including personal connections that transcend the boundary. The information was troubling but not entirely unexpected. Hiroto had experienced similar phenomena from his side, increasingly vivid memories of Harry's life, emotional connections to people he hadn't seen in this lifetime, instinctive knowledge of magical principles he'd never formally studied as Hiroto. It's temporary, he assured Ron, though with less certainty than his tone suggested. Once we stabilize the dimensional boundaries, these bleed-through effects should subside. Their conversation was interrupted as Sarada approached, her Byakugan active and scanning the perimeter continuously. Advanced scouts have returned, she reported. Karasu's forces are establishing a multi-layered defensive formation around the ritual site. At least 50 enhanced Death Eaters, 30 missing mean with experimental modifications, and some kind of hybrid sentinels we haven't encountered before. Hybrid how? Hiroto asked sharply. According to the scouts, they appear to be constructed rather than born, similar to puppets but with biological components. Each contains both a chakra network and magical conductivity. Inferi, Ron identified with visible disgust. Enhanced with shinobi puppet techniques. Rookwad experimented with similar abominations during the First Wizarding War. The cruel innovation was disturbingly consistent with what they knew of Karasu's composite nature. Rookwood's dark magical knowledge combined with Kagami Uchiha's technical expertise, creating threats neither world was fully prepared to counter alone. We need to adjust the first wave approach, Hiroto decided. Specialized countermeasures for the hybrid sentinels, fire-based techniques combined with specific banishing charms. As they refined the assault plan, a messenger appeared with a sealed scroll bearing the Uchiha clan emblem. From Madara-sama, the young shinobi announced, handing it directly to Hiroto. For your eyes only. Hiroto excused himself, moving to a quieter section of the command tent to read his father's message. The scroll was protected by blood seals that responded only to Uchiha chakra, an old clan security measure rarely used except for the most sensitive communications. The message inside was brief but profound. Hiroto, further analysis confirms our theory. The countermeasure will require a focal point at the exact center of the ritual, someone to channel both energies simultaneously in precise opposition to Karasu's integration technique. The dimensional mathematics are unambiguous. Such opposition creates a devastating backlash that will destroy everything within the focal radius. In simple terms, whoever deploys the countermeasure at the epicenter cannot survive the resulting energy discharge. I have modified the technique to allow remote activation. My eternal Mangekyo can sustain the necessary chakra output to serve as the focal point. Your dual-natured energy remains essential for targeting, but can be applied from outside the destruction radius. This is not negotiable. I will rendezvous with your strike force at the valley perimeter at the designated time. The Uchiha clan has always protected what matters most, even at the cost of individual sacrifice. Your father, Madara Hiroto, read the message twice, then carefully incinerated it with a precisely controlled fire technique. His father's intention was clear, and completely in character. Madara Uchiha, legendary for his power and pride, had calculated the strategic necessities and determined that his own sacrifice represented the optimal solution. What surprised Hiroto wasn't the decision itself, but the motivation behind it. Not clan pride or tactical advantage, but something far simpler and more profound, a father's desire to protect his son. Trouble? Sarada asked, appearing silently beside him with the uncanny perception that made her such an effective partner. My father has developed a modification to the countermeasure, Hiroto replied carefully. He'll join us at the valley perimeter. Her Byakugan studied him intently. You're concealing something. Your chakra patterns show acute emotional distress despite your composed exterior. Hiroto sighed. There was little point in attempting to hide his concerns from someone who could literally see the flow of energy through his body. The countermeasure deployment is more dangerous than initially presented. My father intends to place himself at the greatest point of risk. Understanding dawned in her expression. A suicide component. The focal point must remain within the epicenter during energy discharge. Her analytical mind quickly assembled the tactical realities. And Madara-sama intends to take that position himself rather than risking you. Yes. Sarada considered this silently for a moment. What will you do? What I must, Hiroto replied simply. Complete the mission. Save both worlds. Honor my father's choice. His words were measured, reasonable, and a complete lie, as Sarada's skeptical expression made clear. She knew him too well to believe he would passively accept his father's sacrifice if alternatives existed. The deployment window opens in 4 hours, she said instead of challenging his statement directly. You should rest while you can. I'll oversee the final preparations. Hiroto recognized the gift she was offering, space to process, to plan, to prepare for what lay ahead. Thank you, he said, genuine gratitude in his voice. As Sarada returned to the command area, Hiroto sought a quiet place to meditate. The dual energies within him, chakra and magic, had become increasingly volatile as the dimensional thinning progressed. Controlling them would require perfect clarity during the coming battle. Finding a secluded spot overlooking the distant valley of the end, he settled into the meditative posture his father had taught him as a child. The great statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha were still visible in the distance, though now surrounded by an unsettling shimmer as reality itself became malleable around them. As he centered his awareness, Hiroto reflected on the strange symmetry of his existence. Harry Potter had walked willingly to death in the Forbidden Forest, sacrificing himself to save those he loved. Now, Madara Uchiha intended a similar sacrifice, a father giving his life to preserve his son and the world he had helped build. But Harry hadn't truly died in the forest. He'd been given a choice, to go on or return. His decision had somehow transcended dimensions, bringing his soul to this world to become Hiroto Uchiha. Perhaps, Hiroto reasoned, the parallels extended further. Perhaps sacrifice was not the only solution to the threat they faced. With renewed purpose, he deepened his meditation, exploring the unique integration of energies that made him who he was. If Karasu had indeed engineered his reincarnation as a potential vessel or catalyst, then the connection between them might be exploited, turned against its creator. By the time he opened his eyes, the crimson sky had darkened to deep purple, and stars that belonged to both dimensions twinkled in impossible patterns overhead. The hour of confrontation approached, and with it, a decision that would determine the fate of two worlds. The Valley of the End had transformed beyond recognition. Where once two massive statues had faced each other across a waterfall, now a swirling maelstrom of dimensional energy occupied the center of the basin. The waterfall itself flowed upward in defiance of gravity, while patches of ground shifted between earthy soil and ancient stone megaliths seemingly at random. At the epicenter of this chaos stood an elaborate ritual array, concentric circles of runic inscriptions and chakra seal formulas that glowed with malevolent purpose. Death Eaters in silver masks and modified robes patrolled alongside missing men wearing experimental enhancement devices. Between them moved the hybrid sentinels, puppet-like constructs with the shambling gait of inferi but the precision movements of chakra-controlled weapons. From their concealed observation position half a kilometer from the perimeter, Hiroto studied the defenses through his Sharingan while Sarada's Byakugan mapped the energy flows. The ritual is approximately 70% complete, she reported quietly. Dimensional merger has already begun at the subatomic level within the central array. Matter from both dimensions is integrating, creating a progressive expansion zone. And Karasu? Hiroto asked, searching for the composite being among the gathered forces. Central platform, partially obscured by the energy distortion. Sarada adjusted her Byakugan focus with practiced precision. He's channeling massive amounts of both chakra and magical energy into the array. His physical form appears unstable, fluctuating between solid matter and energy states. Ron, crouched nearby with a team of specialized wizard combat operators, studied the scene through omnioculars modified to detect magical signatures. Similar situation at Stonehenge, he reported, receiving updates through their interdimensional communication channel. Hermione says the ritual has reached synchronized activation across dimensions. Wizard strike teams are in position, awaiting your signal. The joint assault plan was elegantly simple in concept, enormously complex in execution. Simultaneous attacks from both dimensions would create disruption patterns in Karasu's defensive screen, allowing a specialized insertion team, led by Hiroto, to penetrate to the ritual's epicenter. There, the countermeasure would be deployed, stabilizing the dimensional boundaries and neutralizing Karasu's merger attempt. All strike teams report ready, Takashi confirmed, completing his final check of the medical countermeasures each operator carried. Dimensional sickness preventatives have been distributed. Emergency extraction teams are on standby. Hiroto performed a last equipment check, specialized kunai with both explosive tags and wizard enchantments, chakra-conducting wire enhanced with protection charms, his original Holly wand secured yet accessible, and most importantly, the countermeasure device itself. The small, innocuous-looking object represented the combined brilliance of both worlds' greatest minds, a fusion of sealing techniques and arithmetic calculations designed to restore dimensional stability. What only Hiroto knew was that he had modified it further during his meditation, integrating aspects of his unique dual nature directly into its structure. A contingency his father hadn't considered. Madara-sama has arrived at the rendezvous point, a censorine reported. He requests immediate conference with the strike team leaders. Acknowledged, Hiroto replied. Maintain observation. Signal if any significant changes occur in the ritual progression. He made his way through the concealed forward position to where his father waited. Madara stood alone, his battle attire immaculate, his posture betraying none of the exhaustion Hiroto had observed earlier. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowed with deadly purpose in the gathering darkness. The countermeasure modifications are complete, Madara stated without preamble. I will approach the epicenter from the eastern quadrant while your teams create the necessary disruption. Once I'm in position, you will activate the targeting mechanism from the perimeter, channeling your dual energy into the array. Hiroto studied his father, the man who had raised him in this life, trained him in the Uchiha ways, demanded excellence while rarely offering praise. Beneath the legendary warrior's stern exterior, he detected something unexpected, not resignation to a noble sacrifice, but absolute certainty in the rightness of his path. There's another way, Hiroto said quietly. The countermeasure doesn't require a physical presence at the epicenter, only a specific energy signature capable of withstanding the discharge. Madara's eyes narrowed slightly. Explain. My connection to Karasu, the resonance between our dual natures, creates a pathway that can be exploited. I can channel the countermeasure through that connection, using his own ritual array as a conductor. Theoretically possible, Madara acknowledged. But practically suicidal. The energy backlash would follow the same pathway. You would be directly exposed to the full-dimensional discharge. Not with the proper shielding, Hiroto countered. A perfect Susanoo, enhanced with both chakra and magical protections, could withstand the initial wave. Father and son regarded each other in silence, each measuring the other's resolve. Finally, Madara spoke, his voice holding an uncharacteristic gentleness. You've calculated the risk and determined your survival probability at approximately 20%, he stated, reading his son's tactical assessment with unerring accuracy. You consider this acceptable because you believe your connection to Karasu makes you the optimal focal point, improving overall mission success probability by at least 30% compared to my approach. Hiroto didn't bother denying the assessment. Yes. What you haven't calculated, Madara continued, is the psychological impact of a father allowing his son to undertake such risk when an alternative exists. This isn't about family sentiment, Hiroto argued. It's about tactical optimization. My dual nature makes me uniquely suited, do not, Madara interrupted sharply, presume to lecture me on tactical optimization, Hiroto. I was calculating battlefield probabilities before you were born, in either life. His expression softened fractionally. But neither should you presume that my decision is based solely on paternal instinct. Your value to both dimensions exceeds my own. You represent the future, a bridge between worlds that will be essential long after Karasu is defeated. The argument might have continued, but a sudden surge of energy from the ritual site interrupted them, a visible pulse that sent ripples through the fabric of reality itself. Trees within the affected radius temporarily transmuted into stone monoliths before reverting. The air shimmered with dimensional instability. The ritual has entered its final phase, Madara observed grimly. We're out of time for debate. Then we proceed with the original plan, Hiroto conceded, though his eyes conveyed that the matter wasn't truly settled. Your approach from the east, my targeting from the perimeter. Madara studied his son for a moment longer, clearly detecting the deception but apparently deciding against confronting it directly. Instead, he placed a hand on Hiroto's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical connection between them. You have exceeded every expectation I ever held for an Uchiha heir, he said with unexpected candor. Not through bloodline or technique, but through the quality of your choices. Whatever happens today, know that I have always been proud to call you my son. The simple statement, from a man who typically expressed approval through increasingly demanding training rather than words, struck Hiroto deeply. Before he could respond, Madara turned and departed to prepare his strike team, leaving Hiroto with the weight of both their intentions pressing upon him. He rejoined the main command position, where Sarada immediately detected his emotional turbulence despite his composed exterior. You're proceeding with your alternative approach, she stated rather than asked, her voice kept low to avoid being overheard. You knew. I observed you modifying the countermeasure during your meditation. Her expression remained neutral, but her eyes conveyed complex emotions. Your chakra signature has distinctive patterns when you're being particularly stubborn about something. Under different circumstances, her perceptiveness might have amused him. Instead, it created a moment of unexpected vulnerability between them, the acknowledgement that she knew him well enough to read his intentions despite his efforts to conceal them. It's the logical approach, he said simply. It's unnecessarily risky, she countered. But arguing would waste time we don't have. She hesitated, then added more softly, just promise you'll use the extraction protocol if the energy discharge exceeds sustainable levels. Heroic last stands are tactically inefficient. The clinical phrasing didn't mask her genuine concern, and Hiroto found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Their partnership had evolved over these weeks of crisis, professional respect deepening into something neither had directly acknowledged amid the urgent demands of their mission. I promise, he said finally. No unnecessary risks. She held his gaze for a moment, clearly recognizing the careful wording of his assurance, then nodded once. The strike teams are awaiting final briefing. The operation proceeded with precision born of intensive preparation and the desperate clarity that comes with knowing failure means annihilation. Strike teams deployed to their designated positions, communication checks confirmed interdimensional coordination with the wizard forces at Stonehenge, and final equipment verifications were completed with methodical care. Standing before the assembled strike force, Hiroto felt a strange echo of another time, another life, addressing Dumbledore's army before the Battle of Hogwarts, knowing many might not survive the night. Yet here, his dual nature provided unique perspective. Harry Potter had faced his final battle with courage born of love and friendship. Hiroto Uchiha approached this confrontation with the strategic discipline and tactical precision of a shinobi commander. The dimensional stability of both our worlds depends on what happens in the next hour, he told the gathered forces. Each of you represents the finest your dimension has to offer. Together, we will prevent catastrophic merger and neutralize the threat Lord Karasu represents. As final preparations concluded, Hiroto found himself momentarily alone with Sarada, away from the organized chaos of deployment. When this is over, she said suddenly, there's a matter we should discuss. Regarding the future allocation of our respective skills in joint operations. The formal phrasing might have amused him under different circumstances. You're proposing a discussion about our future working relationship. Now. I'm establishing a compelling reason for your survival, she replied matter-of-factly. Psychological studies indicate that individuals facing high-risk scenarios perform more optimally when incentivized with unresolved personal matters. Despite the gravity of their situation, Hiroto felt a smile tugging at his lips. That's the most Hugo way possible of saying, come back alive so we can talk about us. A hint of color touched her cheeks, though her expression remained composed. Precision in communication is a clan priority. Before he could respond, the signal came, 3 short pulses through their communication network indicating that all teams were in final position. The moment of action had arrived. Be careful, Sarada said quietly, her formal demeanor softening momentarily. Always, he replied. Then, channeling chakra to activate the communication seal, he gave the command that would launch their assault on 2 dimensions simultaneously, execute. The battle erupted with coordinated fury across dimensional boundaries. Fire-style techniques illuminated the night sky as specialized shinobi teams engaged the outer defensive perimeter. Simultaneously, magical explosions and spellfire erupted from concealed wizard strike teams, creating precisely calculated disruption patterns in Karasu's security formations. Hiroto led the central penetration team, himself, Sarada, Takashi, and 3 elite ANBU operatives selected for their compatibility with wizard teammates Ron, George, and Luna. They moved with supernatural speed through gaps created by the diversionary attacks, utilizing a combination of body flicker technique and apparition principles to traverse distances that would otherwise be impassable due to dimensional distortions. Reality fluctuations intensifying at 30 meters, Sarada reported, her Byakugan tracking the chaotic energy patterns around them. Gravitational anomalies ahead. Compensating, Luna replied with serene focus, casting a modified levitation charm that created a stable path through the affected zone. The spell incorporated principles from Flying Thunder God scrolls, establishing fixed reference points in shifting spacetime. They encountered the first significant resistance 200 meters from the ritual epicenter, a contingent of enhanced Death Eaters working in coordinated pairs with missing Nin specialists. Unlike previous confrontations where such mixed teams had shown imperfect integration, these units moved with disturbing synchronization. "They've been merged," Takashi observed grimly as they engaged. Partial soul binding, not complete integration like Karasu, but enough to create unified consciousness between pairs. The abomination of such forced melding only reinforced the urgency of their mission. Hiroto and his team cut through the defense with ruthless efficiency, Sarada's gentle fist disrupting both chakra networks and magical conductivity, Takashi applying medical techniques that severed the artificial connections between paired opponents, the ANBU executing precisely timed elimination strikes. Through their communication network, Hiroto received confirmation that his father had engaged from the eastern approach, Madara's perfect Susanoo visible even at distance as it carved a devastating path toward the ritual center. The legendary Uchiha's power was on full display, drawing significant defensive resources away from other vectors. 100 meters from primary target, an ANBU operative reported. Dimensional stability decreasing exponentially. Physical laws becoming increasingly malleable. The warning proved immediately relevant as the ground beneath them suddenly transmuted, solid earth becoming liquid, then gaseous, then crystalline in rapid succession. Ron barely managed to cast a modified freezing charm that stabilized a pathway forward, while Takashi's Earth-style techniques created temporary platforms that maintained relative position despite the chaotic environment. Hybrid sentinels approaching from multiple vectors, George warned, his enchanted eye detecting threats through the dimensional distortions. At least 20, configured for anti-penetration operations. The constructs moved with unnatural coordination, their puppet-like bodies channeling both magical curses and chakra techniques simultaneously. Unlike living opponents, they showed no self-preservation instinct, willingly sacrificing themselves to block the team's advance. Formation Delta, Hiroto commanded. The team instantly reconfigured, wizard members moving to the center where they cast specialized barrier charms in an expanding dome, while Shinobi formed an outer perimeter, channeling chakra into the magical construct to reinforce it. Susanoo integration, Hiroto announced, activating his evolved dojutsu. The spectral warrior formed around their entire group, its unique violet energy encompassing the barrier charm to create a hybrid defensive-offensive formation. Advance continuous. They pushed forward through the sentinel blockade, Hiroto's integrated Susanoo smashing through the constructs while maintaining the protective barrier around his team. Each destroyed sentinel released a disturbing combination of death wail and mechanical grinding, further evidence of their abominable nature. As they approached the final defensive perimeter, Hiroto detected a familiar presence. Madara had reached the opposite side of the ritual array, his perfect Susanoo engaged in combat with what appeared to be Karasu's elite guard. Through the dimensional distortions, father and son made momentary eye contact across the battlefield, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. 50 meters to epicenter, Sarada reported. Ritual energy approaching critical threshold. Dimensional merger at approximately 85% completion. At the center of the maelstrom stood Lord Karasu himself, his form fluctuating between solid matter and pure energy as he channeled power into the ritual array. The crow mask gleamed with unnatural luminescence, while the modified Sharingan visible through its eye slits tracked the approaching threats with calculating precision. "He's seen us," Takashi warned unnecessarily. Preparing countermeasures. Karasu made a gesture that combined wandless magic with chakra molding, something that should have been physically impossible for a single individual to execute. The result was immediate and devastating, a wave of dimensional instability that rippled outward, temporarily transforming everything it touched into its dimensional counterpart. Barrier holding, Ron reported through gritted teeth, though sweat poured down his face from the effort of maintaining the protective enchantments. But we can't withstand another direct hit like that. We won't have to, Hiroto replied, his dual vision perceiving something the others couldn't, a pattern in the chaotic energies, a rhythm to the dimensional fluctuations. There's a cycle to the ritual pulses. A 3-second window between major energy discharges. The team adjusted their advance accordingly, pushing forward during the brief stability windows, holding position during energy pulses. Through their communication network, they coordinated with Madara's team approaching from the opposite vector, creating a pincer movement that divided Kurasu's attention. At precisely 30 meters from the epicenter, Hiroto gave the predetermined signal. His team launched a coordinated barrage of diversionary attacks, combinations of high-visibility jutsu and magical effects designed to create the impression of a frontal assault. Simultaneously, Madara's team executed an identical pattern from their position. Under cover of this distraction, Hiroto activated the final stage of his plan, a technique he had developed by combining the principles of Flying Thunder God with apparition. Channeling both chakra and magic into precise balance, he executed a dimensional transit that bypassed conventional space, appearing directly behind Kurasu at the ritual center. The composite being sensed his arrival instantly, whirling to face him with inhuman speed. Up close, the deterioration of Kurasu's form was evident, his physical body flickering between solid matter and energy, the bound souls within his vessel struggling to maintain cohesion. Madara Uchiha, Kurasu greeted, his dual-toned voice somehow audible despite the chaotic energies swirling around them. Right on schedule. The casual welcome confirmed Hiroto's suspicion. Kurasu had anticipated their assault, perhaps even counted on it. You knew we'd come. Of course. Just as I knew you would modify your father's sacrificial countermeasure to place yourself at risk instead. Kurasu made a dismissive gesture toward where Madara's perfect Susanoo battled against the elite guard. Such predictable nobility across both your lifetimes. Despite the disorienting environment and the imminent threat of dimensional collapse, Hiroto found himself momentarily captivated by finally confronting the being who had potentially orchestrated his entire existence. Why, he demanded. Why engineer my reincarnation? What purpose did Harry Potter's soul in an Uchiha body serve for you? Insurance, Kurasu replied simply. My composite existence requires periodic renewal, fresh soul energy to maintain cohesion between my constituent parts. You were to be the perfect renewal vessel when the time came, a naturally integrated dual-natured being, maintaining stability without the technological intervention my current form requires. The confirmation of their theory did nothing to diminish its horror. Kurasu had facilitated Harry Potter's reincarnation as Hiroto Uchiha with the eventual intention of consuming him, harvesting a naturally integrated dual soul to sustain his own composite existence. And the dimensional merger? Hiroto pressed, needing to understand the full scope of Kurasu's plans while surreptitiously preparing the countermeasure. What does that achieve beyond catastrophic destruction? Evolution, Kurasu replied, his mask tilting slightly as though amused by the question. The artificial separation between dimensions has stunted the development of both. Magic without chakra, chakra without magic, each representing half of humanity's potential. The merger realigns what was wrongfully divided millennia ago. At the cost of billions of lives, Hiroto countered. The uncontrolled merger you've initiated will cause cascading reality collapse. A necessary transition phase, Kurasu acknowledged without apparent concern. The survivors will inherit a unified world with unlimited potential. Those with the proper genetic or spiritual composition will adapt to the integrated energies, evolving beyond current limitations. It was the casual disregard for mass suffering that confirmed what Hiroto had suspected. Despite his composite nature and intellectual brilliance, Lord Kurasu had inherited the worst aspects of both his constituent souls. Rookwood's cold scientific detachment combined with Kagami Uchiha's ruthless ambition, creating an entity that viewed billions of lives as acceptable sacrifices for theoretical advancement. Your countermeasure won't function as designed, by the way, Kurasu added conversationally, gesturing toward the device Hiroto had partially revealed. The dimensional mathematics you've based it on failed to account for the catalyst component, the soul fragment that connects us. The statement confirmed another of Hiroto's suspicions, that Karasu had been monitoring their preparations, perhaps even influencing their countermeasure development through subtle information manipulation. "I'm aware," Hiroto replied calmly. "Which is why I modified it further." Without warning, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and lunged forward, channeling both chakra and magic into a combined offensive that momentarily disrupted Karasu's control of the ritual energies. The distraction created the opening he needed, just enough time to place the modified countermeasure directly into the central array and activate its primary sequence. Karasu recovered with unnatural speed, striking with a technique that combined Amaterasu's black flames with a modified Cruciatus curse, pain on both physical and spiritual levels simultaneously. Hiroto barely managed to manifest his Susanoo in time to absorb the worst of the attack, though the agony that leaked through was still nearly overwhelming. Impressive adaptation, Karasu acknowledged as Hiroto maintained his position despite the assault. "Your integration of dual energies has progressed faster than I calculated. Perhaps you truly are ready to serve as my renewal vessel." The ritual array began to pulse with increasing intensity as the countermeasure interfaced with its energy patterns. Dimensional distortions rippled outward in concentric waves, reality itself beginning to fold and overlap in visible patterns. "You still don't understand what you've done," Karasu continued, his form fluctuating more rapidly as he channeled additional power into the ritual. "By placing your countermeasure directly into my array, you've created a resonance loop. The energies will build exponentially until they collapse both dimensions into singularity. Or until someone with the proper dual-natured signature redirects them," Hiroto countered, beginning the complex sequence that would activate the countermeasure's true function. Understanding dawned in Karasu's modified Sharingan eyes. "You intend to sacrifice yourself as the conduit. Channel the dimensional energies through your own dual nature to stabilize the boundaries." He laughed, a chilling sound that seemed to come from multiple throats simultaneously. "Noble but futile. The energy discharge would obliterate your consciousness even if your physical form survived." "That was the original calculation," Hiroto agreed, his Susanoo expanding to its full manifestation as he prepared for the final phase. "But you overlooked something critical." "And what might that be?" "I've died before," Hiroto stated simply. "And had the choice to come back. Some experiences transform the soul in ways your calculations can't account for." With those words, he activated the countermeasure's core function, a specialized sealing technique combined with arithmetic principles that would redirect the dimensional energies through a prepared conduit. Simultaneously, his perfect Susanoo evolved to its ultimate form, incorporating both magical protection charms and chakra reinforcement in layers of defense around his physical body. Karasu realized too late what was happening. The countermeasure wasn't designed merely to neutralize the ritual, it was specifically calibrated to exploit the connection between Hiroto and Karasu, using their shared resonance as a channeling mechanism. "No," the composite being cried, attempting to disengage from the ritual array. "You'll destroy us both." "Not both," Hiroto corrected, completing the final seal sequence. "Just the abomination your binding created." The countermeasure fully activated, drawing the chaotic dimensional energies through Hiroto's dual-natured form and directing them with laser precision toward Karasu. The composite being's unnatural body became the focal point for reality's violent reassertion, the forced merger of dimensions reversing direction to instead separate the unnaturally bound components of Karasu's existence. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the composite entity. Karasu's physical form began to disintegrate, not merely dying but unmaking itself as the souls of Augustus Rookwood and Kagami Uchiha were forcibly torn apart by the same energies they had attempted to control. "We could have evolved beyond all limitations," Karasu gasped as his form destabilized. "United both worlds under enlightened guidance." "Some boundaries exist for a reason," Hiroto replied, maintaining the energy channeling despite the increasing toll on his own body. "Balance requires separation as well as connection." With a final, reality-distorting implosion, Lord Karasu's composite existence collapsed, the bound souls forcibly separated and drawn back to their respective dimensional planes. The crow mask clattered to the ground, its surface cracking into fragments that dissolved into component energy. The dimensional energies, however, continued to build. With Karasu destroyed, the countermeasure lacked a complete circuit, energy flowing in but with nowhere to go except back through Hiroto himself. His perfect Susanoo began to show signs of strain, violet energy fluctuating as it absorbed increasing power. Hiroto. Sarada's voice reached him through their communication link. The dimensional energies are redirecting toward you. Evacuate immediately. Can't, he replied through gritted teeth. Incomplete circuit. If I disengage now, the backlash will destroy everything within 5 kilometers. Through the chaotic energies surrounding him, Hiroto glimpsed his father fighting to reach his position, Madara's perfect Susanoo carving a path through the remaining defenders with grim determination. He wouldn't arrive in time. The realization brought strange clarity. Once again, he faced death to save those he cared for. Once again, he would walk willingly into darkness for the greater good. Perhaps this was his true destiny across dimensions, to be the sacrifice that preserved life's continuance. As he prepared for the inevitable, channeling every ounce of his dual nature into containing the building energy discharge, an unexpected presence materialized beside him, Sarada, her Byakugan blazing with determination. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Get clear." "Hyuga chakra control," she replied tersely, assuming a modified gentle fist stance. "I can help stabilize the energy flow while you complete the circuit." Before he could protest further, she placed her hands against his Susanoo, channeling her precisely controlled chakra into its structure. The effect was immediate, his faltering construct stabilized, its violet energy intensifying as Sarada's contribution reinforced its integrity. Across the battlefield, Madara finally broke through the remaining defenses, his perfect Susanoo reaching their position with seconds to spare. Without hesitation, he added his own legendary power to the effort, the blue energy of his construct merging with Hiroto's violet Susanoo, creating a layered defense against the building dimensional discharge. "The circuit remains incomplete," Madara stated, his analytical mind immediately grasping the situation. "We need to redirect the excess energy." "Where?" Sarada demanded. "Any discharge point would cause catastrophic damage." The answer came from an unexpected source. Through their communication link, Hermione's voice reached them from the Stonehenge location in the wizarding dimension. "The original founder's anchor points," she transmitted. 7 locations designed to channel dimensional energies safely. "If you can direct the discharge through those pathways." "We need a targeting mechanism," Hiroto realized. "Something connected to both dimensions that can precisely locate the anchor points." "Your wand," Sarada suggested immediately. "The Phoenix Feather Core creates a natural connection to rebirth and dimensional transition." It was a desperate gamble, but with no alternatives remaining, Hiroto drew his original Holly wand, the one that had chosen him in Ollivander's shop a lifetime ago. Channeling both chakra and magic into it while maintaining the Susanoo containment, he visualized the 7 anchor points described in the Founder's Codex. "Now!" he commanded as the energies reached critical threshold. In perfect synchronization, Hiroto, Sarada, and Madara executed a combined technique that had never before been attempted, a 3-person Susanoo integration that channeled dimensional energies through Hiroto's wand toward the ancient anchor points established by the founders. The result was both devastating and beautiful. 7 pillars of light erupted across both dimensions simultaneously. In the Shinobi world at the Valley of the End, Mount Mayaboku, the island turtle's shell, the center of Yuzushiogakura's ruins, the peak of the highest mountain in the land of lightning, the deepest point in the land of Earth's cavern system, and the ceremonial center of the land of wind's great desert. In the wizarding dimension, corresponding eruptions occurred at Stonehenge, Glastonbury Tor, the heart of the Forbidden Forest, the deepest chamber of Gringotts, the center of the Department of Mysteries, the highest tower of Bosbaton's Academy, and the underwater caves beneath Durmstrang. The dimensional energies, rather than collapsing reality, were channeled into these ancient stabilization points, reinforcing rather than destroying the natural boundaries between worlds. The chaotic merger reversed direction, dimensional rifts beginning to heal as the proper separation reasserted itself. At the epicenter, however, the toll was severe. Even with their combined power, the backlash through the channeling circuit was devastating. Hiroto felt his consciousness wavering as energy beyond mortal capacity to contain flowed through his dual-natured being. "Hold!" Madara commanded, his legendary willpower evident in every syllable. Just a few seconds more. Sarada's grip on Hiroto's Susanoo never wavered, her chakra control maintaining perfect precision despite the overwhelming power surging around them. "Almost there," she encouraged, though her voice betrayed the strain. "The dimensional fluctuations are stabilizing." With a final, reality-altering pulse, the energy discharge completed its circuit through the ancient anchor points. The dimensional boundaries, rather than merging catastrophically, re-established themselves with greater stability than before, reinforced by the very power that had threatened to destroy them. As the chaotic energies dissipated, Hiroto's Susanoo flickered and faded. His consciousness dimmed, awareness slipping away despite desperate efforts to maintain it. The last thing he registered was being caught in Sarada's arms as he fell, and his father's voice, uncharacteristically urgent, calling his name. Then darkness claimed him, not unlike the darkness that had enveloped Harry Potter in the Forbidden Forest so long ago. Light filtered through his eyelids, warm and gentle. Hiroto became aware of soft breathing nearby, the subtle scent of medicinal herbs, and the distinctive atmospheric pressure of Konoha Hospital's recovery wing. "He's waking up," a familiar voice noted, Takashi, his medical training evident in the clinical assessment. Hiroto opened his eyes slowly, wincing at even the subdued illumination of the hospital room. Several figures came into focus, Takashi monitoring medical equipment, Hermione reviewing what appeared to be diagnostic scrolls, Ron dozing in a chair by the window, and Sarada. Sarada sat closest to his bed, her usually perfect posture showing signs of extended vigilance. When their eyes met, the relief that flashed across her features was quickly masked by professional composure. "About time," she said, though the gentle tone belied her brusque words. 46 hours is excessive even by Uchiha dramatic standards. 46 hours. Hiroto attempted to sit up, immediately regretting the decision as pain lanced through his body. What happened? "The dimensional boundaries, stabilized," Hermione assured him, setting aside her scrolls to approach the bed. "More than stabilized, actually. The energy channeled through the anchor points reinforced the natural separation while maintaining the controlled connection points we established. In simple terms," Takashi added, "we achieved the best possible outcome. Distinct worlds with regulated, secure transit points between them. The random dimensional effects have ceased entirely." Hiroto absorbed this information with profound relief, though questions immediately followed. "Casualties?" "Remarkably few, considering the scale of the operation," Sarada reported. 7 fatalities among our forces, 12 among the wizard contingent. All of Karasu's enhanced followers either died when his composite existence collapsed or were captured in the aftermath. "And my father?" A slight hesitation before Takashi answered. "Recovering. The energy discharge through your combined Susanoo technique placed tremendous strain on his eternal Mangekyo. He's under specialized treatment in the Uchiha medical facility." Though concerned, Hiroto found himself unsurprised by his father's absence. Madara Uchiha would consider a hospital bed an unacceptable display of weakness, regardless of how justified. That he had accepted medical treatment at all was testament to the severity of his condition. "There's something else you should know," Hermione said carefully. "The countermeasure's interaction with your dual nature had unforeseen consequences." Hiroto had already sensed something different within himself, an altered balance between the energies that had defined his existence. "My magic?" "Significantly diminished," she confirmed. "Not gone entirely, but reduced to approximately 20% of your previous capacity. The channeling process burned out many of your magical pathways." "And my chakra?" "Unaffected," Takashi replied. "Perhaps even enhanced, as though the energy systems rebalanced internally." Your Sharingan remains fully functional, along with all associated techniques. The news should have been devastating, the loss of most of his magical abilities representing a profound change to his dual nature. Yet Hiroto found himself strangely at peace with the development. Perhaps because in this life, in this world, chakra represented his primary connection to his identity as Hiroto Uchiha. A reasonable exchange for saving 2 dimensions, he said simply. Ron, who had awakened during the conversation, approached the bed. Always the pragmatist when it comes to nearly dying, aren't you? Some things don't change across lifetimes. The observation drew a small smile from Hiroto. Some things don't need to change. He shifted his attention back to the medical assessment. Recovery timeline. At least 2 weeks before light duty, Takashi stated firmly. Your physical body endured extreme dimensional energy exposure. While no permanent cellular damage occurred, you need time to rebuild strength. The 5 Kage and ministry representatives have already begun establishing protocols for the stabilized connection points, Hermione added. You're not missing anything that requires your immediate attention. Hiroto recognized their collective effort to ensure he actually rested rather than immediately throwing himself back into interdimensional crisis management. It was both touching and mildly annoying to be so thoroughly managed by those who knew him well. As the conversation continued, updates on dimensional stabilization efforts, recovery operations, and preliminary diplomatic exchanges between worlds, Hiroto noticed that Sarada remained unusually quiet. Her Byakugan periodically activated as she conducted her own assessment of his condition, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. Eventually, Takashi suggested that further debriefing could wait until Hiroto had rested more. Hermione and Ron departed with promises to return later, while Takashi excused himself to update the medical team on their patient's improved condition. When only Sarada remained, silence stretched between them, not uncomfortable, but weighted with unspoken significance. You stayed, Hiroto finally observed. Of course. She met his gaze directly. Someone needed to ensure you didn't attempt something reckless during recovery. Like escaping the hospital to check on my father. A hint of a smile touched her lips. Precisely that, among other predictable Uchiha behaviors. Another silence, this one briefer. You saved my life, Hiroto said quietly. The gentle fist chakra control stabilized the Susanoo long enough to complete the circuit. Tactical necessity, she replied, though without her usual clinical detachment. The mission required your survival. Just the mission. The directness of his question caused her composure to falter momentarily. She studied him with an intensity that had nothing to do with her Byakugan's analytical capabilities. Before the mission, she began carefully, I mentioned a matter requiring discussion regarding our future professional relationship. I remember, Hiroto confirmed, watching her with growing curiosity. Sarada Hyuga, heir to her clan's leadership and possibly the most composed person he knew, appeared to be struggling with uncharacteristic uncertainty. My assessment indicates that our compatibility extends beyond mission parameters, she continued, each word precisely chosen. Our complementary abilities, communication efficiency, and trust foundation suggest potential for a more permanent partnership. It took Hiroto a moment to process what she was actually saying. Sarada Hyuga, he said slowly, a smile spreading across his features, are you proposing a relationship in the most formal, tactical terms possible? Color touched her cheeks, though her expression remained determinately dignified. I'm suggesting a logical progression based on empirical evidence and mutual advantage. Of course, he agreed, his smile widening. Purely logical. Nothing to do with nearly losing me during the dimensional discharge. That may have accelerated my timeline for this discussion, she admitted. After a brief hesitation, she added more softly, watching you channel that much power, knowing what it might cost. I realized certain matters shouldn't be deferred indefinitely. The simple admission, from someone who typically guarded her emotional vulnerabilities as carefully as clan secrets, affected Hiroto deeply. Without thinking, he reached for her hand, finding it already extended toward his. I accept your logical proposal, he said, matching her formal tone while his eyes conveyed much more. Though I reserve the right to introduce less tactical elements to the partnership in the future. That would be acceptable, she replied, the hint of a true smile illuminating her features in a way that transformed her usual serene beauty into something radiant. Their moment of connection was interrupted by a nurse entering to check Hiroto's vital signs. Sarada withdrew her hand smoothly, her composed demeanor returning instantly, though something in her eyes remained softer than before. Rest, she instructed, rising from her chair. I'll return this evening with updates from the Interdimensional Coordination Committee. As she departed, Hiroto found himself reflecting on the strange journey that had brought him to this point. Harry Potter had walked to his death in the Forbidden Forest, accepting the ultimate sacrifice to save those he loved. That sacrifice had somehow transcended dimensions, bringing his soul to a new existence as Hiroto Uchiha. Now, having faced death once more for similar reasons, he had been granted another continuation, altered, certainly, but alive and with renewed purpose in a world that finally made complete sense to his dual nature. 3 months later, the dimensional transit facility at the Valley of the End represented a new era in interdimensional relations. Where once two massive statues had faced each other across a waterfall, now an elegant structure bridged the gap, part traditional Shinobi architecture, part wizarding design, creating a harmonious blend that symbolized the controlled connection between worlds. Inside, specialized teams of sensornine worked alongside wizard unspeakables to monitor dimensional stability and regulate transit between realms. Security protocols combined the best aspects of both worlds, shinobi detection barriers enhanced with magical intruder charms, identification systems that verified both chakra signatures and magical cores. Hiroto stood on the observation platform overlooking the main transit chamber, watching as a delegation from Sunagakure prepared to visit their wizarding counterparts for a cultural exchange program. The Kazekage himself led the group, his sand gourd temporarily modified with stability charms to ensure his unique abilities function properly in the different dimensional environment. Interdimensional diplomacy progresses well, Madara observed, joining his son at the railing. In the months since the battle against Karasu, the legendary Uchiha had recovered most of his strength, though healers from both dimensions agreed he would likely never again manifest a perfect Susanoo without risk of permanent damage to his vision. Though I still question the wisdom of allowing unrestricted access to our techniques. Hardly unrestricted, Hiroto countered mildly. The knowledge exchange follows strict protocols. Besides, most wizard attempts at chakra manipulation have proven as unsuccessful as shinobi efforts to perform wandless magic. The physiological differences are too fundamental. With notable exceptions, Madara pointed out, glancing meaningfully at his son. Though Hiroto's magical abilities had diminished significantly following the dimensional discharge, he retained enough to perform basic spells, particularly those related to his strongest affinities from his life as Harry. More importantly, his unique perspective continued to facilitate understanding between the dimensions in ways pure representatives from either world could not achieve. The Hyuga clan council has formally approved Sarada's petition, Madara said, changing subjects with characteristic abruptness. Surprising, given their traditional stance on clan bloodline preservation. Hiroto smiled slightly. Of course his father would be fully informed about clan politics concerning his son's relationship, probably before Sarada herself received official notification. Less surprising when one considers the potential advantages of a Hyuga Uchiha alliance in the new interdimensional political landscape, he replied. Particularly with a pair who demonstrated compatible dojutsu integration during a crisis of existential proportions. Practical considerations do often override traditional reservations, Madara acknowledged, a hint of amusement in his tone. Though I suspect Hayashi Hyuga required significant convincing nonetheless. Their conversation paused as a notification chime indicated an incoming transit from the wizarding side. The dimensional doorway, a carefully controlled and stabilized passage between worlds, shimmered with activating energy. A moment later, Hermione stepped through, accompanied by several ministry officials and, somewhat surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. The latter had emerged as a key diplomat in wizarding interdimensional relations, his background in both traditional pureblood culture and resistance activities making him uniquely suited for navigating complex political dynamics. Minister Granger, Hiroto greeted formally as the delegation approached the observation platform. Your timing is excellent. The Kazakage's cultural exchange group departs within the hour. Perfect, Hermione replied. We've brought the modified magical detection equipment for installation at the Sunagakure connection point. She introduced her team briefly before addressing more personal matters. How are the headaches? Any improvement with the new treatment? The dimensional discharge had left Hiroto with occasional neurological symptoms, periodic migraines that occurred when his diminished magical core attempted to access power no longer fully available to it. Healers from both worlds had collaborated on treatments with gradually improving results. Much better, he assured her. The integration of medical chakra techniques with magical neural realignment has reduced both frequency and intensity. As the official greetings concluded and the various delegation members dispersed to their respective tasks, Hiroto found a moment alone with Hermione, a rare occurrence given their responsibilities as key figures in interdimensional relations. Ron sends his regards, she said, dropping the formal diplomatic demeanor. He's overseeing the security modifications at the Hogwarts connection point. The castle's reconstruction is nearly complete, by the way. McGonagall insists you visit once the term begins. I'd like that, Hiroto replied sincerely. Though his primary identity remained firmly rooted in the Shinobi world, he valued the connections maintained with those who had known him as Harry Potter. Assuming interdimensional incidents allow for personal visits. They've decreased significantly since the stabilization, Hermione noted. Though I suspect that has more to do with your new role than any inherent reduction in cross-dimensional conflicts. Following the defeat of Lord Karasu, Hiroto had been appointed to a unique position, Guardian of the Dimensional Boundaries, a title that acknowledged his exceptional ability to navigate both worlds physically and culturally. The role combined diplomatic functions with security oversight and crisis response authority, essentially making him the final arbiter in matters affecting both dimensions. Speaking of which, she continued, extracting a sealed document from her robes, the Department of Mysteries has completed their analysis of the remaining dimensional thinning points. There are still 5 locations showing potential for natural breaches, though none present immediate concerns. Hiroto accepted the report, his Sharingan activating briefly to memorize its contents. I'll coordinate with the Sensor Division to establish monitoring protocols. The Yamanaka clan has developed new techniques specifically designed to detect early signs of dimensional instability. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Sarada, who approached with the measured grace that characterized her public persona. Her traditional Hyuga robes had been subtly modified to incorporate elements of her future status, small Uchiha emblems integrated alongside Hyuga symbols, representing the unprecedented alliance between ancient bloodlines. Minister Granger, she greeted Hermione formally before turning to Hiroto. The Kazakage's delegation is ready for final briefing before departure. And your father has apparently invited the entire Malfoy contingent to the Uchiha compound for what he describes as cultural exchange regarding noble family traditions. Hiroto couldn't help but smile at the diplomatic phrasing of what would undoubtedly be Madara's assessment of whether the Malfoy bloodline met his exacting standards for potential allies. I'm sure that will be enlightening for all involved. As they moved toward the main transit chamber, Hiroto reflected on the strange symmetry of his existence. Harry Potter had sacrificed everything to save his world from a Dark Lord's vision of magical supremacy. Hiroto Uchiha had risked the same to prevent a composite being from forcing unnatural merger between dimensions. Yet unlike Harry, who had been defined primarily by what he opposed, Hiroto now found himself defined by what he built, connections between worlds, understanding across boundaries, and personal relationships that transcended dimensional limitations. The transit doorway activated, its energy signature a harmonious blend of chakra and magic, distinct energies working in coordinated purpose rather than forced unification. Like the worlds it connected, the doorway maintained separation while allowing carefully regulated interaction, balanced through distinction rather than merger. As they prepared to address the waiting delegation, Sarada subtly positioned herself at Hiroto's side, her formal Hyuga reserve softening momentarily as their hands brushed in a gesture invisible to casual observers. "Ready?" she asked quietly. Hiroto nodded, feeling the dual aspects of his nature in perfect alignment for perhaps the first time in either of his lives. "Ready." Together, they stepped forward to continue the work of bridging worlds that were never meant to merge, but always destined to connect. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.